Well, 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 the war drums of Europe are beating, and we are ready to get into day number 2 of their Premier Cup. Shogun here, joined by Gregan, Johnny, and Cole, and we are ready to go at this. Guys, I got to speak to 2 of you an awful lot yesterday, but Johnny, you had an opportunity to take a little bit of a look around. How was yesterday going? Because I believe from what I saw from Twitter, chaos was the best way of describing it.
It is chaotic for sure. The European region's done it again. Maybe this is the most chaotic event of the season so far. So many questions, and so the main question is who's going to make it to that major. We've got this event this weekend, and then the next one in 3 weeks' time to decide. And so many teams. The list of teams who could make it, I think it's at least 11. Realistically, 11 teams could be fighting for those 5 spots.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I saw some people like even mentioning yesterday, it's like, oh, I think even Guild could still make it. Guild didn't even make the first regional. Like, that's how far people are sort of just bending their disbelief. But Guild had a very good tournament for themselves, which we're going to get into in just a moment. But if you want to catch up on some of yesterday's big action, here's a chance for us to take a look through some of our games. There was some teams, mates, that we were expecting to really pull through. Almost none of it happened. Endpoint, one of these teams that really struggled. We expected them to do well. They've become one of those teams that we've almost become comfortable with expecting them to win, Cole, which I'm sure you hate the idea of.
It scares me. I fear it.
That team.
Well, how come that team? Evil Geniuses, they just frankly outplayed Endpoint. Even when Endpoint were 2-1 in the series, Evil Geniuses just looked like they'd be able to deal with the Endpoint threat, which is normally so devastating. In particular, Catalysm, it was one of the best performances I've seen from Evil Genius's best player. He just manipulated the pace so well. And yeah, it was a deserved win.
Yeah, the way
that we have to note as well is that I believe 3 of the 5 European teams that we sent to the major are already gone from this tournament. It's ridiculous. And one of the teams that we sent to the major, Gregan, that is in about as bad of a situation as we've ever seen from them is the team that we're seeing on our screen right now. Vitality are looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, we're asking questions of when will they step up? What will it take for them to step up? And I really thought this was going to be the event for them, considering they're at boot camp, which is when they performed their best in the past. But they went out 0-3 in the groups, weren't able to catch a break. They just look like they have too many vulnerabilities as a team, and every team that went up against them punished them, and they just didn't have the firepower to make up for those gaps in their rotation. And let's be honest, Europe is not an easy region to compete in, and Vitality got called out for it. And
-7 game difference as well for Vitality. It's not like they came so close and couldn't quite get over the line. Apart from Misfits, they were thrashed. It
was really hard to watch as well, because like we've always held this in our back pocket of, oh, don't worry, when Vitality go to LAN or go to a boot camp or anything, you know, they always step it up. And now we've seen them be perfect swept by NRG, and we've seen them get decimated in this tournament, Johnny. Yeah. I don't know where we go from here.
It's tough. You know, Vitality have still got a chance. They need to pretty much get top 2 or maybe even win the last event, depending on how results go today. But that's not as bad as Semper, who have gone out 9-12 twice in a row now. They're even further down the standings than Vitality. So yeah, 2 LAN teams really struggling. Endpoint also out of this event. Luckily for them, they finished top 4 last time. So that's a good amount of points for them in the overall standings. But yeah, lots of upsets, lots of surprises in Europe in day one.
Yeah,
An awful lot.
Semper, sorry, just jumping in. Both events, Regional 1 and Regional 2, they were one game away in their group from going 3-0. They were 2-0 up against Queso in this event and got reverse swept. They lost to Evil Geniuses in the first Regional, and consequently, they get put down into that lower bracket and they're just not able to make it out of that first game. They're so close in both events, making it into that upper bracket, and just can't seem to close it out.
Well, two teams that we expected to see up towards the top of their groups, BDS and Team Queso off their previous tournament win. But two teams that we maybe weren't expecting to see quite so much, Misfits and Evil Geniuses finally overcoming their bottle demons pretty much. They just keep on dropping the big possible wins for themselves. But yesterday was the opportunity and they did finally take it. Still in the tournament though, 0-0 Nation against Guild and Dignitas up against Luminosity. We lost in a single round. Endpoint, Na'Vi, K-Corp, and Semper. If you really want to check out how chaotic everything was, I think that is a brilliant example of that. But it's not all doom and gloom for some of these teams. Some of them also had some amazing plays. And Gregan, take us off from this one.
Yeah, I think one of the players who really stood out yesterday was apparently Jack. He had one of the best performances I've seen from him in a while, and he was just creating goals, whether it was him scoring or whether he was creating situations for his teammates to clean up. You can see right here the control he has as he takes us up to the ceiling. He does it so efficiently so that when he comes down to that ball, he's got enough boost to feather and get the powerful dodge from the ceiling touch. And then, of course, Joria's upfield. I think Joria's was having one of his weaker games, but he recognized that in his mechanics and started playing a simpler role, looking for bumps, looking for simple touches, looking to focus on the challenge game. And you can see right there, taking Alpha out the game.
Easily, I think, beaten by just an unreal goal from Monkey Moon, a corner wall double. And the crazy thing about this is how early he knows exactly where he needs to be. But right as soon as he hits the ball, he immediately turns
so blind.
And he just knows where to go. He's already moving left. He knows exactly where that ball is going to bounce. And CRR, who had a great day, completely caught off guard in net. No chance to save this.
He's blind to the corner touch. I can't comprehend it.
It's beautiful, but not quite as beautiful as this. Now, those without eagle eyes may not have spotted that Scrub Killer here in number 1. Look at this. The wall dash, 2 of them, just to up his pace. You can see that Luis P, he had no idea that Scrub would be able to get so much speed on his car and then loop the ball over him, especially with the wave dash at the end. My favorite part about this, having watched it live, was that Gregan and Shogun, you guys were just banging on about how awesome wall dashes were and how powerful they could be, when I think Joria's had done one about 10 seconds earlier, and then Scrub Killer just doubles down on why those things are now such an important mechanic.
Yeah, we had a nice moment where we had the reverse caster curse. We actually managed to talk something into existence, but unfortunately the caster curse is still very prevalent out there, which unfortunately our top man crafters ended up finding out.
And Stormtroopers survive. But you know what I heard about Stormtroopers is that they can't hit their shots. So I don't know why they scored 5 goals in the last game.
Why do you do that, Mark? Come on.
I don't know.
You just said they can't hit their shots. That is one heck of a shot from Dead Monster. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Former Na'Vi squad member, and we were talking before.
Happy birthday, mate. Hope you enjoyed it.
That was amazing.
My goodness. That was, yeah, they were getting an awful lot of those ridiculous angled shots. Now, let's talk about something just as ridiculous. We have our favorite person in the world, Direct, is around. He's always feeding us amazing stats during our games. So we decided, how about we get him to tell us some true or false stats. Now, what we're going to do here is I'm going to give you guys a statement, and you as a 3 are going to come together and decide, is this statement true or is it false? You're not doing it individually. I'm not having any of this, oh, you 2 can say true, but I'm saying false. No. You need to come together, find a majority. You at home as well can play along, but we're going to start off here with the following. The first ever reverse sweep in the RLCS was in a best of 7.
Can I just say that I'm so used to Direct making me as a caster seem smarter. You know, I'm saying something and I just see in our little message, Direct has said something, oh, I'll put that one in, that'll be great. Now he's going to make us all look like fools. This is turning everything on its head.
Yeah,
Is he tricking us here? Do you think he's tricking us? Because you'd think, nah, it's got to be a best of 5,
surely
right? But
best of 5.
Surely
yeah.
it's a best of 5. But maybe he's thinking that that's so obvious that we're going to flip, thinking that he's tricking us. But he's double tricking us, and it is a best of 5. I'm really confused.
I mean, the first ever reverse sweep was presumably in a best of 3 in the qualifiers, but I'm assuming that doesn't count. But if we lose it, then we can play. We can go down that.
So this is RLCS 21-22. Is that? I'm sorry.
This is ever.
Ever. So RLCS season 1.
Yeah, I imagine so.
It's got to be best of 5, surely. I'm going to say.
I mean, back in season 1 though, players wouldn't have the experience of coming back, in a reverse sweep. It'd be like, oh, we're 2 games down, it's gone, it's over.
You could say something about like throwing. The teams they don't have the closing out experience, so they throw 2 games.
It was a set as well, right? They used to.
I need an answer from you, by the way, friends.
I'm going to vote false. I think he's trying to catch us out and try and be too clever and think, oh, he wouldn't have said that if it wasn't true. That's
okay, let's go false.
Yeah, I think
it's true. It's
true. That last thing,
there was too much thinking going on here. All right, head empty. All right,
okay, it's gone.
I want you guys I want some more decisiveness, not overthinking this next one, because I believe in you all. All right, in RLCS X, the team with the highest percentage of series played that went to games 5 or 7 was Guild. So the team that went to the most tiebreaker games.
Oh, percentage-wise. Okay.
I mean, I probably would say true.
Version 1.
Every single one of those.
Right.
Version 1, surely.
True. No, Gregan was the coach of Guild at the time. He's got to know this one, Cole.
Yeah, but I don't you really reckon more than V1, the team that are known for it and have been since the start of RLCSX and are still always getting into deciding series?
It might be Europe, but it might just be in Europe and version 1 is like in the world. I don't know. Yeah, we went to game 5 all the time.
You going true?
I'd vote false, but the people have spoken, so true. I've hedged my bets there, haven't I? If we're right as a team, I'll be like, yeah.
You're unfortunately 0 for 2, friends.
Gregan,
my bad.
I need to know. I have not been sent. All right, apparently these are EU specific, these ones.
Okay, so that's EU only.
So I would love to know actually which team it was that managed to go more often to game 5 or 7.
If is watching now, should we just in the background say who we think, and then he can let us know who was right? I'm going to go with...
but very quick, very quick.
I'll go Vitality.
No, Vitality. No way.
Okay, well, what do you think, Johnny?
Some team who made one event and had played one best of 5, went to game 5, lost, and then they never played again. That's what
I mean, a team that didn't go to many events, right?
We've got the
SK
shout,
Gaming,
by the way.
Right?
It was SK Gaming.
Yeah, they were only at the end.
Yeah, right.
They're only about the end. So
all right, next one up.
Yeah.
The record this season for most series won in a row is by Team Queso.
Oh, for Europe.
So this season, the most wins in a row is by Team Queso, and this is for the whole series, not games, series.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it might be because they won last event undefeated, and they're 3-0 in this event, 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Don't count open qualifiers, right?
Nah, surely not.
Presuming not. Okay, let's play safe for this one and go true, because we tried to be too clever in the first one.
True.
We can't go on 3.
True.
Surely not.
We're going true.
Come on, team. That's 0 true for you. Like,
no!
We're getting direct.
I'm not sure
you are getting direct.
Okay.
Who is it?
It's not going well. Let's put it like that.
Is it Dignitas through the lower bracket, right? Because there's way more games.
Oh, he's typing.
Yeah, it is Dignitas. He's giving it to us. It was Dignitas. You missed out.
Tell you what, Shogun. Johnny and I will do true or false. Gregan can just say the answer because clearly he's better, but it's way harder.
All right, we'll do 2 more then, shall we? So you're gonna have an overall of potentially 5 wrong here.
You're for 5.
The record this season for most games, so we're now going from series to games, 1 in a row, is by Vitality.
Oh my goodness.
False, right? Surely.
Yeah, we're getting tricked every single time. It's got to be false, but when did they win multiple games?
Yeah, when
did they win any games?
They went through the lower bracket.
Now.
They went through the lower bracket after winning.
Right, no. You keep overthinking this. Just give me an answer.
My first thought was false. I mean, everybody's thinking false.
We all thought it was false.
It's true, by the way. You're 0.
Shogun tricked us. Pressured us.
Look,
it was maybe going to flip there.
We were going to get the answer.
You were not. You've been you're against
in
time
regional
here.
In regional 1, they had a good run because they started turning it around in the group against Na'Vi, right? They went 3-0 against Na'Vi. Then they went through the lower bracket, went 3-0, 3-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they won
Dragon's
that
like,
weird-
his
won
mind
11
palace.
in a row
Trying to
in the
search
full
through his
splits.
insights.
All right, last one. You know, I'm going to allow all three of you to just very quickly say true or false. Somebody has to get this right.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna know who's just the absolute worst at all of this.
This just proves why we need direct.
The all-time leader for shooting percentage in RLCS history is Marky Duda with a minimum of 100 games played.
Like, we're never gonna know this.
No, this very well could be true. Marky scored so many bad goals. Like sometimes
Yeah,
he'd hit the
walk it
ball.
in.
He'd hit the ball. He wouldn't even get a shot, and then someone else would knock it in for him. So like that is an incredible thing for shooting percentage. I'm gonna go true, just for fun. True.
I'm gonna go false and say it was Vogan or something.
Vogan did not play 100 games.
Minimum 100 games. Because it's a minimum 100 games, it lowers it down a lot. Oh, I'm just gonna go false because I don't know.
Come on, give us false.
Congratulations, Johnny. You're the only one to not go 0-5.
I was actually getting persuaded in the wrong direction so many times here. Honestly, I probably would have gone 5 for 5 even though it wasn't for these guys.
Oh.
So
All right,
If
it turns
Johnny
out
Boy trusts
we,
someone, don't trust them too.
We
Bad
really
judge of
appreciate
character.
Direct and the help that he gives to us, because apparently we're not very good at this. I'm sure Stumpy's out there somewhere just tearing his hair out. Let's go to the next one, shall we? You've all started to distrust each other. Let's distrust each other even more. We're going to play some Impersonator. Now, last week, Jorby very bravely, especially with some of those opinions he had, told us 3 of his hot takes, and we had to guess who on the talent team had those. We got it wrong. It was Jorby that had these opinions after you guys predicted the entire First Touch team. This time around, it's one of us. All right? It is one of us 4 that have got these opinions, and we need to come together. I don't actually know who it is. Our producer contacted one of you earlier on. And
one of you, he
said.
said. One of you, was it? It wasn't Shogun. Smart there. Manipulation already.
It's all in the wording.
All right, so we're going to go through 3 opinions. You at home as well can continue to play along, and you can let us know who you think it is. Let's get our first opinion up, shall we? And begin the argument. Endpoints still make them... All right, this is...
That sounds Cole already.
Yeah, but
Where
no,
are we
this
in
can't...
these ranks?
Oh, this can't be Cole. Cole wouldn't make it... Cole doesn't believe in Endpoint.
No, he
I'm
might.
just looking at the rankings right now, just so we can see.
I'll look
That's
at pretending
330
he
at the moment.
doesn't
There's
know.
60 points up going
Look at him
into-
pretending he's not done this already. I think Cole put this in, or he might have put this in to like trick us, because he's like, I wouldn't put an endpoint. That's too obvious, you know.
I already know
Too obvious.
who it is. I think I'm making a bold claim for Gregan, because Gregan would have thought everyone will think Cole, and then he's
No.
thinking he's already got one up.
Okay,
That is the
so-
sort of jump that Gregan
Okay,
would make.
this is a bit meta, but before the show, Cole was playing this, oh, it could be you as well, Shogun kind of thing. And it was like all trying to play off,
it's
I don't know
meta.
the format.
Look at
you know.
Greg and meta gaming over here.
Yeah, it's
Already
Greg and
suspicious.
Dragon. Yeah.
All right, let's bring up the second opinion
second
then,
opinion.
shall we? Let's start to narrow this down. NRG are... What?
They're gonna struggle against Queso, I think, is the whole point of this, right?
Oh,
Or
sure,
it could be-
Gregan gets it.
Wait, it could be.
Okay, we needed you here. Thank you for that. You don't know your stats, but you know your wordplay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, Cole does like wordplay. I'm definitely thinking
Cole is-
right now.
I like it, but I'm not that good at it. No,
Yeah, well, Cole can't do it
Cole.
under pressure. You can't tell
played-
Cole,
you played
give us
dumb.
some
Look at how
wordplay and he'll just...
smug Cole is. He's like, oh, that's really clever wordplay there. Wow.
He's just glad that we got his joke.
I mean, if you scroll back and look at the tapes, as soon as somebody said Gregan said it was Queso, I was like, so it was like a delayed reaction.
Cole stuff.
Gregan would want the
Gregan is putting so much fuss on me. Yeah, Gregan's gone from endpoint to wordplay, and both times you'd be like, oh, Cole would have thought that.
All right, let's get the last one. Let's get the last one.
It's gonna be one of these two, right? And it's just gonna be me and Cole fighting it
Nah,
out.
these aren't Johnny Boy. Gil top.
Can't read this.
Gil top four.
Oh,
I mean-
maybe. Hold on.
Ooh.
Who would say that? That was obscene.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is Gregan. He's trying to throw us off his trail.
No,
He's
not
trying to get
me.
us up.
Let me tell you Dragon's thought process. He'll do 2 lobbied at Cole, right? Then the third one, he'll make it too Gregory, because then he can say, "Oh, I never would have done that," just in case we are putting sus on it.
Hey, what? Shogun said nothing. He's
Yeah,
like said
Shogun's
nothing.
just letting the
Typical
I'm
fire
on
Shogun.
like host mode here. Like, listen to you lot arguing. He's just like, oh, cool, I've done my job right. I'm sat back here.
I mean, it could very
you
easily be Johnny
guys have
Boy.
spoken to me so much. Do you really think that third one belongs to me?
Okay, I don't think
No,
it's Gregan
I
actually,
don't.
because Gregan's like still thinking. He's not trying to like. It could be anyone.
So I've been
it's
looking
Cole or
at body
Shogun.
language, right? So Johnny Boy's having this little like smile that's sneaking out every time, like, "Oh, I got away with it. I got away with it."
I've been smiling
so-
the whole time. What do you mean?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I
But
thought Johnny
I
would
like- I
go
kinda like that
more,
you think it
more
could
all
be.
in. Like, there's not a single NA opinion apart from the NRG one. There should be like more NA opinions in here.
Can I just say that Gregan predicted, I think it was Sandrock Gaming, to win Worlds in the Stockholm Major. So he's not above making cross-regional large claims.
Nah, I'm going Cole. I feel like I'm overthinking this. I was like, maybe it's Shogun big braining us, but you know, if it is fair play, I think it's Cole.
I genuinely don't think Shogun and Johnny Boy would come up with NRG or lactose intolerant, and if you did, fair play.
It's
I'm not
I
gonna
honestly
go
think it's
praising
between
yourself.
Cole and Gregan. I really do think it's between Cole and Gregan.
Do we have to agree, or are we all like voting?
Well, I think we need at least
individually
3 of us, I think, unless just
There's
a
another round
majority.
if there's no majority.
How are we voting?
Yeah.
Are we voting whiteboards, or where are we voting?
Oh, I don't have a whiteboard.
Sort it out
But-
between us.
You guys know who I think it is.
Okay, I think
You think it
it's-
is Cole?
I think it's Cole.
I think 1,000,000% it is Gregan.
I think it's
in-
Cole. I
In
think
Twitch
it's Cole.
chat, there's not a spam of
Fair.
Gregans that
You're very,
I've
you're
had
very
to ask
sus,
myself
Cole.
a question here, which is I'm kind
he
of
slow playing
deadlocked
us?
between Gregan and Cole, and I don't know who. I know who I would want to lose less to. So my vote automatically goes to Gregan on that one.
So is it tie? Is it
Because
tie?
I
That's a
couldn't
bad
put up
reason.
with him if it ends up being him getting away with this.
No, actually, well, I guess that means it's not Shogun. He could have won by like saying Cole, so it's not Shogun. But
Yeah. I'm just going to vote Cole. Johnny, I guess you're voting
Yeah.
Cole. And then
Gregan, how about you let Johnny speak for himself, Gregan?
fine.
interest.
I'll
Okay,
flip. It's
I'm
Gregan.
gonna do something big here. All right, are we all tied on this?
Well, it's 2
No.
for Gregan, 2 for Cole. I'm like, well, what
Okay,
do we do?
I'm gonna do something big. I have opened up the chat. We need a 5th deciding vote. Twitch chat.
Oh.
I'm gonna go by whichever majority I end up seeing.
They're all
Yes,
saying
Cole
Gregan.
or Gregan.
Why are they all
I'm opening it now.
Let's just go. Let's just go. I don't know why half of you
so
saying
excited
Johnny.
for this.
Johnny's answer. Johnny was
there's
not
a
an
nose
option here.
emoji. There's a nose emoji. So.
there's a lot of
That's
Gregan.
a lot of Gregans.
There's
they're
a
all
lot of
saying
Gregan in
Gregan.
there.
That, all
There's
right,
the-
Twitch
Cool.
chat, you have helped us decide. We have decided by a dubious majority that it is Gregan. Could the impersonator reveal themselves?
Hey, got them.
Ah,
It was
Jonathan
Johnny.
They're all
Boynton.
fighting each other. There is never a chance we're gonna lose this one.
Yeah, I saw the
Just
little
too easy.
smirks. I saw the little, oh yeah, I got away with it smirks. It was always Johnny. But
They never-
Cole,
If
you
you'd have
would-
pushing on me, that was a bad play, Gregan. I think you should have pushed more on Johnny because I might have been swayed by that.
You were pushing on me. I
Yeah,
was pushing
exactly.
back.
And my logic, no, exactly. That's the thing. My logic to you is very fair. You were just pushing back. You were just swinging your arms thoughtlessly.
I thought this week I would be able to say, oh, Johnny Boy's not the smartest analyst again, but here we go. We already started the weekend
Yeah,
and he's the smartest.
he's got one stat right out of 5. He's
One of
ended up
5.
getting this. Johnny,
yeah.
it's the weakest win of your entire life, mate, but I think you've won this pre-show.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right. Well, let's move on. Let us
That was really fun, by the way.
regroup and team back up because we're not the only ones that have been fighting today. We have got teams fighting for those top 5 spots. The race for LA is underway. If you're in the top 5 after 3 of our regional tournaments, you will represent Europe heading into that tournament. Currently, Team Queso, Dignitas, BDS, looking like the most surefire ones out of all of this, despite Dignitas constantly making lower bracket runs. But there are a lot of teams underneath that I would be very scared for. Endpoint, 330 points, but they are out. They are going to be static for the rest of this. Carmine Corp as well, and Team Vitality falling further and further away. Johnny, I suppose, as the smartest analyst here, obviously.
Oh, no.
Which of these teams are you feeling either most comfortable for, or Mitch? Sorry, talking hard, very difficult.
Difficult.
It's hard.
Which teams are you feeling most uncomfortable for?
So I think, although Endpoint are out, I do, like I just said in the previous segment, I do still think that they make the major. I think they make a good Regional 3 run. I think they make it. Top
With
3,
Camp, yeah.
confident. I'm confident in those the top 3 there. They're still in this event. They're still farming points. And then Misfits and EG, they play today in the upper semi. So whoever wins that is in with a great position, because I think the other team will not make top 3. And I'm going to go Misfits there. I think Misfits have got the edge in that matchup, even though EG won 3 game 5s today yesterday, for the first time in a while. But,
I mean, Evil Genius's biggest problem for a little while has been their clutch factor. Can they win in a game 5? Can they win in an overtime? Can they not throw with 10 seconds left, which is what we saw a lot in their close qualification? The answer to that is just beginning to turn to yes. At the start of this season, I really believed in Evil Geniuses, and I sort of softened on them. But based on yesterday and the form that they're coming back into, I'm starting to go big on Evil Geniuses again. So they're going to be my pick for 5th if we assume that the top 4 are not locked in. Certainly Endpoint and Dubious, but at least 3 of those spots you'd expect would go to Queso, Dignitas, and Team BDS.
Per Luminosity, by the way, second event in a row that Dignitas have ruined the event for them by going into the lower bracket and making Luminosity play them. Luminosity have only so far in this split lost to BDS twice and Dignitas once, and they played Dignitas today. So
And Guild.
They lost to Guild.
Oh wait, no. To be fair, that's right. That's right.
This one I feel less bad.
Yeah,
that's
they
kind of
dug
on
their
them.
own
That's on
grave.
them. Kind of
Yeah.
on them. True.
Yeah, I mean, just on the note of Evil Geniuses learning to be clutch, I think people have got to remember failing in clutch situations is the best way to learn how to be clutch. So these guys are experiencing that failure over and over again, and they're going, actually, it's not as bad as I thought it was. When we get in that situation, just take a breath. It's not the end of the world. And so you learn through getting reverse swept. Actually, let's just reset. You learn through conceding a goal in the last 30 seconds. Okay, let's not make such rash decisions. And it seems they've applied it really well here. Good team environments help them out.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering at home, as you've seen some of those point totals differences, if you are eliminated in our first round today, you grab 160 points, but they've already been updated for those, I believe. If you win, you're grabbing yourself an extra 30. Win again after that, up to 220, which is a 30 on top of that, and 40. So you're going to keep going up. So realistically, a lot of these teams want to win at least 2 rounds. They want to get themselves into that top 4 for a good shout. But here are the matches coming your way. The schedule of which we shall be following. We're going to be starting off over in the lower bracket. We've got Luminosity, Dignitas, EG against Misfits and Queso and BDS. EG, Misfits, Queso, BDS, all in the upper bracket. Luminosity, Dignitas, and our first game of the day, 0-0 Nation against Guild Esports. This is win and you move on, lose and you go home. 0-0 Nation, a team that we're getting a little bit more used to seeing here. Greg and Guild have had to make some changes in regards to the team. But from what we saw from CRR yesterday, we were very, very impressed.
I mean, to pick up a player like CRR should elevate any team in the league. And you can see it with the way Guild were playing yesterday. They look like a much stronger team than we saw during the full split. And I think it's really interesting to see Nolly change his role so much. He used to be the star player, the one who kept getting fed, and now he's very comfortable feeding CRR the ball and letting him do the magic. So the play style's changed. They've had a bit of time to work on it during the off-season, during that first regional, and they're now here to try and prove all that work has gone towards a winning team. 0-0 Nation, though, they've been up and down all split long.
Yeah, certainly has been the case. Cole, looking at a team like 0-0 Nation, both of these teams, they're both desperate for exceptionally long runs for this tournament if they want to have any shot at that top 5, which is very, very far away. But which of these two teams have you been most impressed by when it comes to building for the future?
Building for the future, excuse me, probably Guilds. I think, as Gregan said, that CRR is a tremendous pickup. And I do think as well that because everyone had entirely written Guild off, a player like Nolly, he is going to love that. He is going to absolutely relish going up, trying to prove everybody wrong and say, yeah, you guys are idiots. Obviously, we're going to come back and be championship winners again. 0-0 Nation, they seem more of the slow, steady build rather than exploding into action in life like Guild are doing. I think a player like Flame certainly has the experience to make his teammates just be able to take that deep breath when is needed. But I do think that, yeah, Guilds are the one I'd look for in the future just to be that little bit better.
Well, it's time to know what you guys at home think. Get your predictions in. Hashtag GLD for Guild or hashtag 00. Very easy one, actually, for 00 Nation. So get your predictions in whilst we get ours down as well. It's been a pretty poor pre-show from a lot of us. We've not got much right. Dragon, starting with you. We've got to start getting some dubs on the board here, bud.
I mean, I can't apply logic anymore, right? Like, logic is not working for me. So I've just got to go based off of the one which I own more merch of, and that's Guild. Because in my time working at Guild, they sent me a lot of merch. That's my logic today. If it works out, then I guess this job is completely redundant. You don't need it. That's it.
In the harshest segue of my entire life. Speaking of redundant, Johnny Boy, you're up next.
I'm going to agree. I think Guild have got this. I really do think they've got a good shot at top 4. They played really well yesterday. They look great. CRR looks unbelievable. And I think chat's going to agree because a lot of people who are trying to go with 00 Nation are actually doing hashtag OO. So they're going to get less votes than intended.
It's a 0. It is a 0.
It's a 0.
It's not OO Nation. Cole.
That feels a little bit unfair to poor old 00 Nation, the fact that people are trying to vote for them and it's not going through. So I'll fly their flag. I think they are a very solid team. A massive win yesterday against Semper Esports, which nobody predicted. And they do often get into that top 10 or so of events. They are more than capable of coming up against here. And maybe this is where Guild, suddenly they're expected to win. That hasn't happened yet. They haven't won while being expected to win, if that makes sense. And maybe that'll be what trips them up.
I'm going to go for Guild on this one. I've been very impressed by what I've seen from CRR and the adjustments from Nolly, and I want to see that rewarded with a win. Let's see what you at home think. And even despite some of those votes potentially not going through, 00 Nation actually got a fairly respectable 38% against the 62% of Guild. But it's time to find out who is moving on. 00 Nation against Gil. It's in the lower bracket. Both these teams looking to make statements as we reach the halfway point of the season. Who's moving on? Let's find out with Jorby and Dazarin.
Two teams trying to establish themselves in the upper echelon of Europe. 00 Nation and Guild have not had the easiest road, Daz, but this is a chance to post a solid result from this point on. Both teams want to get past this point.
Absolutely, and like you said, not necessarily having the best results possible, but top 8 serving well for both of these teams. This is Guild's first top 8 this season, 00 Nation second. As we are already on kickoff here in game 1, trying to see which one of these are who's gonna make it into that top 6 spot, Jorby. It's gonna be a battle.
And the desk and the crowd are pretty heavily in Guild's favor here. Guild getting that 3-1 victory against K-Corp in the last round of the bracket. Definitely a quality result for them, and all thanks to, or at least partly in thanks to, their new roster pickup, CRR. And he's been critical to their success in this regional so far. They're gonna need him today.
Yeah, CRR definitely showing up here. But again, don't forget about 00 Nation. They pulled off a sweep yesterday against Semper. Like Cole said on the desk, not a lot of people were predicting them to come out on top of that matchup. So we got to see what this roster is looking like when they're on form. You already see Flame with a close shot, forcing CRR to go for the save.
Yeah, 00 Nation, like you said before, in the fall, they had posted a top 8, haven't had the same success. And Hibbs getting in front of that next ball, 00 Nation. Moving the ball back onto the orange half. Breezy fourth in the next 50. But things are locked tight. Almost catching Guild out on the rotation, but they pick it back up. Devo back over and around Hibbs.
So far, ball been played out the corner. Now you're seeing Breezy. I like the idea of the solo play, but Noli's there early to read it. Back wall defense working pretty well so far for Guild. They've been able to clear out a lot of offensive pressure, not letting 00 Nation get set up, which is going to be very important. Team play has been a big factor we've seen, at least over in Europe, and shutting down any chance for a team to get set up in your own half is very key.
Hibbs getting a pass out. Breezy wanted to commit, but came down as soon as he saw Nolly. Now CRR on the transition, gets underneath, has the flip, reset, saved. Hibbs takes it back over to the side. Guild, no chance on this push. Breezy back over to Hibbs and 00 Nation. Thwart another Guild attempt, but the backboard's still clean for Guild.
Yeah, but I like what I'm seeing from 0-0 Nation. These solo plays, they're forcing that defense to kind of stretch a little bit. One person able to take out multiple members of the defense, maybe set up a lane here for 0-0 Nation. So far, been very quiet shot-wise. 3 in the favor of Guild, and that one from Flame is going to be the 5th from 0-0 Nation.
Devo carrying this ball back towards Flame, gets it over him. Breezy can cover it. 0-0 Nation on defense still can't be broken. Guild trying to shake that ball out. Oh, Devo just trying to get out of the way. Still keeps that ball in Guild's bumpers. And another high ball to keep 0-0 Nation away from it. Very quiet early on, Daz.
Yeah, and you know, just like in that last 50, CRR, you're going to be wanting to look at him. Again, leading the tournament in total goals and 2nd in goals per game. But this game has about 2 minutes left, and we need to see one of those goals get on the board. It's been quiet, like you said, Jorby. Looking for something to happen on here action-wise.
Nolly trying to force the ball through. Next up is Devo. Launching that ball out, but it's just Breezy on the backboard, taking it out. CRR, that ball's headed towards the net. Nolly cleans it up.
Just a push and pull.
Yeah.
Breezy having a tough time really trying to wrap around that ball. And midfield challenges for both teams been very respectable. Again, lots of space given to someone who clearly has the ball. No too aggressive challenges. Everybody's been playing a pretty tame game of Rocket League so far.
CRR, well, cut off by Breezy again. He's been behind a lot of those cutoffs. Hibbs grabs the read off the backboard, but it's still Guild's ball. Shot really wide and good. CRR delivers the first goal for Guild.
We knew it was coming, though. We knew it was coming. Again, 2nd in goals per game, and you see why. Even with that angle, Jorby, the shot placement, Breezy, you see him struggling to make the save. CRR's has been accurate this tournament. He continues to keep that up.
0-0 Nation gonna have to limit his opportunities in front of the net. It'll always be dangerous. Flame, nice pass out in front to Breezy, just above the crossbar. And now Guild got a transition. It's Nolly, 1-on-1. And Hibbs is up to the task, but Guild are back on offense.
You're starting to see a little bit more speed coming out from Guild after that first goal. But 0-0 Nation ready to take advantage of it. Breezy playing it downfield. Thought he caught the defense out. Has been struggling on certain plays of rotation, but still nothing that 0-0 Nation can take advantage of. They got 30 seconds left to make something happen in game 1.
Breezy's got a double touch pass over to Hibbs, and he nailed the upper 90. Great passing play from 0-0 Nation to tie it up.
Yeah, I didn't think this one would actually go through. Look at the touch from Breezy straight to the side, and Hibbs. It's an awkward chance, but still gets it to that top right corner. Extra effort paying off, and we got a tied up game.
22 seconds left in regulation. Flame bumping Nolly out of the play. Gave Hibbs a chance, but Hibbs didn't have enough space. Nolly got right back in front of it. Devo launching the ball to the blue half. 0-0 Nation trying to protect the rock at the end of regulation, but it's pumped towards the box by Nolly. Flame feathers it back down. Hibbs trying to shake one attacker off the ball. Devo, last chance towards the box. And here comes Nolly. He scores! 0 seconds, and Nolly delivers the win in game 1.
If there's a chance, he'll take it. Devo with that extra play. You saw the touch off the corner, and Nolly with the perfect read to put it in the lower left corner. Game winner for Guild.
That was big play there from Guild. Breezy had just missed the read. He was centimeters off getting that challenge. And 0-0 Nation were contending with a lot of tough balls against their backboard. Guild getting the better of 0-0 Nation at the start of that OT, Daz, thanks to some good work from CRR and Nolly getting the pair of goals.
You could tell kind of going into this game, right? Everybody was waiting for that moment to kind of let loose. And it started happening as soon as Guild ended up scoring the first goal. Then you see, of course, 0-0 Nation strike back. Breezy with an amazing assist. Still, Guild able to clutch it up. And that clutch factors, I mean, it's what gotten them this far in this tournament so far, Jorby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Devo as well was fitting in really nicely, getting a lot of booming clears and creating a lot of offensive opportunities for Guild. They didn't spend as much time on defense, despite 0-0 Nation delivering 8 shots on net. They have to find a way to spend less time on their own half, though. They were having to contend with a lot of Guild attack in the blue half. So will Forbidden Temple be any different? You only got a set of 5 games total to get it done. And Flame gonna pop this up, but that's only to CRR. He's still got control underneath Hibbs. He's got the save.
Ooh. For Ben Temple, this one, you can see, again, speed being played in that midfield. Those midfield challenges can always make or break a team's offense. And you can see even here, 0-0 Nation setting up. Hibbs will be able to follow that one up off the crossbar. Starting it off for 0-0 Nation.
And that was really well done. Nolly tried to get that read, and Devo, you see the slight hesitation. He was waiting for Hibbs to take that shot. He was unsure how exactly it was going to happen. It's basically jump and pray at that point. After that challenge from Flame, the rest of Guild were in hurry-up mode, and they could not get the defense, excuse me. Devo carrying the ball back out for Guild. 0-0 Nation starting on top this time, as Devo, the ball taken away by Flame. CRR popping it across. Breezy cutting him out, but this is Guild's attack. Last man is Hibbs, and he puts that probably in the only spot that Guild weren't at, but now the net's open, and it's a weak shot from Nolly. Breezy transition back over to Hibbs quickly. One touch away from CRR, but Flame is still around midfield, wants to cut off the attack. He does, and 0-0 Nation prevent Guild's possession.
Still, 0-0 Nation trying to get back on top of the ball. You see Breezy tries to get that out to Flame, but now look, all of Guild moving upfield, very aggressive. And now Noli has to go back, gets lucky being able to play that off the corner. CRR trying to get that good follow-up. Man, that everybody kind of bunched up in that midfield. That clear goes the wrong way. We could be seeing another goal for 0-0 Nation. Still, we got to watch out for that pinch. Good save by Flame.
Flame getting up there in time, but Guild still have the ball. Nolly gets kicked off the play. Hibbs, a nice catch. Devo shakes it off of him. 2 commit from Guild, but it's still in front of the box. Devo's got the read, and Guild tie it up.
Look at that aggressive offensive pressure coming out from Guild. You see Devo, again, that arrow to pop the ball up. That 50 from Noli also to get it off the ceiling straight down to him. These are the kind of little plays that make such a big difference. Exactly, these guys angling their car perfectly to set up each other for success.
Guild shutting down that 0-0 Nation transition that was affording them some of their shot opportunities, and a quick save comes out, but Hibbs wins the challenge. Flame pops this one up in front, and Devo gets bumped out of the way. Hibbs denied by CRR on the backboard. Almost a chaotic sequence there from Guild. Nolly's there quickly to move that ball back downfield.
Now Hibbs is trying to control it. Guild, though, staying on top of the pressure. CRR going hunting for Flame while Breezy carries this. Flame will have a lot of time, still gives his ball up to Noli, and Noli able to pop it up. Teams playing off of each other, not necessarily pushing the ball too far away from them where they either can't get a second touch, as Hibbs almost got a piece of that. If that one connected, that definitely was going in the net.
Oh, Devo couldn't get a solid handle on the ball, was going barreling fast, knew he could get there, but just couldn't get control of the ball. Breezy, oh, he gets over one, he gets some help from a bump. Devo, only 16, has to wait for it to drop. Not the best touch. All Flame can do is dump it back down in front of the box, and Guild get another clear.
Passes playing into each other. Guild out shooting. 0-0 Nation. 6 now to 2. They have had all the pressure this game, Jorby.
Oh, that's a great 50, though, from Hibbs. And he delivers another strike. That's 2 goals for Hibbs.
You have as much pressure as you want, though. If this gets in, it doesn't matter. Hibbs reading that one perfectly, and it pinches in your net. Guild dropped that one. And now they're going to have to battle back. Need to see a little bit more from CRR, sitting at 88 points. We got 1:37 left. Got to get him on the shooting end.
Has not had a lot of success yet in Forbidden Temple. Another high ball for 0-0 Nation, continuing to test that Guild backboard defense. Hibbs, a little bit of space, just punches it down to the back wall. Now in a rhythm. A clear to midfield, and then right back to Guild's back wall. That move from Nolly wasn't good enough to get it downfield. Devo, no boost, clear attempt. CRR wins a good 50 in midfield, and finally Guild relieves some pressure. They even get a big dunk. Breezy gets to that ball first. CRR cuts it around the corner. Hibbs, another clear. but Guild still have midfield. If he can win that 50 against Flame, he can't. Devo keeps the ball close, but Flame with another one, and Flame's got the goal off the double tap. 3 goals for 0-0 Nation.
What did you say, Jorby? He said if you can win the 50 against Flame, doesn't seem like anybody in Guild could do that. He took that single-handedly and pushed through the Guild defense. Great work individually by Flame.
How about Flame, man? Flame has been around for so long. We talk about, new generations of players coming up in Europe, and a lot of players falling off. There are many players in the past that you just don't see a lot of anymore. And Flame, he's been in the RLCS, in the rival series. He's been on bubble teams, but he somehow still finds his way into an RLCS regional. Sure, he's not, 0-0 Nation, they're not a top team, but it's definitely notable for a player like Flame that he can still find a way to be productive in the RLCS despite the struggles that he's had with teams and just his struggles individually as a player. Impressive stuff for Flame to be here still.
Oh, he got a bump on that play. That's a free ball. Devo, who saw Hibbs coming up, bumped Hibbs off the ball so Hibbs couldn't score the open net and bought the team some time. Final 10 seconds. And unless this drive works out, I don't even think there's enough time for this drive. 0-0 Nation. They're going to come out on top with game 2. And, very impressive for them. Even Breezy, he'll score the game winner. Why not?
Why not, indeed. Breezy getting the 4th goal, and just no real response from Guild. They had a lot of offense to start the game out, Daz. They held down midfield. They generated, 8-9 shots on net, and still couldn't get enough offense going. For me, it felt like it just came down to the 50s. Flame had a couple of big 50s to get that 3rd goal, but the Hibbs goal as well also came off of just diving forward for a challenge, and the ball goes straight into the net. So the challenge game working to fruition here for 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, it's that too. It even worked for Guild. Guild's goal scored based off Noli's 50, went straight off the ceiling, straight to Devo. You see it here on the replay. That was a huge proponent in this game. And you talk about Flame here a little bit, and you got to think again, Flame used to be on top blokes, now known as Simper. He ended up beating his former team to get to this point. So knowing Flame, knowing also Hibbs, and Breezy as well, all coming together here on 0-0 Nation. They've gotten a lot to prove. They've been trying to prove it all season. Again, this is their 2nd top 8 this season. A win here pushes them in the top 6. And I think that when you look at people like Hibbs and Rise, for example, Rise on Team Queso, they've known each other for a decent amount of time. Seeing Team Queso doing well has to motivate Hibbs to perform even more. And you're seeing that with how well they've done so far this event.
I feel like there are tons of motivating factors in Europe too, right? It's like when you see teams like Luminosity, Evil Geniuses, all posting solid results, all playing well. Like you said, that even has to further light a fire under both of these teams, not just 0-0 Nation, but Guild as well, who have, they've had more woes than 0-0 Nation have. Guild have yet to post top 8 this season, but still, both of these teams, they want to be in that conversation. They want to be in that same realm as the Luminosities, the Evil Geniuses of the world. And this is their chance to post that solid result and get closer to that point.
The biggest thing is showing that, this pass, Hibbs almost was able to get there. The thing is showing with the Queso win, and some of these upsets is Hibbs' way he catches it, finally gets a pass to him. 0-0 Nation start this one off with a goal.
They just delivered the ball right to each other very prettily. Breezy, nice landing on the side wall, right over to Hibbs with a beautiful pass too. And the passes before that, the pressure mounted too much for Guild.
Yeah, passes have been on point for 0-0 Nation. The one in game 1, I think that was also Breezy to Hibbs. They've been kind of in sync so far this series.
Hibbs, I think, the striker mainly right now for 0-0 Nation, scoring most of the goals, but off of balls passed out, like you said, mostly from Breezy, and that time it was Hibbs to Breezy, and somehow saved. Hibbs goes underneath, and Hibbs is going to get the goal. Another one on the board for 0-0 Nation.
Get Breezy initial touch. That was hard for Noli to save. And then you can see the defense scrambling as, again, Breezy immediately after taking the shot, trying to go for just some demo, some bump, some disruption. And Hibbs, good shot placement there. 0-0 Nation looking in control so far in game 3.
Guild, things starting to get away from them. They need to find a way to stabilize. It's now 4 unanswered goals. by 0-0 Nation. Hibbs wrapping around, but CRR able to kick the ball away from him. Hibbs trying to keep up with it. Now Guild, another push. Devo, bounce off the ramp for Nolly. Nolly off the ceiling. CRR following closely. Back off the wall, excuse me, as Devo pushes it forward again, keeps it close, but can't win the 50 against Flame. CRR gonna pull off, let the ball bounce to him. 0-0 Nation wait for the next push.
Oh, Devo went for that ball, but wait, Flame gets bumped. I thought he was last back. Now Flame able to take the shot. Good save. You see Devo reaching, and Hibbs will rather play this across. It looked like almost a mistouch. He has somebody in midfield. Either way, you can tell 0-0 Nation, they're looking to make sure, okay, let's not overextend here. We've got a good lead, and let's try to slowly break down Guild before we send everyone all in on offense.
You also don't want to rest on your laurels. Guild, they love to boom that ball downfield. They are trying to carry it out right now, but feel some pressure. Look for a quick out to CRR. It's cut off by Breezy. They have to maintain that midfield dominance.
Guild look a little antsy, though. And you can see the problem with that. 50 and Hibbs, he'll slide it in. That's a hat trick for Hibbs. He's going off.
Hibbs must have a target painter right onto the net because he has not missed. He gets another one straight on target. And again, great teamwork. But that's a hattie for Hibbs. 2 assists for Breezy, 1 for Flame. 0-0 Nation clicking right now in game 3.
We talked about CRR's goals per game. He's only scored 1 this series. Meanwhile, Hibbs has been doing good work shooting-wise for his team. That might be the difference maker when you look back.
Guild just don't have the form on offense yet. A couple midfield pot shots. Another demo in the corner. Looking for space, but Flame shuts it down immediately. Wins the next 50. Wraps around another attacker defender, and Hibbs, he just can't stop scoring. That's his 4th in game 3.
We need someone to call out where this man is at all times. Devo's awkward. Hibbs sees it, takes full advantage, says, I'm going to play that one in front of you. Been aggressive, been in Guild's face, and Guild don't know how to handle it. I might even get another one here. No, turns off of it. Sees Noli coming up.
Devo, hard hit off the back wall, shot a little high, but Hibbs was forced out. And now CRR's got a chance. That touch keeping it away. Guild got a bump on a defender, but they can't actually get a shot on net. Devo flipping back around. They got to start this clock now with at least, you think, over 60 seconds on the clock if there's hope. But this is squarely 0-0 Nation's game. Underneath, Devo's going to try. Nolly might get a chance here to commit from 0-0 Nation. Now a chance for CRR. He'll deliver the first goal for Guild.
Ends up picking up 1, and this could be the start for something for Guild. It's that double commit, though. That opens up the lane, and Noli with a great challenge there as well, giving CRR room to shoot. So, starting here for Guild, but they're racing against the clock here.
Guild.
Oh, that was a Spanish.
On the push there, Nolly going to dive forward. You said it was the Spanish?
Yeah, it's the kickoff where the person going for kickoff, goes for for the demo. Yeah.
Move downfield. And Nolly, well, that one off the backboard and cleared back downfield. CRR keeping it away from the challenge. Nolly past CRR, but Breezy was sitting right there. Devo gets the catch. Hibbs up for the defense. And it's back around to the corner. Guild still trying to press, but every touch into a blue bumper is just more time wasted on the clock. Despite Guild winning these touches in the blue half, it's just not enough to get a goal on the board. Hibbs takes it away again. Hibbs chasing down the field. Can he add a 5th to his resume? Just off the post. He'll take an assist as well. Why not? 0-0 Nation, 5 goals.
He's got to start sharing here a little bit, Jorby. That's what it is. The light touch, you can see it was just a mistouch, and Flame luckily there to clean it up.
He's on the road to 1K, Des. You got to get 1K points. It's like a rite of passage, right? You gotta post at least one 1K performance in the RLCS, right?
That's true. Everyone
That's how that works.
They say drop a thou.
Drop a foul.
And Hibbs tries to get that redirect. He is looking for those points.
Won't drop 1,000 this time. 0 seconds left. Ball touched the ground eventually. But Guild are in a tough spot now, Daz. They started out the series looking pretty good. They had the pressure. They had opportunities on net, but now they can't stay in the blue half for any significant period of time. And despite getting 7 shots on net, the disparity between the two, 11 for 0-0 Nation, and more quality opportunities for them. What's going on with Guild?
Gil just, it seems like 0-0 Nation went with that more aggressive style. Again, you could kind of see it in game number 2 where Gil were being caught out a little bit too far forward. And this time, 0-0 Nation, they just turned up the speed. Once that started happening, you can see Gil fall apart. But again, this was going back to what I was trying to say at the beginning of the game was that, you know, for 0-0 Nation, seeing teams like Team K-Stone, seeing a lot of these upsets happen in the group stage, this is showing how kind of almost vulnerable some of the top teams in EU can be. And I feel like that motivates everybody else trying to go up. So with 0-0 Nation, they know that they are in a really good spot right now in the bracket. This is going to be, you know, one of their best tournaments that they have so far, or even maybe all this season. They got to make the most of this opportunity.
Absolutely. You know, both of these teams took down, well, one team that posted a top 4 finish at the fall major, and another one that just has what you feel is just loads of talent on the roster. That double tap just saved right into Breezy's bumper. But yeah, it was Guild beating K-Corp to get here, and 0-0 Nation sweeping Semper to get here. So it just plays into exactly what you're talking about. These teams are more than capable of taking down the teams in the upper end of Europe. But just finding that consistency and starting to be in that conversation of those teams, this is the result that could put you a little closer to that as Breezy gets another clear downfield. CRR.
Well, he's trying to get on top of that ball. You can see Guild playing a little bit more reserve. Devo completely turning off that ball. Still some signs of miscommunication there. CRR, I don't think he expected Devo to get that type of touch. It threw him off a little bit. Now, again, you have to use a little bit more resources so they can start going on offense.
Clear for Flame. Nolly, slight mistouch, but Flame actually kicks it away from the rotation. Guild end up getting possession again. Opportunity there for Flame to maybe play some small ball, dole it out to Hibbs. Instead, they're back on defense. Nice on top.
In. Oh, Breezy, that's not a good touch. Noli can try to play this. Devo's up, but it's so awkward. He still tried, though, for the angle. Just barely missing the mark.
Guild looking for a way in front of this box. Only 1 shot registered on this possession. There's the second. Hibbs picks up the save. Nolly's got the corner boost, but Hibbs still behind the ball. And Nolly pulling back far and couldn't even get a touch on the ball. Now Hibbs pops it across to Devo, awkwardly in front of the box. 0-0 Nation. We're a little far off on that play. And CRR, he can't get on top of it either. So Guild trying to get set back up in the blue half. Flame cuts off the attack again. Just nothing really forming here for Guild despite holding down midfield.
Yeah, they hold down midfield, but you saw the last touch from CRR. That's straight into 2 defenders from 0-0 Nation. You can't just give up the ball that easily. Does it not to control it, just a single touch, and now Nola's gonna have to pop up to stop Flame. This is, you're right, Breezy, free space, flip reset, gets it down, and Hibbs, no, it's blocked out. Flame will try, but CRR knocks it away.
Breezy last back, kicks the ball away. Guild trying to get the dunk on him. Unsuccessful. Nolly pitches it downfield, still 0-0 Nation. Breezy pops it up to the ceiling. CRR gets the touch as it comes back down on the rebound, but it's still Flame's ball. Flame up. Nolly trying to read it. Flame comes straight back down underneath, saved by Devo, and kicked back to the blue corner.
Still trying to branch out. Devo! What a play!
CRR lurking on the backboard. Breezy tries to get this one out, but he can't do it. Devo gets in front of it, destroys the defense in front of the box, and CRR delivers the first goal for Guild.
Unbelievable play there by Guild. You see Devo going up. That light touch is for CRR to get that follow-up. Just picture perfect. And you need that if you're trying to force game 5. Well done.
Now you got to stop 0-0 Nation for another minute 40. Flame going to pull off, give himself a little bit of space. CRR waits, and it's going to be given the touch. Bounce off the ramp for Devo. That touch isn't going to get it done. Last man back is Nolly. He knows the pass is coming, cuts it out. No boost left for him, though. CRR trying to get it out. He got deleted. Devo wins the touch and has bailed Guild out. Maybe even puts a score on, but Hibbs is right on top of him. CRR keeping midfield closed for 0-0 Nation, but another boomer back down to Hibbs and 0-0 Nation back on the orange half.
Soft touch. Oh, straight to Breezy too. Again, even in midfield, you see no strangers to passing the ball, but this one might hurt. There's a boom, and it's a top corner shot. Noli takes the lead for Guild by 2.
If you can't shoot the ball by him, just plow him out of the way. Devo knocks him out. See you later, Breezy. Insurance for Guild late to try to force game 5.
These counterattacks working really well for Guild here. You see them again just kind of getting the ball rolling, and now that aggressiveness, those bump plays, and they're still trying to put on more pressure even immediately after the kickoff. You see them right in front.
Renewed energy from Guild at the end of game 4. They might even get a third goal to add, but there's still some time for Hibbs. He can't flip around. Guild are right on top of the challenge. Nolly wins that one. The net's open and CRR doesn't make the touch.
It was open. He might get a chance again.
Oh,
tries to pop it up.
Oh,
but I guess, you know, it's fine if you're up by 2. There it is. Oh, what? That was supposed to be the goal. He's going to try again. And he's going to say, no, you know what? CR, your duck scored for this game. That's what they're trying to tell you.
His car's too big. Oh, no chance. No, somehow that ball got squeezed out. It doesn't matter. Guild have retained possession. They didn't get beat on the transition. There's a demo. No goal, because you don't need more than 2 to win the game. Time expires, and we're headed to Champions Field, Daz. Guild woke up and played some good Rocket League there by the end.
Yeah, you can tell, too. I mean, it felt like, you know, that energy affected the entire field. Even 0-0 Nation, they got much more quieter towards the end of it. It seemed like they went from dictating the pace to, oh, we have to manage this team. Like, it's like, wait a second, they're getting out of our control. We got to figure something out here. And at that point, it was all but over. Very quiet numbers here on 0-0 Nation side. Guild playing with new life, like you said. Devo getting both assists on these goals that you see. There were some quality saves, but there were also some quality goals, just like this one.
And 0-0 Nation did almost match Guild in shot output, but they just didn't spend as much time with clear control of the ball, where Guild, they just started pressuring. It was almost felt like it was halfway through the game where that's when Guild started to wake up and really start to command midfield. And it like you said, it just became a lot harder for 0-0 Nation to get anything going. It couldn't retain possession at all. So Guild survive for now. 0-0 Nation trying to stave off the comeback here on Champions Field. Which of these teams can move on into top 6 to get their first top 6 of the winter split and really of the season? 0-0 Nation haven't done better than top 8. Guild, this is their first time in the top 8.
It's the best they've done.
It's the best they've done. Can they do even better? We're underway in Champions Field. Breezy looking for a clear early.
A lot of pressure here. Again, we talk about teams doing the best that they've done this season, but also the road to LA is still there. And this continues for whoever wins this series. So we got to see who has, quote unquote, the ice, who's able to come out on top of this one. Right now, pressure as Guild are continuing to keep up the offense from last game. It's going to be up to 0-0 Nation. They're going to have to, again, go to Flame maybe to see if he can win some of these 50s. Maybe the passing between Breezy and Hibbs can break them out. They need something in game 5.
Hibbs has been a clinical striker for 0-0 Nation in the series. You might be looking at him to deliver the same. Breezy gonna let Hibbs take that one out. And a couple of feeler touches by both teams. Breezy forces the 50. Now a chance for 0-0 Nation. Hibbs harassed from behind, but he scores again! Off the crossbar and down. 1-0 for 0-0 Nation.
Big goal here for Hibbs. Takes his time, catches CRR, but also he's getting forced to make an action because Noli's all in his face. Hibbs no stranger to that as he takes that shot and sets the game 5 tone.
Off the kickoff again. Flame's gonna win it. Flame with a full tank underneath Devo. Another touch, light shot, but 2 commit from Guild. And Breezy has all day to look at this. Wanted to pass the Flame, but a little too fast and high for Flame to get to.
Oh, that one was awkward as well for Breezy. Hibbs taking control. Boy, Hibbs is doing a lot with it. Trying to find the double. Found it, but a little off, and Devo will be able to get the clear out. Still, though, great individual work there from Hibbs.
Hey, you love that catch and recovery on the sidewall to get that air dribble, and he just takes another punch shot. It's Barnowski again! Just feed Hibbs, and he's gonna deliver you goal after goal. That's his second of Game 5.
We need to figure out Hibbs' shooting accuracy after Breezy touches the ball, because there's something there between them two. Either way, speaking of two, it's a 2-goal lead for 0-0 Nation. Guild, they had the pressure, but now it seems like they can't come up with anything. They've only gotten one shot so far in the first 2 minutes. Gotta change the pace.
You could say it's been a breeze for Hibbs.
Wow.
Nolly,
Expect that from Stacks, not from you.
You got to get a little bit of that energy in here. Popped up Flame. Looking for a clear against 0-0 Nation. Breezy actually going to get the clear. Flame. The ball just dropped right onto his hood. Hibbs jumping from the midfield line to get that 50. It's going to be Guild's ball again. CRR not actually a chance at it. Ball knocked away.
You gotta look at, again, if Guild dropped this, knowing going into the series, CRR was a leading scorer this tournament. Oh, as he tries to put a shot on, and even then, can't hit that top corner. It just hasn't fallen for him today.
You do like that they are forcing 0-0 Nation to start to make those saves. Force them to have to make plays in front of the net. But here comes Breezy again, forces 2 up from Guild. Another demo, another shot, another save from Devo. High up in front, CRR is the first up to it. Nolly getting another booming clear, but that's not going to get it done. 0-0 Nation, they've sniffed that out. They've been able to handle every clear. Midfield is theirs. Breezy, another touch in front, gets underneath. Flame tried to force the ball out. Hibbs pops it up real high, forcing the challenge from Devo on the backboard. But Breezy, he wins the ball again. CRR diving back to stop Flame.
Oh man, this is not looking good for Guild, but Noli with that beat keeps him alive. Able to catch him out too far forward. Guild make this one a 1-goal game.
Not the touch Hibbs was looking for at all. Breezy, he's expecting something with a little more finesse from Hibbs on that play, so he's not expecting a rocket coming at him, and Nolly breathing down his hood. Or I guess it would be, fuming by his hood in car language, because you don't breathe with a car, right? We'll work that one out. But Hibbs, oh wait, he's lost it. CRR can't get back to it, but the shot's good and taken away by Breezy. Up high again, CRR. He's got
the boost.
He's got it, and it's saved again by Hibbs. Not over. Devo in front of the net again. Forces Hibbs off the ball. Put in front of the box. Guild got another loose one. Put up high against the backboard, but Flame is there. 0-0 Nation losing boost by the second, but Flame gets a big challenge bailing him out.
Yeah, Devo had to get a good touch there. Ends up letting go of possession. There's a minute left in the game. Guild need that pressure that they had in the last 10 seconds ago. But here's Noli. Noli versus Flame. Not a good flick. It'll bounce out. Noli will play it into the corner. Devo pinch out to CRR. High ball, but can anybody get there? I don't think so.
He missed.
Noli might. Shot. Bang! Guild tie it up.
Guild enact capital punishment onto 0-0 Nation. Hibbs harassed by Devo. Breezy no chance at the ball. And Guild come up big time on Champions Field to tie the game.
That offensive pressure smothers 0-0 Nation. You see them struggling to manage it. And as much control as they've had in this game 5, they're letting it go towards the end. Anybody's ball game in the final 30 seconds.
Breezy trying to stop the Guild counterattack. Trying to stop the Guild comeback. Guild looking for their first top 6. Can they get it? Light shot, not close. Turned away. Devo, here's another one at the end of regulation. Guild looming. CRR, he's got the catch. He knows he's got at least one chance to move this ball downfield, but he's shaking off the ball. Breezy, back over to Nolly. CRR can't get the redirect, but it's a bounce, and the light shot is bounced underneath it. Score! With less than a second remaining, Guild have eliminated 0-0 Nation from the tournament.
It comes down to a 50. That's absolutely heartbreaking for 0-0 Nation. Guild sent everybody forward, and it works out big time. Unbelievable stuff here in Game 5.
The ball bounced with less than a second left. The clock was at 0. I saw it. It was at 0 and it bounced. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I was seeing things. But, oh man, literal milliseconds mattered with that bounce, and Guild somehow survive against 0-0 Nation. What a comeback for Guild. Now posting top 6, Daz.
Yeah, you said it. What a comeback, because 0-0 Nation were feeling it literally all the way up until Guild started scoring. I mean, Hibbs, 4 shots that game, 2 of them went in. Breezy assisted both of them. Hibbs' shooting was incredible the entire series. It just came down to when Guild started ramping up towards the end, just like we saw in the game prior. That was something that just 0-0 Nation could not have an answer for. They had a bunch of saves, but even then, it comes down to just getting one challenge to make the difference between that game going to OT and it ending. And heartbreaking for 0-0 Nation, but Guild move on. They stay alive.
Coming up next, will we have another monstrous lower bracket run from Dignitas, or do they not even get out of the gate? Can Luminosity upset Dignitas? Find out after the break.
Shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. dreams, the night is hard there. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Premier Cup. We just saw our first match in the lower bracket as Guild able to make the comeback in the final game and somehow get their way through to the next round. Shogun and Johnny Boy here on the call for the next one, as we have got ourselves Dignitas taking on Luminosity. We saw this last time around, Johnny. Luminosity were none too pleased to be taking on Dignitas in the lower bracket, and they are here to do it again.
Yeah, it's a tough draw for Luminosity for sure, but you know, it's correctly pointed out earlier on that this time it is their fault. They lost to Guild in the group stage. That's what's put them on this side of the bracket. So if they're looking enviously at the other side of the bracket, looking at Guild and thinking that could be us, well, I mean, it literally could have been you guys because you lost to them. Dignitas have beaten Luminosity in the most recent event. They've lost twice to BDS as well in this event and the most recent one. So Luminosity trying to avoid the repeat here. And, you know, in some ways you could say if you want to be a top 5 team, these are the kind of teams you've got to win against. You've got to beat the best teams. But yeah, it is still at the same time, you've got to feel a little bit sorry for Luminosity, mainly for the last event. Dignitas, what were they doing down there in round 1 of Lures versus Luminosity?
Well, they did it again. Let's get your opinions at home as well. The fan vote is open. Hashtag LG, hashtag dig for Dignitas or for Luminosity Gaming. Get a feeling that this is very likely going to go to Dignitas. Johnny, we've got the option here. Do you want a prediction on this one? We've actually managed to get one right off the pre-show.
I've got to keep going. I mean, we're 1 for 1 so far. So I think you've got to say Dignitas. Their lower bracket run last event was so impressive. And their win against Luminosity was also pretty crushing. So I think that is most likely going to be a repeat. However, a lot of people are kind of sleeping on Luminosity because they were 9th to 12th last event. Because they're in the lower round 2 right now, you might think this isn't a team in the running for top 5, but I really think they are. And when you look at ability, they might be a top 5 team in the region right now based on their ability. But Dignitas, they're looking at top 2.
All right, well, let's get a look at what you at home have gone with. It is 86% to Dignitas. Another very solid one. They got 91%, I believe, yesterday. But we are ready to jump on into this game. Luminosity looking for revenge against a Dignitas squad that found form, and apparently Jack that looks ready to take on the world. But whether or not that carries on to day 2, we're going to find out as we get this game underway, Johnny. I'm looking forward to this. Luminosity are a team that I'm super excited about. I wish I didn't spend so much time overlooking them and it's had less to do with them and more to do with their opponents. But this is the opportunity. You need these sort of wins to get that belief behind you. And as teams like Team Queso have proven, it doesn't take long for you to become a hot commodity in the region.
Yeah, you can't just sit in the lower bracket feeling sorry for yourself. You're there. You just have to take whoever's in front of you. It's Dignitas. Really tough competition, but they have been beaten, and they've been beatable recently. Queso beat them twice last event. Misfits have beaten them twice between last event and this one. So if they're doing it, then LG have got to do it as well. That's already a good shot by Atomic because Scrubs saved it, kept it under control in the corner. Another great chance for Toxin. He will put that one on target past the keeper. Dignitas on the back foot early. Not a lot of boost for the whole team. And LG keep the pressure up.
Well, something that Dignitas were vulnerable against in the early stages of their lower round 1 match yesterday. They were getting a lot of boost starves put up against them. Something that they do want to avoid should they get stuck in their own side of the field. It'll be very interesting to see who's playing at what level. Dignitas is one of the more fluid teams when it comes to team positioning, who's expected to step up, who's in third man, who's trying to create the opportunities. Yesterday it was apparently Jack that was tearing through everybody. But we already know the skill and ability of everybody else on this squad. It could be any of the other two. If required, this is a difficult spot for Jack, and he gets a good enough challenge. Avoids the ball heading into his own net.
This high line in defense, this aggression coming out of LG is so important against Dignitas. You cannot just sit back and let Dignitas swarm all over you. You can't let them just set up those boost steals and demos in the final third, because once that attack gets started, it's almost impossible to get out. Dignitas are so fast with their recoveries. They're so efficient with their movement. But right now, LG are matching them in that regard. And as long as they can pick their battles wisely and just let Dignitas win the races to the ball when they're clearly getting there first, play off the touches, we've got a good chance here. And, you know, perfect start. Being able to get that opening goal, definitely going to settle any nerves.
These teams, these players, definitely ones that started to make their name known throughout RCS Season X. Now, significantly more experienced. Ixo tries to find some way of setting up. You can already see of a lack of support on his team. They're going to be very happy with this 1-goal lead. Do not want to leave a potential goalkeeper in a 2v1. As Jorius takes the first time shot, that one goes wide. Awkward bounce for everybody. Ixo happy to take over, and this is what we're expecting to see here from Luminosity. Outright pace. Ixo, good stop from Jorius. Meant that Tox could not move forward. Jax wasted the first touch, couldn't scramble for a second.
Dignitas trying to counter-attacks now, long shots from distance, and Ixo taking one try at third man, Tox after him, both positioning deep enough that they can catch up to those long shots. So this is good stuff from Luminosity. Oh, Atomic almost getting out of position, though, and it's off the post and the deflection from Jack. So we saw every player getting a shot at being third man there, and it was Atomic the first one to be slightly awkwardly positioned. Ixo, though, able to collect the ball in the back wall. Atomic quickly all over Scrub, and that might be half a chance for Ixo. Apparently Jack going to beat him to it. LG need to be careful now. Dignitas have got a much better position territorially. Who's starting to run out for LG? Abjack, he's just been blocked at the near post there. Looks like LG has survived.
Yeah, you can see so many half rotations coming out from Dignitas. They were happy to just swarm all three players over. Apparently Jack's still the target man in the midfield. Actually going to have an opportunity to continue the play. Ixo just avoids the two orange cars that were encroaching upon him. Now Tox with Scrub Killer up, looking for it. Good first challenge from Tox. He now requires a bit of help. Atomic over towards the back ball. You can see Ixo getting bumped. That means this needs to be good.
Ooh.
And Atomic gets there in time. What a play. And now on the counter-attack, Atomic makes it 2.
Wow, that was so brave by Atomic. He just left the ball lingering on the goal line. Dignitas took the bait, and with no third man rotation coming in, long range open net for Atomic. Just finds its way into the goal from his own half there. That's perfect from Luminosity. Now they just need to try and hold on to this 2-goal lead. You know, pressing for that third against Dignitas is so risky. They've been trying to counter-attack today many times. Just over a minute left. LG, I think, are going to be quite happy to just let Dignitas come at them. Oh, Jorius accepts the invitation forward, and the top corner gladly accepts his shot.
Yeah, look at Ixo. He did not want to be jumping for this one initially. He would have preferred to let Jorius come to him, but had to avoid being here. Ended up figuring out, all right, I'm already in the air. I've got to go. And that was not a winning position. Dignitas right back into this game. Now apparently Jack looking to grab another one. We've already seen 1 2-goal lead disappear in the final few moments. Can Dignitas do what Guild just did? Oh, that's a huge demo. Scrub Killer had to cut across. Not a favorable position for it, but here comes Scrub Killer. Ball escaping away from him. 45 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, it's great work from Ixo, just keeping control and then even getting the demo and the next player forward for Dignitas. 40 seconds remaining. It really does feel like Luminosity are just hanging on here, but now a shot for Dapjack's going to find the same corner that Jorius did earlier. Atomic was nearly there, but not quick enough. And then Tox you just allowed Scrub into the near post area there. Far too dangerous from Luminosity. The lead is gone with 36 seconds left.
Luminosity have got to be so worried about these players that are just lingering in the midfield from Dignitas. No rush from Scrub Killer. His team's losing. He does not need to get back. It's made him so threatening as he became the target man. So, just over 20 seconds left now. 2-goal lead gone for Luminosity. Now the question becomes, can they bounce back? Apparently Jack over the top. Ixo needs to get there. Scrub Killer piling forwards. Does have Jorius. ends up leaving it actually. Here comes apparently Jack, and Atomic once again gets the ball away over the top of Scrub Killer. That was equally as crucial as the save. But that's not a good ball actually from Tox. And he required one more save. Maybe don't hand those away in the future.
Yes, this booster running out there for Luminosity. It's what we talked about at the start of the game. When you let Dignitas forward like this, you never get boost. It's now Atomic, starved on the goal line. Jorius hits the post and then rebounds it wide.
Well, we keep going on, and I have absolutely no idea how. Jorius gets past the challenge. Eyes in the back of his head to see that one coming, but once again, player downfield from Dignitas. They've got target, and Tox is struggling with the clears off the crossbar, and apparently Jack doubles up his goals and gets the comeback victory for Dignitas.
Huge mistake by Tox. Gives the ball to Jorius in close range, and there's no missing when the ball ends up on the goal line there. But yeah, he just had to control that or get rid of it. You can't hit the ball into the ceiling. That is a classic mistake with your back wall clears. And Dignitas, who were already, I think, in a good run of form at the end of that game, they didn't need any help to win it, did they? It felt like it was coming eventually. It's another nightmare start for Luminosity against Dig. This is, unfortunately, as Chat have predicted, it's what everybody expects in this matchup.
Yeah, Luminosity, brilliant start from them. It was the dream start to this series, but mistakes were made, but lessons weren't learned. We saw just before the overtime was even entered into, one wayward ball that hit the wall in the worst possible spot, almost set up Dignitas for an extra opportunity on net. And then we saw it again, the winning goal. But apparently Jack clearly is still feeling very comfortable. 10 shots from him in that game. Just happy to keep testing Luminosity. And despite the fact that Luminosity have had pretty solid goal line defense, there's only so much you can do until the ball is eventually going to go past. So have Luminosity got any answers heading into game 2? It looks like the last game escaped them in the second half. Whether or not they can bounce back within the minute between is now up to them. Or is it another trajectory towards another lower bracket loss to Dignitas? We're over to the Forbidden Temple. We're underway for game number 2. Johnny, looking at Luminosity, where did it start to go wrong? What changed in the second half of that game?
It's just Dignitas being so effective in offense and really putting them under pressure, forcing them to waste boosts, making saves, and then sending another shot forward before there's any time to go and grab more boosts. So, if they can up their efficiency in defense, if they can start to fight for those mid boosts and not have to rely so much in the back corners, which just keep getting stolen, then they definitely have a chance to survive the Dignitas onslaught. And they'd much rather just be on the front foot. The best defense against Dig is offense. You never want to defend against these guys.
Jorius almost saw the ball sneak into the top corner. Ixo stays around. A lot of players committed, but apparently Jack not too quick on the escape. Instead, just daring Atomic to come and challenge him. Jorius only as far as Ixo. Scrub Killer and apparently Jack. Wait and see who could take over. Apparently Jack, again, looking for his own challenge as Scrub takes his time. This corner can be so deadly when Dignitas gets set up. Infield, Jack to the net. And Atomic keeps it away. He's been the one called in more often than not on the goal line defense.
Yeah, Atomic putting in challenges when he needs to. He's making saves when he needs to. He's doing a lot for LG, but they're still so stuck in the goal area. Time and time again, the ball just seems to find its way there. Dignitas, such an awkward team to play against. They're slotting in these bumps off the ball. They're continually taking the boost pads away, the small ones as well as the big ones. LG in survival mode. Clinical shooting is going to be needed at this rate, as chances are few and far between.
Reminder as well that one of the goals that they scored was on the counter-attack. Managed to bait Dignitas in, but it's a risky strategy. It might be something that they might need to employ a second time. Tox floats the ball over the top of Scrub. First time shot. Atomic once again required just to try and get him up in the air, steal some boost. Good long-term play there from Dignitas. Tox realizes he's always going to lose that one to Scrub, but he does get a little bit of a swipe there, apparently. Jack slows Dignitas' offense down just a little bit. But how much longer can they keep them going? Here's Tox once again, and he's beat outright. This is now where the danger begins. When you lose one of those big rushing plays, Dignitas can start to swarm after the fact.
Yeah, you need to just say fair enough, Dig. That's your ball in that kind of spot. You're going to get beaten to it. There's never a position where a Dig player is going to move to the ball inefficiently these days. Still, tie game with just over half gone. And no real threatening chances for Luminosity to speak of. So once again, they're just getting slightly beaten to the ball. Ixo trying to get a double tap there, accidentally lets it bounce middle. Small margins for Luminosity, but they are losing possession pretty quickly every time they get it. Dignitas much more consistently able to get those second and third touches on the ball, whether it's more touches from one player or passing plays. They are connecting the dots a bit more efficiently than Luminosity.
Yeah, for me, Dignitas just doing a better job of maintaining relevance to the play without committing to it. You know, keeping all the wheels on the floor, just forcing Luminosity to play around those players. As here is Atomic off the backboard. Big chance. Talk skies it, but that's two players gone. Where's Ixo? Couldn't figure out where he was required. It was a half chance there from Luminosity. It was unfortunate for them that the play was going away from Ixo. You're not going to get too many more half chances either.
Yeah, half chance is also their best chance they've had. And it really looks like the third man for Luminosity is only thinking about dealing with whatever cleared Dignitas send their way. They're not trying to get involved in the attack. They are definitely worried about the Dignitas counters. But can you score with just two players? They probably need to get all three involved. It's how they scored their only goal with offensive pressure in the last game. Dignitas are willing to do it. Luminosity, they've got to be brave here. 50 seconds to go. Ixo lands with no boost in the opposition half. That's going to be a while out the game.
We've already seen how Dignitas play when they are down. This is obviously a much more reserved version of their play style. Not willing to leave those players downfield, but it has been something that we've seen Luminosity do. Ox especially, just trying to give that option to his team. I'd like to see him play a little bit wider though. Has typically just been on the midfield line. Dignitas putting the pressure on. Crucial second touch there from Atomic. Gets some breathing room, but you can see apparently Jack just staying around. And something that Luminosity, they've got to respect that there's a possibility of it. Here's Ixo, tried to fake out apparently Jack, and there's the receipt for even attempting it. Demoed, wiped off the field. We might have our second overtime coming up. A war of attrition here in game number 2. And we are going to need golden goal.
Dignitas offense slowed down a little bit, but I am seeing some controlling touches. They've realized that everything's being pre-jumped. All their air dribbles, all their high lobbing passes, getting pre-jumped by Luminosity. So they're just deciding to mix it up a little bit. Go for those dribbling plays. Something Dignitas have had huge success with in the past. And here come Luminosity. That's on target. Oh, what a save, but not far enough. Atomic slots it. And only 15 seconds into overtime, they tie the series. Scrub Killer just managed to sneak the first save onto the post. But Atomic's there for the rebound. Luminosity first to strike in OT.
And that was something that they were missing earlier on in the game. They had opportunities that were bouncing around, but didn't have the players. This time, Luminosity willing to take the risk, willing to accept that, yes, Dignitas could potentially escape if we get this wrong. But they knew that there wasn't going to be a better chance than that one. And Luminosity fighting back. And this is, as you mentioned, a much more controlled style from Dignitas, but this is a pace that you would choose to head into if you're a Luminosity. Out of all the ways you could play this match, this is probably the one you'd prefer.
I think so. You know, I do like to see that control from Dignitas. It's something that they're also good at. They're brilliant at bringing the ball down and forcing favorable 50-50s. It's something we don't see enough from them these days against the teams that are more comfortable playing that really fast pace, like Semper and Queso. You even have to throw Misfits in there. But I think Luminosity are actually quite, like I said, quite happy to just play that slow game versus Dignitas. So, although it's great to see Dig trying it out, I don't know if this is the matchup to do it.
Oh, Atomic takes his time and invites Jorius on. I want to give a huge shout as well to Atomic, not only getting the game-winning goal, but the saves that he's been doing. He's been asked a lot of times to make a save, and he's always clearing them to good positions. This one, not on the highlight reel. That was a bit of a missed touch from him, but apparently Jack, he doesn't ever do a missed touch. There's the follow-up, and Atomic does clean up off his own mistake. Could have been very dangerous. Dignitas still looking for their first goal in over 5 minutes. Atomic caught in yet again. We'll see if apparently Jack was off his line. Apparently Jack just able to stretch over to the ball. Oh, clatters into him this time around. Here's Atomic. Scored the winner last time. Couldn't find the shot this time. Head over to the other side of the field. Joreous had time, but he had no boost.
Yeah, Tomic's playing a great series at the moment. He's just being awkward for Dignitas to play against and doing everything his team needs of him, whether it's pressuring the ball, covering the third man position, you know, leading the attack. He's proven to be quite a difficult player for Dig to deal with. This is the new man for Luminosity this split, really adding a lot of unpredictability to the lineup.
Oh, Tomic couldn't run onto the shot, had to wait and pick his moment.
Oh!
And what a moment he picked. Realized no pressure coming towards him, and Atomic continues to shine.
Oh, that's such a good shot. He made it look as if he's waiting for the bounce. He made it look as if he's going to try and offload that, either with a pass or even a backboard hit. Full volley with the air roll. Top shelf. Atomic. The difference at the moment. Dignitas. Have to remember, this is a best of 5. We saw Guild already getting a win in Game 5 earlier on today. If Luminosity can just get into that position, then I'm sure even a team as experienced as Dig will start to wonder what is going on here. This doesn't look like the lower bracket run we had 2 weeks ago.
It's also crucial points on the line. I think that's one of the safer teams over in Europe, but as we saw heading into the last major, it's very difficult to lock in one of those top 5 spots. Look to try and do it here. Joreous. Reset secured, but ended up just bouncing off the ball. Jack straight up to Scrub. That's not good though. Atomic wins the challenge. This is another good position, and again, it's off Atomic's heads-up play.
Yeah, just making sure to go a little bit faster than Dig are expecting. This is so key against Dignitas. You can't go back and let them have everything against you. That looked more like a pass than a shot from Luminosity from very close range. You'd expect that to just be ripped on net. Just over half the game gone. Dignitas haven't looked like themselves in the past 5 minutes, if you include the end of the last game. That all-out offense, the unstoppable attack that finished off Game 1, just a distant memory at this point.
Yeah, this is a good point now where we start to call it a goal drought. Almost 8 minutes of no Dignitas goals. Scrub Killer, he would love to get the bump, but Atomic just delayed it, and by the time Scrub could finally aim for him, Atomic able to just squeeze underneath and find the ball. Ixo again. Has he caught? No, he has! And Jack off the line, caught out and lobbed.
And he had 100 boost here. It's just mispositioning from Jack. I don't know if he expected Scrub to get a 50-50 here. I don't know if he thought that maybe this was going to be a tougher shot for Ixo, but really, that looks like just a straight up misplay. I don't know why he read that he could, or why he expected to be able to turn there. And now Scrub's completely out of position. Dignitas are falling apart here, Shogun.
Crisis management, I believe, is something that you said an awful lot last season, Johnny. And this is turning into a very big crisis for Dignitas. Already had that 3-0 loss yesterday to Misfits. Right now, they are proving that as good as their highs are, their lows might actually be the end of them in this tournament. Apparently, Jack looking for Atomic. Scrub Killer couldn't find it. Passes back to Joreous. And no contact made. Atomic just waits his opportunity, gets a good challenge, and it's right back to the attack though for Joreous. What a shot!
Perfect placement from Joreous. Dignitas desperately needed something. They were 2 down in game number 1 before they responded, and they've done the same thing in game 3. The pass as well from Scrub. Extremely tough for Luminosity to react to. Ixo is trying to throw himself in the way of the expected shot. Joreous places it well. Dig's still in this.
Well, the drought is done, and now you instantly start turning your thoughts back to game 1. 2 goals up. We're not able to hold it. Luminosity need a different result this time around. Expect to see a very aggressive Dignitas now. Scrub Killer takes the shot. Atomic, as always, player on the goal line, and now Tox clears it long. Apparently Jack called into action. Not the best first touch from him, as Tox can just hook back around and keep the play going. Takes his time, gets the damage, gets the goal. Tox is unstoppable.
Well, you know, it definitely wasn't the best first touch by Jack, and then he's just flopped past the ball on the second try as well. No near post defense for Dig, despite 3 players being in the area. Tox easily 50-50s it into the top corner. That's a lot more than he expected from that position. When he took off to air dribble this, I promise you, he was expecting a 50-50 at best, but hey, Joreous is still scoring. You know, Dignitas are not putting it together as a team, but Joy is in the second goal of the game. Atomic misreads the ceiling bounce, thought it was coming down. It actually kicks out off the wall. And with 34 seconds left, we're back to a 1-goal game already.
Yeah, that was a mistake that they could have done without. As just as they started to feel a little bit more comfortable with the 2-goal lead, instantly right back into the danger zone. Jack wants Joris to go chase. So now takes his time, picks his spot, loses the challenge. Who's going to be there first? Atomic. Quicker on the draw. Actually in a good spot to take this up into the air. It's going to waste fair whack of time off the clock. Scrub, good challenge. Jack gets out of his reach. And now Ixo needs to guide this ball as far away from his net as he can. Only 13 boosts to do it. One more opportunity for Dignitas. That takes Tox out. Atomic, he's got players waiting everywhere for him, but he finds a way out. And Luminosity have a chance to eliminate Dignitas.
Just a little bit too comfy in the matchup in game 2. Dig end up losing it in OT, and that's probably a game that they thought there was no threat in, as the Luminosity really looked a bit toothless at the start of game 2. But Dignitas, they sat back, they stopped, that all-out pressure that seemed to be working so well for them. And now that they've gone back to that style, they just can't put it together. They're missing, they're ending up off the line when long shots are coming in. They are just completely in their own heads at the moment. Facing double set point. This could be Luminosity's chance, not just to beat Dig, but to put themselves in a great spot for, setting up that lower bracket momentum, maybe making a shot for the major.
Yeah, and if they want to avoid matches like this in the future, getting better seeding in future tournaments is massive for them. But if you want to get that better seeding, you need to beat some of these teams that are holding it above you. This is huge for Luminosity. Can they convert it into a victory? Gonna find out right now as we get into game number 3.
Yeah, Luminosity are playing a solid game. Dignitas have been uninspiring for the most part. Can they hit that run of form? Can they put it together like they did at the end of game number 1? We've seen it from them so many times in the past. Luminosity also, I don't think they've peaked yet. This is a team who can certainly step up even further than we've seen so far today. Atomic has been a thorn in Dignitas' side all game long. It's now a double commit from Scrub and Appjack. They're awkwardly positioned. Appjack able to get the ball clear. That was not ideal from Dignitas again. They have not yet figured out their communication issues. This is a team that definitely relies a lot on communication. They rapidly talk to each other while they're playing, as I'm sure many of you watching are aware from the Dignitas videos that come out after every event. Luminosity getting a chance to see what the Dig backboard looks like from close range. A double commit, but Atomic actually gets the second touch on it. Can he put the third on target? Save from Jarius as he recovers quickly in a position. That was unreal from Atomic. They turned a double commit into a shot on target with a perfect mid-air recovery. And they've had by far the better chances in game 4, the game that they might win the series with should things continue going as they are. Atomic still such a threat that Dignitas have not been able to read. Tox gives Scrub the entire pitch to dribble with, and he centers it. Tox able to react. Not sure if he read the fact that Scrub had no boost or just decided to bide his time, give his teammates time to recover him behind him. Now Scrub, again going for that dribble. Dignitas don't want to hit the ball high into Luminosity. You have been ready for that. When Dignitas do try this, if they don't expect to be able to get something else after a clear, they're not going for it. Atomic cutting the midfield there. Dignitas have not been able to read this guy. It just seems to be getting worse and worse as Atomic settles into this series. Confidence is rising for Luminosity. Dignitas, honestly, a bit lucky to get away with not conceding until now, though. And it goes from bad to worse for Dignitas. Scrub kill it, trying to control the ball, does not clear it well. And how about that for a pass from Atomic? Tox slams the shot on target. And they lead by 1 goal. Just over half the game remaining. Atomic now.
There's the lobby now.
Still looking to be as unpredictable as possible. Threatening a flip reset. This is a totally different Luminosity to the one who led game 1. They got that 2-goal lead. They sat back. They didn't want to take any risks, but they've realized now Staying on the front foot is ideal against Dig. Tox now, last man back, no boost, gets the save. And he clears it in a safe direction. Atomic's there to follow up, deflects the ball towards Ixo. Luminosity finding each other in defense. They're not giving Dignitas quick interceptions. Utilizing those short-range passes to keep the ball in their own hands. Appjack in the back corner. He's going to try and slow this one down. Just about keeps control. He's used all of his boost just to force the 50 with Ixo. These are, you know, big investments from Dignitas, and they're not getting a lot out of them as time starts to dwindle. Yeah, Atomic in the backfield. He was on a bump on Jarius.
Johnny is intense. I've stepped in for Shogi. He's had to leave, and it could not be more close right now. This is about as close as it gets.
Yeah, you know, Shogun, as always, just about as reliable as Dig defense has been today. But Dig not done yet. They're only down by 1 despite struggling in this potentially last game of the series. All they need is that 1 goal, and you know that they're going to throw everything forward if it comes time to just throw caution to the wind. Backflip from Ixo. Atomic's there to cover him.
Atomic his scrub killer trying to close down Atomic. Apparently Jack has Jarius to the side. This is how Dignitas can break down Luminosity Gaming. These fakes as well, brilliant. Apparently Jack is there.
Oh.
He flicks it up. Scrub killer's arriving. Wants to get the slightest touch, but still not quite able to do it.
It looked like Ixo actually just let that ball drop because he didn't want to hit it into Scrub, who was pre-jumping. Really smart play from Luminosity again. Dignitas are looking in field, but they can't connect the passing plays together. 40 seconds left. Dignitas still trailing. Luminosity match point.
What a pinch that is, though. Dignitas still showing that they can just show so much creativity against Luminosity Gaming right now. Apparently Jack is in the corner. What's his clearance? Only as far as Jorios. He's pre-jumped for it. He's got a couple of touches. Wants to get one more, and he does get one more. And you can never, ever calm down against Dignitas.
Perfect first touch from Jorius. Baits the challenge in, and he's kind of faking a flip reset there, making it look like he's going to go for the close to the goal reset on the ball, which will be undefendable. Defender dives in, and then Jarius instead gets the light touch over him to tie the game. Heartbreak for Luminosity. Can they get back in front? Can they win the match? If you really feel like their split depends on it.
Suddenly it completely flips, and Luminosity Gaming are going to have to push forward as much as possible. Dignitas will surely feel they win this one from here, but Atomic is doing some good work, getting some demos, but Jarius has put himself clear again. There's a 3-player race for the ball right now. Looking like overtime is most likely, and that is where we are going to end up. Dignitas desperate to keep this series alive.
Back corner kickoff for Dig does work out. Scrub collects the ball. Tox didn't get a demo on him. Scrub actually demoing Ixo midair, but Atomic commits. Again, surprises Dignitas by doing so. Gets the boost steal as well. Ixo not going infield, decides it was too risky. Solo plays for the 50, and great block at the near post there from Jarius. Atomic was quick to the position. Jarius again making the shot on target. He is the one who's actually putting those shots on net for Dig.
Yeah, Jarius is causing all sorts of trouble right now to Luminosity, but they are holding on. So they need to do at this point, just survive for a few seconds, get themselves back into things. That touch from Atomic isn't too helpful, and Tox can only get it as far as the danger man himself, Jarius. Another couple of pops, and Ixo now onto the backboard, desperate to see it away. Dignitas really starting to wire into live. Scrub killer finds apparently Jack, he's just gone past him, and still Dignitas have the attack going. Apparently Jack now, he puts it in, saved by Tox.
Dignitas just arriving far too close to the ball when the center comes across. Appjack had an uncontested open net, but he was awkwardly too far forward, and he could not get the shot off. Dignitas still looking for the winning goal.
Just look how deep Luminosity Gaming are. They are penned back. No boost to show with it. Nothing to play with. Barely able to get the ball. Scrub Killer's coming forward now. He scored some brilliant goals so far in this tournament. Wanted to get another. That was apparently Jack with a floor pinch attempt. Ixo coming in from the side, and a really important second touch as well. Should at least let them get some boost.
That's big plays by Ixo. Wasted a lot of time, even bumping a player off the ball to just buy his team even more time to grab boost, as they really do struggle to keep their boost totals at a high value when Dignitas attack them. Good Scrub Killer accepting the clear, just waiting for it to come to him. No rush for Dig. Tox actually lands on Jarius, demos him out the play, and the infield pass was open there. Tox did not read that 50-50 win, but he's got a big 50-50 win of his own. Jarius, again, the player for Dig to just take the ball and start working it towards the Luminosity goal.
I mean, that's what can happen when you're pinned back for so long. When an infield pass does come in that you could score from, you're not there for it. Ixo was there for that one, right on the crossbar. More sharp, fast passing from Dignitas, and Jorius goes solo now. 45 boost, there's a big demo as well. He gets that delayed touch too, but Ixo is wise to it this time. They've been watching and learning, seeing what Jorius is capable of, but he's always capable of more. This time it's the snapshot. Oh, no, he's done a side flip! Dignitas get the win! They keep the series alive!
And the pressure gets Luminosity eventually. Atomic had boost there. He did not need to rush that play, but he panic flips and the shot goes in. Can you believe it? Dignitas are still in this series, but my goodness, that was a grind. Jorius had to pull a great shot out the bag to keep them in this one. Heartbreaker once again though for Luminosity. You have to feel bad for these guys. They just cannot get it together, even when they're in these strong positions.
It's heartbreaking. It's also just the pressure multiplied by so much yet again. The fact that one, that goal did eventually go in, and two, it went in the way that it did. You know, if Dignitas score a wonder goal against you, then you say, it's going to happen. Eventually they'll do it. But when you side flip on the goal line, when finally you've managed to get your reinforcements back on goal, that can really hurt them.
Yeah. They need this. Luminosity, if they're going to stay in the running, if they're going to, keep it in their own control, that major contention, they have to win the series. Dignitas obviously don't need that. They've already got a top 2 finish this split, but these guys, they want nothing but the, top 2s, top 1s, and I'm sure they're going to be satisfied with nothing less than a win in this matchup. Let's see how Atomic rebounds from this. It's so important that he just starts off consistently in this game after such a huge misplay, putting his team into this game 5.
All eyes right now on the man who just hit the ball into the center. Atomic, as you mentioned, Johnny. He needs to step up very quickly, get a few touches on the ball, make sure there are no jitters going into the all-important 5th game. There is Atomic around the corner. Champions Field looking absolutely beautiful this time of year in winter. Ixo to the backboard, and it's Luminosity Gaming that have started this 5th one a little bit better, I'd say.
Yeah, Atomic is definitely making some good touches early on in this one, which is important, like we mentioned. Jorius looking in field. See if he can connect to Jack, as Jack is just, again, very far forward. It's hard to offload the ball to him when he's positioned like this. I feel like, he just needs to settle down a little bit and just pull himself back, because we've seen him too far forward several times and unable to react to the plays that come towards him.
Yeah, almost again there. That one just made apparently Jack to a slight half turn before touching the ball, which is why it was defended a little bit more easily by Luminosity than it could have been. But that's better. Ixo, he's got a couple of touches on the ball. He's got the mechanics to get past Scrub Killer and then almost knock it past apparently Jack, who tees up a race between Tox and Jorius. It was won by Atomic, steaming in there to save the day. And then Tox gets a massive clearance, but there is a breakdown in rotation for Luminosity Gaming, who are now, after the better start, starting to show their nerves, and solo plays like that one from apparently Jack will really stop them calming down in this game.
Yeah, pressure's on, and this season, when the pressure's been on, Dignitas have responded well, but Jack skies a shot, and that's not a pass. Jorius is behind him, but Jack's hit it so far wide that there's no way Jorius can rebound that on target, not easily at least. Was that just mispositioning from Jack yet again?
Well, there's a nice catch there for him. He couldn't get any power on a snapshot, so instead tried to just gently loft it over the defense. Quite able to happen, but we're almost halfway through this 5th game, and still no goals have been scored. Every moment becomes more impactful because of it. Jorius with another snapshot, trying to mix up their approach, which I like from Dignitas. Not just going solo with everything, sometimes sending Luminosity to their backboard, other times getting in these quick fire passes, going for bumps as well. Atomic was very alert and aware, knew what was happening, and can stop the danger, at least for now. And then Tox finishes the job.
Yeah, Tox has done well here, controlling the ball and the back corner boost. Now looking for the pinch clear. It's denied. Scrubs 1v1 with Ixo. That's something we've seen many times in the past, this time in 3s. Ixo keeps the ball out. He's had some great solo defensive plays. Now he's going all the way the other end. He's off the bar and out. Ixo nearly goes huge for LG.
Oh, Atomic, though, he was too close to the ball there. Now apparently Jack has a pass to Scrub Killer, who puts it towards the net. Ixo gets the first block, then Tox away to the side where Jorius is just waiting to the ceiling with him. The snap dodge there towards the goal. Jorius just desperate for this ball. He is still Dignitas' biggest danger man in this series. The Luminosity, they're breaking through more and more, Johnny. Starting to show some danger on the Dignitas net.
Yeah, Ixo with some huge solo defensive stands. They definitely are a triple threat team on their day. These guys have all made solo plays that have troubled Dignitas. As the clock just ticks down, you just wonder, will it be the same team that choked the ending? Luminosity through game 4 in a just straight up tied position. Here comes Ixo, doesn't have a flip to work with, just settles for the 50 mid-air. That's straight at Scrubkiller, who's got a lot more time on the ball. Tox reads him the entire way.
Yeah, he read him, but I think he took his teammate out of the game as well. They completely weren't sure whether Tox was getting that or not, so while it was a good touch, quite so good from the communication standpoint, again, a double commit, but it was a good double commit, I guess, on the goal line, making sure that that ball making it nowhere near the Luminosity goal. As 60 seconds is left on the clock, and that one might be sneaking in, but apparently Jack at the near post stops that happening. As a pass, though, Ixo, oh, it's too central.
My goodness, Dignitas Scrubkiller really just with the biggest misplay of the game there, giving away possession, almost giving away an open net for Luminosity. And in the aftermath, Luminosity start to look threatening. They're posturing a lot further up the field. Ixo's up for this, uncontested. Flip reset is there for him. Doesn't get back to the ball. Jack, redirect, does not make contact, and it's almost bounced in again!
Oh no! Oh my goodness! Wow! So many chances to clear that ball. Finally, they took it, making it as scary as possible for them and their fans. Desperate just to get a clean touch on it. It's Jorias, though, that's getting everything. Another one of these early touches. It's Scrubkiller that it falls for. Ixo charges him down. Can apparently Jack give Dignitas one more chance to avoid a Game 5 overtime? It's not looking likely. Tox just... It's Jorias who takes it down. There's still danger here, Johnny. Luminosity now have a chance to make things happen, but they're not going to be able to. Game 5 overtime for Luminosity to keep their split alive.
Dignitas were quite happy with that one. I think smart move by Jack to just send that one into the ground. Time for Jorias. Goes for the long shot. Just keeping Luminosity honest as Atomic deflects it into the back corner, saving a bunch of boost while doing so. So denied a second touch on the ball by Scrub's run ahead demo. And now, Jorias playing that third man role. He's been so consistent for Dignitas, while Scrub and Appjack haven't had the best days at the office. This is smart for Jorias to just try to back up his teammates. He seems to have a good read in the game.
But Luminosity Gaming have that ball way too much in their half. They'll not be happy about, but that's a clean clearance from Atomic. But just too much angle on it. No one's able to follow up. Tox tries to. It just falls to apparently Jack. He has the solo ability. Jorias going to put this one away, surely. Yes, he does. Dignitas take the Game 5 from the apparently Jack flick.
Well, Ixo did wonderfully to save this, but his entire team has ran ahead of him. They expected the ball to knock into the corner. No one covering the infield off the post. And Jorias, the man to slot the last goal. Dignitas did enough, but that really wasn't the cleanest win, and they're not going to be happy with that at all. I'm already expecting an Appjack tweet in about 30 seconds about how badly he played and how glad he is that Jorias is on his team. Maybe the same from Scrub. We'll have to wait and see, but oh man. Per Luminosity, two events in a row where they've lost twice to Dig, twice to BDS. They're going to be looking back at that matchup with Guild in the group stage, thinking that's maybe where their season all went wrong. But even here, they had chances. And these are the chances you need to take. You need to win a series this messy. If Dignitas show up like this and you don't beat them, that's on you.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough loss there for Luminosity, but when the format is this harsh, is this difficult to get through, you have to be able to beat teams like Dignitas. You are going to come up against the very best of the very best time and time again. And sadly for Luminosity, they just didn't quite have enough to get past Dignitas. So many overtimes in that series. There were 4 out of 5 in the game, so incredibly close. But Dignitas showed us why Dignitas are so revered and feared, and it's because they just constantly find a way to score goals.
Because they have Jorias. That's why. They have Jorias on their team.
And they do. They have Jorias. That is all they need. But what we need is the Des to break this one down. They'll be back in a few minutes to talk everything through.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the Premier Cup. I'm Leaf, sitting alongside Gregan, Subi, and Achieves, and we got some Rocket League in the European region to break down here. We started our day off with some nice long matches. Subi, we're getting those game fives out of the way here, starting off with 0-0 Nation and Guild.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation there for 0-0 Nation. You know, I really felt like after game number 1, they kind of figured out what Guild was doing and then just laid it on them. I mean, they were scoring goal after goal after goal, but then in games 4 and 5 just seemingly fell apart. But I think it was just changes that Guild made to their offense and more importantly, their defense and midfield control.
And it also helps a lot when, you know, you have CRR playing out of his mind in the last couple of games. Hibbs was having a pretty good series too. I think he had 2 hat tricks early on, but unfortunately not enough. Guild continue to tear through Europe, man. It's happening, Greg, and there's no way back to stop them.
Yeah, they're back. I mean, 0-0 Nation were 2-0 up in that final game, and then they conceded their 3rd goal at 0 seconds. You know, these kind of moments are the moments that 0-0 Nation need to go through, learn from, and come back stronger, because they are a developing team. They have a lot of potential, but you have to go through animosity before you come back and start performing well in those pressure moments.
Let's talk about that next matchup that we just watched, though. Dignitas and Luminosity achieves. Dignitas, just doing what they do again down in the lower bracket, but they were given a fight here from Luminosity.
You hate to see it if you're Luminosity, to be honest. I think they were playing a brilliant series, but the one thing that sticks out in my mind, apart from the great offense and making Dignitas really work for it, Dignitas gave them an opening. You know, they kind of took the foot off the gas pedal a little bit there early on in the series. Luminosity had a big lead, and this is the epitome of you give Dignitas an inch, they take a mile. They make one mistake in an overtime that could have potentially sealed the series, and then they just never got back to keeping Dignitas on the defensive. Tough break for Luminosity in a well-played series.
I agree. It really feels like Dignitas is just living rent-free at the moment in Luminosity's head. You could see that in game 5. They just really looked like they were scared to go on offense. And as Johnny Boy pointed out, you don't want to give the opportunity over to play that much offense because they're going to end up scoring goal after goal after goal.
Yeah, Luminosity, you need to choose a different route in Regional 3. You keep finding Dignitas in the lower bracket.
That's the thing, too. You find Dignitas in the lower bracket. We've seen what they've done down there at that last regional in the Apollo Open is they made that crush through, and it looks like they might be, Greg, and wanted to do that again as they, started yesterday with the 3-0. They had a bit of a fight here, but they're continuing that run down there.
Yeah, 100%. I think Dignitas not really doing too well in the group stage of this format. The first event, they came 3rd in their group, whereas this time they did have a more respectable 2nd place, where Luminosity on this occasion, they came 3rd in their group, which meant they had to face off against Dignitas. And you can see the much trickier side of that lower bracket is definitely the one with Dignitas, Endpoint, Luminosity. Poor Na'Vi coming up against Dignitas there, where we've got Guild making that massive run on the opposite side, Semper upset by 0-0 Nation. But really, we want to be looking at those top 4 teams, the ones who earned their spot in the upper semi-finals, especially Evil Geniuses and Misfits, who really earned their spot there, where they really need big points now to qualify for that major.
And that's what we're moving on to talk about now, because our next matchup is going to be in the upper bracket. Both these teams sitting with 2 lives. If they lose, they drop down to lower bracket and have to fight their way back up to the top there. Another team will keep it alive. Achieves, both these teams, I think, are clawing for some spotlight here in the European region. Misfits have been doing a good job of rallying people alongside them, and most recently.
Well, I've wanted Misfits to go back and be the team that they were before they started struggling to qualify for later days in the tournament. So hopefully this is a good opportunity for them, but it's going to be tough. I mean, watching the games yesterday, I thought Ivan was playing really well over on Evil Geniuses. So I like Matane, Arju, and Cash, but it's no cakewalk, that's for sure.
Well, I think what we're seeing that, really plays the Misfits style, and we did see it up on the stat sheet comparing both teams, is the demos that Misfits are bringing out. And I think them bringing those demos out is what's leading to their success, especially through the group stages.
Well, let's hear from a real expert here. We sat down with Matane earlier in the week. They get some thoughts on Misfits gaming. Let's take a peek.
I think not making the last major has had a pretty big impact on us as a team, because we definitely could have made the major, but because of like the last bad regional, like we kind of missed out, but we've definitely like have had a lot of points to work on, and we're working on that right now to make the next major.
Tane's got a chance at it, shot on target, and it's in. Too much pressure for Misfits.
I think overall, like, me and the guys are really connecting with each other on personal terms, because we've had a really good connection online, but like now that it's in real life, it's like becoming even more of a better bond with each other.
Oh, it pitches across into the net. Arju does it himself and puts Misfits on a dub. Look at this little flick.
I think the focus definitely is to knock out teams that went to the last major, because they are so far ahead with points that like it's kind of necessary to knock them out to catch up to the next major or even Worlds.
But Tane's got cash. Arju got the bump, and he got the goal. Misfits score first. Beautiful drawn up play here.
Going to the next major, which team we want to beat the most? I don't necessarily have a team, but like if we could beat some NA teams, that would be good. Like EU versus NA, it's always been a nice thing. Also, by the Misfits deco.
Open. All Arju's got to do is put it on target. And Dignitas are left wondering, why is the net wide open?
There's Matane from Misfits. Again, we all want to see the team do good, and I'm curious, chat, if you think they're going to do good. It's time for the fan vote. That's right. Hashtags in the chat, EG or MSF, to vote for the team you think is going to move on in the upper bracket. One of these teams will drop to the lower. They got a second life, but you want to stay up there as long as possible. Who's it going to be? Analysts, I'm going to ask you guys the same questions here. You guys got started, touching on how you felt about these teams achieved. So I wonder if you already have your thoughts collected about which team you think is going to take it here. You say you want to see Misfits do that. Do you think they're gonna?
I have to pick Misfits this first time around. The faith is still strong. I liked what I saw yesterday out of Evil Geniuses, but I've seen it more for longer with Misfits.
All right, Subi, how about you?
Looking back at the group stages, it really puts things underneath a magnifying glass for me. And when EG has gone all 3 games to the best of 5, or game 5 rather, that says a lot. Yeah, they did get out of that, a lot of mentality behind that. But I think Misfits is more dominant, and I think they're playing better this weekend. So I've got to go Misfits as well.
All right, 2 Misfits on the board, Gregan.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking back to Matane's journey to this point, hearing him speaking there back in Echo Zulu days, DreamHack Leipzig 2019, he's been developing constantly and getting better and better, and it's really good to see. But I do think he's not quite at that level, and he and Misfits are not at that level to be Evil Geniuses playing the way they're playing in this tournament. They've looked amazing. Catalysm, one of the best players in our region, is popping off this event. They're having fun. They're going to pop off again.
Oh man, it was really hard for me to make this decision, but I think what I'm going to do is split it, just because it honestly, I feel is a 50-50 in my opinion. Curious what chat thinks about this one too, because Desk is right down the board.
There we go.
Chat's in line. Chat, they're feeling what we're feeling, and these players are ready though to give you an actual answer over in the skybox. Evil Geniuses and Misfits find themselves in a great position compared to their last regional outing. Unfortunately, only one team can further that position to the top. Let's find out who it's gonna be.
Teams long for the moment where they have their fate in their own hands, and that is exactly where we find Evil Geniuses and Misfits. I am Stumpy, joined by Cole, sitting on a doubleheader of a casting series today, unexpectedly. And we are seeing which of these teams is going to head through and earn more points for the major in our first upper part of the bracket.
Absolutely massive series this, as they all are at this time in the split and at this time in each individual tournament. And Evil Geniuses, they to me have been playing incredibly well so far this series, finishing like this. My man Rizex, look at that.
Awesome start there. Cash does get a touch into the corner, but Rizex reading it perfectly from the awkward corner bounce as well. Slightly below the crossbar, pretty much unsavable. 8 seconds, EG taking the lead, and it definitely seems like it's one of those moments where, with Evil Geniuses splitting the desk with Misfits as well, it really could go either way. And I think that a lot of people would put these teams on par with each other, and they're both brilliant additions to the European teams heading over to the major.
Oh, almost another one there for Catalysm, but Cash My pick of Misfits players getting involved in the way, but still so much pressure from Evil Geniuses at the start. And this is what they did yesterday against Team Endpoint. I think they were 4-0 up in about a minute or so, just styling on them in the first game, making a massive statement. And Evil Geniuses are a team that have to make statements. They've got themselves a little bit of an identity as being a little bit bottly, a bit of a bottle job, sort of giving up, being very clutch. They lost 3 Game 5s, I think it was, in the last regional. They lost a tiebreaker to have to go to close qualifiers. And in those close qualifiers against Misfits, Game 1 they conceded with 12 seconds left, lost the overtime. And then Game 5, 2 seconds left they conceded, lost the overtime. Misfits will always keep on coming. The Evil Geniuses, they're going to have to step up a bit more this time throughout the series as Catalysm almost doubles their lead.
I mean, Cash a minute ago set up one of his teammates to come in and just work onto a shot. Got it right above the crossbar too, using all of his boost. And yet no one was there. Arju and Cash both going for one bump. Maybe seeing a couple of positional errors. Great shot from Cash, the most mechanical player on the team. But I was talking to Jorby a little bit before we started, and he was saying, after being on the Misfits team stream, he has been so impressed with Matane, saying that he was rivaling Cash in terms of his mechanics. So that's definitely a player that I've got my eye on to see what he can whip out the back.
Well, what's impressed me so far is the cleanness of all the hits from all these players so far in this first game. I mean, there's no sort of prodding it, finding each other out in this one. They're going straight at it, going for the solo players, going for the big hits and the big connections. Into a very fast match so far as Arju goes to the backboard, leaves it. 2 of his teammates coming in there. I think Matane fancied that one, but Cash got in the way. And suddenly, Misfits are going to have to scurry back. There might be a chance for Catalysm, and he's got the finishing to make it 2-0.
Catalysm, Gregan's golden boy, manages to get this second shot off and a goal. Finds it in midfield and curling beautifully towards that right-hand post. Great shot from him with under 2 minutes, so just over 2 minutes have elapsed. EG doubling up on their lead, and it's looking like potentially Misfits, they just need to get that communication back up. Since I first mentioned that there was the Arju Cash double commit, Cash is double committed with both of his members of his team 2 or 3 times. You don't want that.
Yeah, you have to always expect if you're playing with Cash that he will want that ball, but that means that the communication has to be hot every second of the way. Definitely a Cash-focused attack from them. Catalysm, though, for Evil Genius, as he's being let in. He is their star man, makes them tick completely. Keep an eye out for him, just letting the ball roll across him, doing these little fakes and these jukes that affect the rhythm of the opposition's defending. No rhythm now to their defense. Catalysm on the backboard. He'll be able to see this one away. Rizix is still further up, but there's a lot of movement here from Misfits. But Evil Geniuses are breaking through the Misfits squeeze so well so far.
Yeah, getting a bit of pressure now as EG do start to turn it back around yet again. Rizix trying to pass towards Catalysm, who lets that ball go. Cash in the skies, he can do magic. He goes up for one, and Arju to receive the second.
That is everything that Cash is about. I thought he was going for the air dribble, and look at this. The enforced flip reset at the end of an air dribble. He got bumped away, but because the communication that we were talking about earlier was so good, Arju follows up and makes it 2-1.
That's such a good idea from Cash as well, to fake out going for the air dribble, thinking he's going to keep going in that one. He can only go higher from there. As soon as he then gets the flip reset, he can land a lot more neutrally on the ball and send it at a plateau instead of it always rising. Just a really, really good idea.
Misfits definitely working their way into this one, and Evil Geniuses clearances out of defense, not quite as strong, although that clearly wasn't strong there from Misfits. Arju will be on hand just to make sure that nothing too bad happens from it, but there's a bit of a free chance there for Evil Geniuses, which is what they needed after conceding the 3rd goal. Catalysm up against Arju here. This one's going to fall to Matane, the man who may or may not have better mechanics than Cash. Can he outdo his teammate from earlier? He'll leave it to Cash. Rizix gets in the way and sends it to the side.
Brilliant positioning as well, and both these teams really fighting to make that major after they both, quite disappointingly, missed out for the full major. Neither of them attended Stockholm, and yet absolutely blew the socks off anybody that was scrimming them. They were taking the initiative, going up against the biggest names in the world whilst they were in the region, and frequently those North American teams and other region teams, they were saying, Evil Geniuses, Misfits, the Queso as well at the time. They are one of the best teams we've ever played. Maybe it's just them in scrims, but as soon as they can translate that, if they face any cross-Atlantic teams, they already have that fear factor.
The more experience they get, the more they'll be able to deal with that sort of pressure. Cash is putting on some pressure of his own. It squeezes its way in. Misfits equalise.
Brilliant equaliser as well. It was just continued pressure from Misfits. Matane to the backboard. Catalysm shying away from the challenge and just ends up meeting Ivan in the bottom. Their zones of influence end up overlapping like a very unfortunate pie diagram. And in the end, ends up having that second goal for Misfits fly in.
Or it could be another one. Cash from the kickoff. He tries to squeeze it in, but he just about ran out of room, so couldn't get the flick going. And now, thanks to Rizex's 50-50, Misfits are sent all the way back home. Evil Geniuses with 2 goals to the good once upon a time. That's 2-2, but Arju, good play from him. Good 50-50. He loses it tactically towards Mitane, who has no boost, but still is making Evil Geniuses feel a little bit scared. Ivan's coming forward. A great demo, though. Is that the game? Yes, it is.
Brilliant demo on that back line, removing a player. Ivan just knowing that that's coming in. Brizex has no ambition of going for the ball or trying to go for any kind of assist on it. Off-ball play has earned EG the potential win in game number 1.
Misfits have already come back a couple of times, though. Can they do it a third time to take us to an overtime? That's a good touch from Arju. Mitane wants to get a bump on Ivan, but Ivan just steals away those seconds. Cash is waiting for it, though. It's choreographed by Ivan, who then gets a really solid 50-50 challenge. Misfits pen back in their own half. They have to first get this ball, then they have to do something with it. They weren't able to do either, and it's Evil Geniuses that take game 1.
Really good start as well, but I'm impressed by the Misfits comeback, to be honest, in that game. Being scored on twice in about 2 minutes and then nothing happening for a little while. You were kind of thinking Misfits were sitting back a little bit too much, maybe not wanting to get too involved, realizing, let's chuck the kitchen sink at it and see if we can't make something of this game. Brought it back to the nat 2-2. Unfortunately, though, when you have demos flying in and you're completely body blocked away from the from your own net to save it, it's never happening. Look at Rizex move up, typically the star striker on this team as well, coming into today as the highest shooting percentage in the entire European region.
Well, it's 2 teams that have both had their mentality questioned. And I think that first game showed that they are starting to come out of that. Misfits were 2 goals down. They brought it back. You know, they have that in them. They can talk things through, even if any individual game isn't working. Whereas Evil Geniuses, the opposite. They had the 2-goal lead that they lost, then still managed to win that game. So a big start for both teams in different ways sets up a really intriguing series right now. An intriguing best of 7, Stumpy. The first best of 7 of the tournament.
Yeah, very true. The Premier Cup is looking like it's going to be getting off to a huge start. Hopefully we can see, you know, those big bracket resets at the end as well on tomorrow's games. But so far, only 1 series per. We can't treat you too much, guys. Come on.
Mitane, how much can he treat his team Misfits with this play? Not too much. Catalysm didn't have to do too much to clear that one, but it's still Misfits pressure. Arju keeps it going and Catalysm clears it long. We have, for the most part, seen some really good clearances from Evil Geniuses. When Misfits do put on the pressure, the clearance from Evil Geniuses tends to be a decent pass out, and that's getting them a lot of territory in return.
Yeah, so far, just pumping that ball back and forth up the beautiful pitch of Forbidden Temple, one of my favorites. But Rizex finds Ivan down towards Catalysm, slightly in front of him, though. Catalysm maybe could have moved up a touch earlier to then receive that ball, but it was just very, very well placed. Rizex, for one, nearly gets that acute angle. Instead, Catalysm, the back board again. Mitane, hopefully just flying up and getting in the way. Does manage to do so. Sent high above the box by Arju again. Rizex to receive, but with Mitane on that left wing. Low boost, it doesn't matter. He still gets it into the blue half.
Cash is going to try and keep things going and link the play with the slightest of touches from his own pass into the corner. Couldn't quite get it. In fact, it was closed down very well by Evil Geniuses, who are well aware of his tricks. Rizex waits, just starting slightly ahead of Cash. It was like a head start for him to win that race there. But you can see that the respect that Cash gets, whenever he gets it, he is closed down so quickly.
I mean, Cash was statistically the best player on the team in that last game, getting nearly 700 points. And that was with them losing as well. So consider just how well he was able to do. But Mitane only clears that ball as far as Ivan. Good idea from Cash to go up early. Ivan looking for a couple of bumps as well, seeing how much they profited from that previously. If they can get a few more, it's going to do them well. But Mitane onto the right wing, and Ivan sends it high again, just poking, prodding, hoping that the defense breaks through like a paper disc.
Yeah, it's not quite falling for Evil Geniuses right now. It almost did earlier for Ivan as he puts on another shot that almost falls to Catalysm, but his first touch wasn't quite the best, and that meant that Misfits, they could come forward and close him down. But it's Evil Geniuses that, to this attack here from Misfits, have been looking a little bit more likely. Certainly more blue control of the ball than orange right now. May do with it this time. There's a good win against Mitane from Catalysm. Rizex, does he go for the dunk or the finish? It's the finish. Arju was equal to it, but that was a really good opportunity for Evil Geniuses yet again.
Yeah, near impossible to score, may I add, but I like that he went for it, and even if he doesn't score, doesn't matter. You then get the pass off. It doesn't matter who scores it. You get the goals. It's happy days. Rizex trying to do just that. Can he get any of the assists? Not quite.
There have been plenty of times where I thought it was impossible to score, and at this level, they still find a way to do it. I'm not sure that word exists with players of this ilk, but that one should be very possible indeed. Rizex can't quite put it on target, though. Just above the crossbar, and Ivan again with a slightly rushed touch. Just booms it onto the backboard. I'm sure it's tactical, maybe trying to waste some Misfits boost, but surely he could have at least gone for a 50-50 there. Maybe he's right, though, because there's still more opportunities for Evil Geniuses. The Misfits again, able to take control and see it away.
I mean, he didn't have much boost to him. He had 13, but I feel like you say he could have forced that 50. He could have done something with it, but it has led to extended pressure and Catalysm opening the scoring with 1:30 remaining.
I guess that was the theory. Just keep that pressure on. I love that communication there as well. Ivan wanted that ball, but Rizex 100% called him off. So by the time the ball falls to Catalysm, easy.
Rizex being able to get the block, goes up with Ivan, calls him off, and then gets the dunk as well on that play, and then finally bumping the keeper away from any saving position. A lot done there.
Cash has to turn this one around. Here he goes for one of these plays again. He's getting the ball. Every time he goes for that sort of glided shot of just letting the ball scrape his car from the corner. He's definitely been practicing those in free play, has Cash. We wouldn't back against him from scoring one in this series at some point, but so far it's been defended valiantly by Evil Geniuses. That was slightly less valiant. There was one player missed, two of them boomed it away, and somehow it ends up in the Misfits' half.
It kind of got absorbed by the EG hive mind and spat out.
Mitane trying to flick it on like his teammate Cash. Instead, it turns into a fake towards Arju, and Cash with a much more simple shot. Bumps and hits, and almost demos going on all over the place in the Evil Geniuses' goal line as they hold on. 35 seconds left. Mitane's coming up, beats Ivan to the ball, all ends up. That's really good clearance from Rizex, not just to get distance on the ball, but also to find Ivan, who takes a couple of linking touches and then gets tackled by Cash. It's very open in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, suddenly it's every man for themselves. Even if you're on the same team, seems to be a game of possession. Catalysm bumping Mitane away, and Rizex dunking one man with 7 boosts. He can't do much apart from flick it central. Mitane is fully aware of that. Final 10. Arju pinching with Ivan onto the backboard. Cash needs to get this ball downfield to get that goal. Mitane can't get it around Catalysm. Cash just keeping that skyward. Tapped down by Rizex. EG leading by 2 games.
Rizex really impressed me in that second game. The amount of clean touches he would make into just the point that Misfits Gaming did not want it. And that last touch that he got overall was the perfect example. You know, slamming it down like he's in a game of drop shot was exactly what they needed. And those are the sort of 50-50s and touches that he was going for the whole time.
Timeout has been called by Misfits as well. They're going to be trying to figure out what it is they can do to work around that hive mind that Evil Geniuses have started to build up. I feel like Misfits have actually looked pretty decent, to be honest. I think the Evil Geniuses have had some holes that can really be punished. I think they've had some opportunities where they haven't looked perfect. And Misfits haven't really taken the initiative to punish those situations. I think EG have just done exactly that. They have seen those holes that Misfits are leaving open, and they are finding those opportunities. Catalysm, for example, shooting early on in this game and manages to get, with 1:30 left in this game, and just manages to sneak it past. Earlier on, Catalysm, again, just shooting when he sees that the net is a little bit open and forcing Misfits to have to play a little bit further back, a little bit more reserved, which is not how they like to play. Force them into those awkward situations. That is what EG have done so well.
I just wonder whether Misfits are playing a little bit one track right now. Evil Geniuses seem to have identified Cash as the solo guy. Whenever Cash gets the ball, he is being closed down in midair, or if he's going for one of those angle touches that he's gone for a couple of them, they're closing those down quickly too.
It's so important for EG right now. They're on boot camp. They are in that same room together. Their coach looks to be in a different room with a terrifying long-legged bear in the background. But regardless, I know, creepy, right? But regardless, having the 3 players with you, being able to turn around, look and chat and sort of do those fist bumps mid-game and say, hey guys, we're doing it. Misfits as well. They are also boot camping. This is the battle of the boot camps, battle of the bottle jobs, battle of any B word you can think of.
Well, battle of the bear with long legs, apparently. I feel like Evil Genius's coach just has to say, look, if you lose this, I'm going to set
I'll send
Terry
the bear
on you. Yeah, send the bear. That's what they do not want.
I can beat that bear up.
You could indeed. But yeah, Evil Geniuses, they are impressing me very much. But Misfits, they have a lot more to offer here. I think I want to see a bit more mechanically from Arju in particular and Matane as well. You know, we've heard so much. You were saying behind the scenes what Joby was saying to you about Matane. We haven't really seen it here. They seem to be relying on their big man Cash. Equally, if Cash starts putting in passes, their pre-jumps, Evil Geniuses will be completely nullified.
Yeah, I wonder if Cash at the moment, though, is maybe trying to compensate a little bit too much, where we saw him, especially in game number 1, that he was trying to go for those plays himself and wasn't going for those passes. If you can convince him to sit back just a touch more and maybe play a little bit more conservatively, then you could get something going. Cash, again, taking the ball away from Arju, who was right to that time, but maybe Arju has to be called off from it instead. I feel like it's just, you've got 3 men and you're playing in the space of 2.
That's why Cash is so devastating, though. Pinches like that one. And Matane's trying to come in, but a little bit too slow. Meaning Arju is all alone at the back with Ivan in the corner. It's a good corner touch from Arju with no boost. Still manages to tee up. Cash, he's still got no boost. I think he got 12 right at the end there, but thankfully his pathing in the end took him to 100, because that was a little bit awkward for Arju. Means that he's still having to rotate back a little bit slowly. Now he's back. Ivan up against him, and Arju's intercepting again. So a lot of defensive work for Arju in the first 55 seconds. But Evil Geniuses have just got their way out of defense.
Yeah, it's a minute gone, and it does seem to be a lot of Misfits trying to just scare EG as much as they possibly can, you know, going up for a couple of awkward touches. That one, though, does end up getting missed by Matane, so Rizix can catch it on that side wall. A few missed plays, I think, from both teams. EG, if they start to look shaky now, I do see Misfits being able to take full advantage of them.
And there is still time in this series. Best of 7, don't forget. I feel like in every best of 7 series, there's always one game that's just a little bit off, a little bit awkward and slow. This so far has all the makings of being that game, but that can change
Far
in an
from
instant.
perfect, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. The sloppiest one. But Ivan's going to try and change that with some clean 50-50s up against Cash in the corner. Can he tee up a teammate there? Not quite, because Cash plays it really well and saves his boost as well, but can't quite get that 100. Matane, though, does come steaming in. Fatalism closes it down, and everyone's just a little bit boost scrappy right now. Whenever I think a player's going to do something, the camera cuts to them and they're on 1 or 2.
I mean, boost though right now for EG, looking pretty dire. For a good 5 or 6 seconds, they had about 30 or 40 between them. Misfits have managed to bring themselves back up to a total of about 300, so nice. I'd like to see a push start to begin from Misfits, but when EG are low on boost, one thing that I love I'm seeing is that they don't then shy away from the play. Arju, great idea to go for a bump there as Cash tries to get the flip reset. EG, when they don't have much boost, they don't shy away from the play. They stay on and they make it so then their other 2 teammates are able to pick some up and then defend when the 50 may not go their way. That's very, very intelligent.
Catalysm now is in this corner. He loves having control of the ball and just making his opponents think, but that one was a little bit more rushed than I think he would have liked. This time he has more time to pick his choice. It's a tee up to Ivan. Rizix is arriving. It's actually a fake, I think, from Ivan towards Rizix. There's a great demo there from Matane on Catalysm, which means that Rizix's clearance is a little bit awkward. Catalysm's trying to turn, and Ivan saves the day.
Really good chance, though, for Misfits to get the opening goal. Just ended up hitting the post, and so they're still going to remain at 0-0 with 2 minutes remaining. I think that was a brilliant chance, in fact, for Misfits to be able to secure 1 and just be able to break this deadlock they seem to have found themselves in.
Still yet to have a lead in this series, Misfits, after getting the 2 goals when they were 2-0 down in the first game and no goals in the last game. So that'll be something they'll be keen to do very, very soon. This could be the moment. Matane doesn't quite have the boost to get round, but Cash almost scores it, and there is Ivan again from the side.
Such a basic shot, but Ivan is going to be credited with the save. The demo was brilliantly timed. In the end, a low shot from Cash is exactly where the defender's going to want it to fall. Minute 20 remaining. Yet again, Misfits with a brilliant chance to find the lead.
Oh, that was just for a split second. I thought that one might have been pinching in, but what it will do is allow Misfits to come forward until that demo completely takes away the teeth of their attack. Rizix a 50-50 with Arju is a good one, actually, for Misfits. Matane from the backboard can't do anything with it. Now Ivan, a man who's intercepting so much for Evil Geniuses, can bring it forward. And from the start, Evil Geniuses now have a lot more boost control and midfield control.
Yeah, it's looking like EG are really starting to form into the style that they might like to play. We're receiving a lot more of that boost, being able to then pass it around from Rizix to Ivan. Catalysm, though. Again, the spearhead of that attack, the ball's slightly out of place for him, but great ambition. Cash for the 1-2 off the ground, cleared from Ivan yet again. The defensive maestro, and goes to the other end to remove Matane from the net.
Catalysm has a chance to go solo himself. One touch, then a second one towards the backboard, but Cash was just lingering and now spins his car. Maybe a flip reset for good measure. No, just a fake flip reset. Rizex is called into action. There's a snapshot here from Metane. Ivan from the backboard finds Catalysm. This one really open all the way to the end. Here's Catalysm to the backboard. Wants to get a decent touch on this one to send it downwards. Goes down towards Rizex. Ivan is in the center. Metane is arriving. Maybe one more chance for either team. Rizex, he goes up quickly. This could be the Geniuses. Oh, but off the crossbar, then the post, and it's overtime.
Double woodwork nightmare material as EG just miss out on going into game number 4 with 3 in the bag. Cash, though, immediately on that attack. Ivan again to clear it away. That's a scary, scary moment for Misfits. They were so close.
Cash have a really, really good touch there, but it's just fallen to Catalysm. Metane on the goal line saw that Catalysm had a shooting chance and did the best with it. Now Arju and Cash combine. Cash all too involved as far as evil geniuses are concerned. Somehow they keep the ball out. I couldn't even see what happened because of an explosion.
An outstanding chance for Arju is what was hidden by the smoke. It's, again, a tap. May well have done it, but it was brilliant defense from EG to keep it out. We keep talking about, or at least I keep talking about Misfits not being able to score these, but the saves from EG are just frankly phenomenal.
Yeah, the defense is getting better and better. Oh, evil geniuses. Oh my goodness, Rizex almost wrapped himself around the ball and scored an own goal there. Had to pull away from it in the end, and they're still under pressure. Arju, a great challenge, brilliant 50-50. His challenge game has been fantastic this series. Goes a little bit too close towards Ivan. And we can just about begin to start the process, getting evil geniuses out of this quandary they find themselves in. But this is what they don't want. Cash, another couple of touches, an aerial 50-50. Does he have a flip reset? He doesn't. Oh, I thought he had it. Oh, did he?
I think he did, and he used it, and it was just a 50 then against the defender anyway. But I'm pretty sure he had that, yeah.
That could have been really, really special. It still could be for Misfits if they can get back into this best of 7. Rizex up against Cash, gets past him. Metane is called into action. Now it's Ivan. It's just clean touch each, a bit ping-pongy, a little bit safe for these teams, but good pressure from Misfits. And Evil Geniuses clear their lines.
This is so far a very intense overtime because statistically, if a team wins 2 of the first games in these best of 7s, then they've got an 87% chance to go on to win the series. That's a very good chance. However, when you come up against Misfits, who have got the best win percentage in Europe so far this season at 71%, it just becomes so much scarier to lock this down. This puts EG in a great position, but Misfits are the one team you don't want to face in an overtime.
This is what I meant in the pre-show when I said that D-Rec normally makes us sound smarter. Ivan.
What do you mean? I shut my eyes and I knew that.
Mind palaced it.
I did.
Here's Rizex, up to the skies. 2 minutes and 20 seconds gone in this overtime. Still Mo sooner to finding out who is really going to take superiority in the series. Cash's pass is accurate.
That's so good.
What a save that is, though, from Rizex.
That is sublime! That is off the crossbar. Somehow, when I'd resigned myself to saying we go on to game number 4. Remarkable save from EG yet again.
The Rizex reflex just completely wrecked Misfits' chances of getting back into this series. Maybe another one. No, Rizex again. He's got no boost. Doesn't stop him. He's still getting in the way of everything. One more save for him. Not even needed because Metane hits it backwards. Then Cash of a pinch around the corner. Wants to get another touch and does get it. Metane is there. Surely Misfits pull the trigger soon.
When's the last time this ball left the blue half?
It's amazing.
I think that might be the first time in about a minute and a half because Misfits having brilliant chances, shooting pretty well, and unable to get through that unbelievably solid. The shielding on the net is unreal.
And just look at the control there from Ivan. I said that he snapped at a couple on Forbidden Temple, but in that occasion, 3.5 minutes into overtime, he took all the time that he had. Brilliant play from him, which almost broke Misfits down, but now they have a player in front of the ball for a redirect, but Metane can't quite connect. And now they all have to scramble back for boost. That was another real chance for Misfits. That time, it wasn't great defending from Evil Geniuses. It was just a miss.
Just absolutely unable to permeate the membrane sitting in front of that blue net. And Misfits are trying with every single ounce of their ability. Chance though for EG to put on a bit of a press, but it's quickly turned around and returned by Misfits. Metane into the corner, has the boost stolen underneath him, and Rizex with boost and bumps, he may well cause more havoc.
We're really seeing the different attacking styles from these two teams right now. When it's Misfits, all three of them are so far forward. They are camped in blue territory. But for Evil Geniuses, they're happy to just soak it up, send 1 or 2 players forward at a time, show these mechanics, play with the ball. They only need one of them to do some damage. It makes it such a good watch, so interesting and intriguing.
Receiving that ball when he was having to drive in front of it, catches it on the boot, and then flies up, flip resets it round, buying time for his teammates to get some boost. That's exactly what I loved earlier on. Rizex with another flip reset, scoops it high, retains a receive, but you've got to think Misfits are scared of him.
Yeah, you must do, and he is just generating so much space as well. It's allowing his teammates to come forward. Eventually, you'd expect one of these solo plays will lead to one of his teammates having a clear shooting chance, but that one was slightly wayward. Here he is again, Rizex. This time it's a race. Metain and Arju in defense. Can they do much against this particular Evil Genius of attack? To the corner it goes. Arju is there. He's following up against Catalysm, who's up there so quickly. Hasn't done too much in this game, but every time he's been called into action, he's done what's had to be done. And that's a slightly misplaced pass from Misfits, and this is where their playstyle is dangerous, because as soon as Evil Geniuses intercept, they are in real trouble.
Misfits are defending nicely, though, because they're being allowed quite a lot of boost. I've seen Rizex try to go for boost once or twice, but Catalysm and Ivan seem to not really fancy it. Great catch from Cash, isn't able to get it too much further than that nice montage-worthy catch, but instead, Metain onto that right wall, 50 with Rizex, falls dangerously in front of the net. Ivan to save the ski in the VG yet again, but Arju doubling, not quite the triple. Cash is lured in by Ivan.
For once, Misfits' second man is not just pinning the blue team back, and that was when the ball just rolls across the goal line. That is agonizing for Misfits, but they keep on going. Metain can't quite decide whether he wants to shoot or pass. In the end, it's not quite either, and Catalysm, he was desperate for that boost, but I think Cash spawned on it, and that kills that attack. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of overtime have somehow passed. It feels like we've been here for about 2 minutes. It's going so quick.
Misfits have had 18 shots.
18?
EG have had 5. Misfits are pushing this net to its absolute limit, and yet nothing has fallen in.
This is Misfits who, when they were with Galaxy Racer, as a chance almost comes in, broke the record for longest overtime in RLCS against Team BDS. And it was an Arju air dribble, you may remember, that was the difference between those two teams in that game. So the man does have history in scoring some absolute bangers deep into overtime. So keep an eye out, Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, the potential for fearlessness. Metain catches, goes for the solo. 2 defenders having to block him out, and yet they didn't look too worried about it. Metain again to attack. We're over 7 minutes and 10 seconds into this overtime now. Ivan just coming awkwardly out the side of the net. Catalysm to receive. 56 so nicely. Cash to carry.
We are still only in game 3 and a best of 7 as well. Buckle up, everybody. Looking like this is going to be a long one. This game and this series. Cash with just a clearance towards Ivan. The touch is maybe starting to get a little bit tired. Somehow that falls for Cash himself. Not sure how it happened. Metain has to show no fatigue here, putting this one to the side. Just a prod towards Arju. And Stumpy, I think we can officially say we've entered boomable territory.
Yeah, it has to be. We saw so many of those shots fly in earlier on in the series. Earlier on in this overtime. That is dangerous, though, off the ceiling. Ivan has to get a vital touch away as we hit 8 minutes. And Cash hits his 11th shot on the net.
It's going to start to get a little bit tiring, but whoever gets this goal will have a massive boost going into the next game. They will feel invincible. The game is worth 2 or 3 in their brains right now. But that's
Do you remember when
Rizex opens things up. His Castle's about the demo. Ivan surely is going to score it. The double demo sees Misfits away.
The door absolutely smashed apart. Catalysm taking his time so wisely and finds Ivan with the reception. 8 minutes, 15 seconds. Evil Geniuses are forcing Misfits into having to reverse sweep them. Something that so far in Europe this season has not happened in a best of 7.
This is Misfits who, in the full split, they were expected to make the full major.
1,000-point game for Ivan.
It's a ridiculous game for Ivan. And in the third regional, they bombed out. They finished 15th, 16th, didn't get a single win in the Swiss. Misfits will be really starting to think that history is repeating itself right now because they've given themselves a chance, Stumpy, as they did in full. They gave themselves a chance in this series playing better. It looks like it's not going to be taken because now they've used their timeout. They've just lost an 8-minute overtime. and they are 3 games down in a best of 7. I'm going to say it right now. If Misfits come back and win this series, it will be one of the best RLCS comebacks ever.
And you'll shave your head.
Why would I do that?
And you'll shave your head. I'm just saying, and you'll shave your head if they do it.
I'll throw some water over Gregan.
Deal. All right, deal. Misfits, then, they really need to get this win because Evil Geniuses, as they romp and they run, they can see the next round approaching rapidly. EG fans, you've got to be feeling excited about this because Rizex starts us off with a musty assist.
Yeah, that's what I want to see from Evil Geniuses, just going for the kill straight away. But Arju has a chance. What a save, though, from Ivan. He has had a fantastic series. Cash has switched to the Dominus. Desperate times for Misfits. Can they step up? 1 or 2 goals, Stumpy, and suddenly the belief and momentum will be back with them. But they have to score pretty soon, you'd think.
I don't see how they can. Ivan is looking beastly. He is resisting every single temptation from Misfits to let that ball go into his net. He's just holding out wonderfully, and in the midfield, he then catches the ball again from Rizex. I'm so impressed with him from the ceiling. Arju with a wondrous save.
Oh, it was Ivan who got the brilliant solo play from the ceiling. But yeah, what a save that was after. It still could be another chance. Mitane from the side sends it towards Cash. So both teams have had wonder saves. Their adrenaline will be going absolutely mad right now. I know mine is. Who can settle things down? That's my question. Because this is about to get very, very silly for both of these teams. You feel like the rotations won't quite be there. This will be a battle of mechanics for the next 3.5 minutes.
A missed double tap, though, from Cash isn't the best start the Misfits are going to want. Typically, he's going to be sinking then time and time again. Instead, one failure leads to a second close one. It's just pixels at this point.
Oh, so close. Again, I think it was Cash on the backboard. He shoots them a clean shot, and Cash puts Misfits into the lead for the first time this series.
Don't give Cash 3 chances. That's what they say. And Cash is proving that right. Rizex isn't able to get his nose to the ball. And Misfits with the first lead that they've had in this series, Cole, as you said, that may well be the confidence inspirer on their long journey to avoid the lower part of our bracket.
Full Cash once, shame on him. Full Cash twice, shame on you. Full Cash thrice, and he'll score a goal in the end, I believe is the phrase.
Won't get shamed again.
Yeah, exactly. 1-0 to Misfits. They absolutely needed that, and it just breathes the tiniest little bit of life into this series, but Catalysm could choke it straight back out again. There was Catalysm was arriving. Ivan needs to be really careful he doesn't get tackled.
Sorry, Rizex is absolutely clattering into the defender. Like, he didn't look composed whatsoever. He just held forwards and just threw his body at it like he was chucking himself through a styrofoam wall.
It's what's going to be needed in this series, honestly. After that overtime, so deep in a best of 7, it is going to be chucking everything at the ball and just hoping luck is on your side, hoping you have that moment of inspiration, hoping you have the mechanics. But sometimes the defense is important too. Catalysm is just backflipped on the goal line. Mitane has missed it. I love that this game is everything that we expected so far, and it's beautiful chaos.
Yeah, it is utterly chaotic. It just depends on who is going to be the king of chaos at the end. Ivan to the backboard. In the end, though, we do actually see Rizex rotate back out, low on boost potentially. Arju calls Cash off that ball with 0 boost, though he has the momentum going forward, so that's a brilliant call. And he gets a good chance for a 50. Mitane just ends up pushing a little bit too far forwards. 2 minutes remaining with the Misfits lead. This could be their first dub of the day.
I think we'll see a lot of chances like that where players are a little bit too far forwards and they just get a bit edgy, trying to force the issue. Here's Rizex. He has Catalysm behind him. Quick resets there. Can he get the pass or the shot? Cash. Oh, he sends it back towards Catalysm, who, as predicted, was just that little bit too far forwards to do anything with it. And now it's Arju for Misfits. Their time to go forwards could be now. Arju, though, can't quite get the bump. And Ivan can dribble it away.
Thing is, even if he did get the bump there, if Arju sent one defender away, there was still one more. EG looking like a Hydra right now.
Lovely flick there from Cash. Just gets a bit of space for Misfits, and Rizex's touch is closed down very speedily by Mitane. In the end, does have some clear chance, and just now Evil Genius is going to have to rush things a bit more, beginning to run out of time with 1 minute 10 left. They've been content to try and soak up this pressure for a little while from Misfits, but credit to Misfits who've made the most of that and got themselves the lead finally, almost a second one, but Mitane, who was turning the wrong way, and instead finds himself in the corner rather than having a clean shot.
Thing is, with all of these shots, Cash on 5 again and a single goal, there's just the defense from EG has held them out. And their defense, it's not going to win them this game. They need a goal. Rizex attempting to secure one, but Matane tries to get a bump on Ivan, unsuccessful, but chasing is certainly their tactic.
It was like they were speed skating right there, just trying to catch. It was like speed tag is what they were playing. Anyway, Ivan sends out wide towards Rizex, who has an angle to shoot him maybe. No, instead he throws to Ivan, and Ivan finishes.
Big brains on Evil Geniuses. The pass from Ivan, and then Rizex faking central, gets the pass off the ball, and then faking it with the corner touch for the wonder goal. Leaves it to Ivan for a relative tap-in, just under 30 seconds. EG are back in. They are not defending their way to a victory. They are faking and fluking the defense.
I thought for a second that Catalysm was going to be rising there, but Cash wins it cleanly. 22 seconds left, potentially going into another overtime here, unless somebody can change that. Arju's looking like he fancies it. He's getting one touch. Catalysm closed it down very well. He has some boost to play with too, probably more than his opponents thought. It's found Matane. Cash into the center. Can Arju rise? Can Arju win it? Not quite there. Ivan was there. Matane to the backboard. This is so dangerous until Catalysm saw it coming. The pass isn't quite right. We have another overtime.
Certainly won't be 8 minutes again, I'm sure of it. Don't clip this bit when it's definitely 9 minutes long. Rizex, though, going for the early challenge. Cash manages to defend that ball away nicely. And we go through 10 seconds unscathed. Wondrous.
I'm sure that the craziness will start happening very soon. Evil Genius is so close to securing top 3 in this event. It'll be tantalizing for them now. They've failed before when everything was on their side. Will they do so again? That little doink from Matane is going to make things even harder. Rizex at the near post gets the save. Ivan is helping him out, saving so much boost as well. 26 to him still left in the tank, which means he can close down Cash and send Misfits back. But they will come forward again, this time with Matane, who is just, they're being closed down very quickly now in these solo plays, Misfits. But I feel like one accurate pass could just break through Evil Geniuses.
Chance though for Cash to go solo with one. Can he get that double? No, but you see Rizex and Ivan covering both options. One low, one high. In the end, Cash, no touch, but the fact they were covering it, that gives me a lot of hope that EG have got their game brain still screwed in.
Tired miss though there from Cash, and then a lovely slowdown from Rizex. Catalysm had to beat Arju though. If he'd have missed that one, Arju would have been prodding that ball back towards the goal. So it just shows you how quickly a dangerous moment for you can turn into a goal for you. Just got to keep confident, keep believing. Rizex playing in front of the ball, trying to go for bumps. Arju so far back. Misfits giving nothing away, and still the passes are accurate. Ooh, that touch from Catalysm wasn't accurate at all. He's missed it completely.
What I love about Misfits right now, they're playing just in front of the ball, but also behind the defense. So then they're coming out of nowhere. Blind spots being filled with red cars. And EG looking scared whenever that happens, though. Ivan with a long shot, forcing Matane to jump with low on boost as well. That puts him into an awkward position. Catalysm now starting to put that crunch on Ivan, trying to push on that net. Rizex up realizes he doesn't need to rush, and so Catalysm can collect and send it far away. But Arju with an interception forces this attack to continue in favor of Misfits.
There was a really nice clearance from Cash earlier on, and it's exactly what Misfits needed as Matane almost splits the defense there. Just get rid of that ball, because Evil Geniuses are bringing it forward more and more. They need boost, they need time, they need a second to compose themselves. So these big clearances from Misfits, exactly they have to rely on. But this is what they don't want. Ivan dribbling the ball. Arju is going to get bumped out of the way, and Ivan's going to steal the boost. Masses of work again from Ivan. Not fancy, but so effective.
I'm frustrated, though, that he was doing all of that and nobody else from EG was pushing in. Ivan was clearly bumping, he was clearly boost stealing, and yet the two men were sitting midfield or further back. That's not what I want.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you there. Evil Geniuses can't just sit back and hope they win this series. They have to reach out and take it. They have to defeat Misfits Gaming. Nothing else will work. Rizex with a catch on the backboard. Both of his teammates behind him. Hoping the 50-50 is an effective one. They need to surge forward. They need to help him out. Here is Catalysm. That might be the moment. Open! Evil Geniuses secure top 3.
Top 3 with a sweep at that. Rizex with no boost forces Matane into the most awkward of positions. With 3 minutes in that overtime, an amazing performance for Evil Geniuses. Hands on heads, hearts aflutter, and hugs abound. That is Misfits down into the lower quarterfinals. And top 3, Evil Geniuses looking phenomenal.
The creepy long-legged bear will be satiated for now.
Don't
It
call me
feeds
that.
on victories, and Evil Geniuses have themselves one of those right there. They just look, the coach in particular just looks shattered. The players, they're all hugging. The coach is like, oh, thank goodness for that. Because I think, they've had some turnarounds, have Evil Geniuses. But frankly, the way that they played against Misfits right there, the game plan was performed to a T.
Yeah.
It always looked like it would be their series to lose.
Yeah, I think with Misfits, there were those opportunities where they weren't clean. They were double committing. There were the opportunities to get a pretty simple goal, and then maybe they'd go for a double touch instead, or they wouldn't pass. They'd go for something solo. I think I just want to see Misfits, although they are remarkably mechanical, and they are so good and so exciting to watch, sometimes teams overcomplicate things, and they try to just do a little bit more than they have to. Take it simpler, take it down into the lower quarterfinals, and get more teams scared of you. Otherwise, Evil Geniuses, congratulations, you will be in the upper finals.
Well done to Evil Geniuses, but up next after a short break, one of the most famed, fabled teams in Europe, the dominators of this region, Team Queso face Team BDS.
Again, feeling the ground collapse on
Welcome back, everybody. I have decided to return after previous issues. By the way, shout out to Johnny Boy for holding that down earlier on. But we just saw victory secured for Evil Geniuses continuing to rumble through today's tournament. We've got one more match to play up in the upper bracket. It is BDS taking on Team Queso. And we had a chance to sit down with Joyo earlier on to see how he thought things were going. This is a team that has been just stepping up as of late. It's been incredible to see from them and to get more known from them. I cannot wait to hear. But for Team Queso and BDS, Johnny, this is both a matchup that I think BDS will want to win. They want that revenge.
Yeah, they'll definitely want their revenge here, but not only so that they can get into that top 3 and send Queso down to the lower bracket, but also because the team waiting for the loser of this one is Dignitas. And Dignitas have already beaten BDS last event, so they're definitely not going to want to go back for that matchup. Much rather get the win here.
Well, we're going to have a chance to now listen to what Joyo had to say.
When I watched the major at home, all I could feel was I wanted to be there. I really, really wanted to be there. And we've all been putting in all the work, everyone on my team. We all want to be there and we're trying our hardest and we're finally getting there now.
Okay, so you're happy to see them finally get a goal because they worked for it. Joyo! Oh my word. The mid-air bump play.
For this split, we've all been putting in way more hours. I think we've all nearly doubled the amount of hours we've been putting into the game. And we had a change of our mentality recently. And we had what we call a full win mentality, where we always just say full win after any goal, and it's helped us a lot. We definitely feel more comfortable playing.
Of Queso passes, and Queso are on a demolition derby towards a victory. Big goal again, they're up by 2.
When we won, the feeling was indescribable. I couldn't describe it at all. We all felt amazing. It felt surreal. We didn't think it was real. I thought I was going to wake up in a dream. It was amazing. We were so happy.
Still an onslaught from Team Queso. Vatira! 2-1! Team Queso on the verge of a championship!
In the future, expect to see us at the next major. Expect to see us at Worlds. We're not giving up here. This is only the beginning. We're going to catch up with the other teams, and our plan is just to beat them all.
One more big opportunity. Rise, leads the ball to the floor, and Team Queso are the Apollo Open champions. Well then, Team Queso, they know what they want, Johnny, and they know the task ahead of them. Full win, apparently, is all that is required. But who do you at home think is going to be winning this one? Get your predictions out there. Hashtag TQ for Team Queso, hashtag BDS for BDS. I know a shocker for that one, but what actually might shock me here, I think this might be one of the first times we see BDS lose a vote. Johnny, I could see it on this one. I don't know about you.
It's true. I could see it. I mean, Queso were just that impressive last event, and they've kept it going. They reverse swept Semper in the groups. They've gone undefeated in the group stage in terms of series. So yeah, this team, they've definitely got some consistency going here. Remember, when Endpoint won the first regional of last split, they didn't make top 8 in the second one. Queso have already gone one better than that. They're already top 6. So they're proving that they're already consistent. They're staying on that grind. Heard it there from the man himself. They're not done. The job's not finished. And I can't wait to look at the face cams after goals to see that full win being yelled out now that he's let us in on that little insight.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic to see sort of the adaptations and the changes that we've seen to the way players are adjusting to it. You mentioned Endpoint previously, how they enjoy playing at the boot camp and just having everyone up and about, jumping around. You see teams like this going full win, apparently, to see it all the way through. But let's have a look at home, what you guys expected. And it is a prediction victory for Team Queso. We're going to have to get Direct to start tracking some of these as well, but that is certainly very rare. Can Team Queso continue on their run of form and utterly dominate the upper bracket like they did last time around? Or can BDS finally put behind their online demons and look for their first online tournament win of this season? Long way to go. Evil Geniuses waiting. But nobody wants to drop down to that lower bracket, Johnny. It looks horrible down there.
Yeah, that's the tough side of the bracket, at least for now. We'll have to wait and see after this event how that turns out. But BDS, against Queso. What a prospect. The way that Queso have played, not just the success they've had, but the manner in which they've succeeded has really just got everybody immediately fanboying and fangirling this team. They've played some entertaining Rocket League, and this looks like the way that Rocket League is supposed to be played. Aggression, flair, unpredictability. BDS have done that as well, all the way through the last year and more, but not in this season online. They have not yet had the success that Queso have.
Man, it feels really weird after the conversations that were had about BDS during their run of dominance in Season X, that we're now starting to look them as the offline team rather than the online team. Just didn't think I'd see the day after how last season was going. They're up against a challenge here, Johnny. Queso have been the best example we can give how one tournament, 1.5 tournaments at this point, can just completely change your reputation throughout the scene. See whether or not they can continue on. Rise, as always, target man. Actually almost tries to stop Vatira. That is taken away, though.
Yeah, both players looking for a block on that. That leads to both players missing. Extra's got a free shot here. Shoots at the far post. Rise decided to pause right in that location in case Extra did exactly what he did. So pretty even in the midfield at the moment. BDS giving a lot of respect to Queso. It's all about getting up and early to challenge players like the one we just saw there from Joyo. We're going to see plenty of that from Joyo Vatira in this series. And BDS have got to challenge as early as possible. The later you wait, the harder it is for your goalkeeper behind you.
Vatira looking to try and dance his way around Mark by 8, who far too solid there, actually continues to control. Joyo does take it away. Monkey Moon daring Rise just to use a little bit more boost. Retaining possession of the ball. Got Extra up in support. In case so, with every team that takes on BDS needs to avoid conceding that first goal. They're so good at just settling down with that lead. Monkey Moon with Mark over in support in that midfield. An opportunity now, and there's a big whiff as well. Tira solidly positioned, easily takes back control. As we saw earlier on, Johnny, between Luminosity and Dignitas, it's a slow, methodical approach to this opening few exchanges.
It's interesting to see Extra looking like Mark in today's series so far. He's really pushed far out the field. He's breaking rotation. He's playing as aggressively as possible. Looks like BDS might be just playing a very traditional 3-man rotation instead of letting Mark run right. Nevatira versus Monkey Moon 1v1 crossbar. As Monkey Moon covered him, great read by Monkey Moon. Did not jump for the first shot, knew it was hitting the bar. Waited up for the second one, had that covered.
Yeah, I like the decision actually from Vatira. He could have gone for the outplay, but just wanted to see whether or not Monkey Moon would bite, and he certainly did not. Calm as ever. 2 minutes left here, another whiff. Gives once again BDS solid territory. Comes down Vatira. Wait, over the top of Extra. Monkey Moon keeps that pressure going. This is where the danger begins, as you see Mark by 8 just goes flying on in. Crucial bump though on Monkey Moon, almost recovers the play. Now Extra. Solid block. These have been good exchanges from BDS. The question now becomes, when do they feel comfortable sending the house? These have been very difficult bounces for the defense to read. And the BDS pull the trigger. Here is Extra. Maybe an opportunity to do it there, but you get touches like that from Joyo, and that just buys so much time for the defense.
You know, right now this performance out of Extra is very similar to that grand final in the Fall Major versus NRG. He is really influencing the game a lot, but oh, what a 50 by Rise! Right through the first defender, over the top of the second one. Just like that case story in front, we're talking about Vatira and Joyo being the two that are unpredictable. Rise completely surprises Extra on that play, letting Extra hit the ball into him and getting the block right into the BDS net.
Rise just stood there menacingly. That was it. Just dare ya. Hit this ball. It's going in no matter what you do. Monkey Moon actually, the first time shot, but Vatira easily has that one covered. It's Team Queso, they get the first goal!
Oh!
But it's Monkey Moon that answers back.
And Monkey Moon shutting down Vatira's corner clear. Vatira just trying to get the ball past Monkey Moon there, completely fails to do so, and Monkey Moon just taking his time. He could see that it was completely open for him. No rush. Joyo not going to get back there fast enough. He doubles in the equalizer. Didn't take long. And it's just a bit of a mistake there by Vatira, thinking he could get the ball past Monkey Moon and completely getting denied when he tried to do it.
An awful lot of fake challenges in these opening 4 minutes. Rise, as far as marked by 8, Vatira just took a little bit of time to settle for that one, and Monkey Moon can recover this, and so could Joyo. The ball could go anywhere. Both players had the same idea, and it almost went wrong for Team Queso. And still, BDS have had the better of the possession. I expect to see them start to get more and more comfortable and take more and more risks. Oh, here it is. Monkey Moon. Oh, Mapa takes the shot, and there we go. It has been coming, and BDS have got the lead.
Yeah, Rise missing his first touch. Vatira did not read the bounce properly, wasn't positioned to react to it. Mark, quick as ever, to the center ball. He's the second man that you want to have when you center the ball these days. He's always going to be there for it. BDS stay in control. You know, that goal against them came against the run of play. They've not panicked. They've just kept doing their thing. They're reading Queso extremely well right now, and that was the problem they had in the last time they played, as Monkey Man almost puts in a third goal, just a bit too tight of an angle for it.
Oh, Joyo, he's got Rise wide open. Couldn't reach it. And that could have been the last opportunity. Joyo looks to keep it going. Has Rise once again. Should he get it over to him? And he has. 2 each.
Rise actually just missed with plenty boost to spare on the previous try. But not going to miss this one. Joyo with an unbelievable assist, demoing Monkey Moon to leave the net wide open. A great job by Rise. Not being too bothered by the fact that he's just missed the ball on an uncontested pass. It's the equalizer mark. Looking for OT. Gets it. That's how we're going to decide game 1.
And that camera angle always makes me just so scared when they clearly know there's nobody around, but I don't, okay? There could be anybody in the blind spot. Monkey Moon again goes for power. He's actually got the double. There it is. That is not how Team Queso wanted to hand this away. You do not give Monkey Moon that space.
Monkey Moon is not happy about the last exit they had two weeks ago to Queso, clearly. Great goal off his own backboard clear, as boost was not there for Queso. There's a gap in the rotation there. Monkey Moon both hitting the ball to the backboard and getting the next touch. You don't usually see that these days. There's usually at least someone there to contest them. But great stuff. Monkey Moon really getting involved, marked by 8, not making any mistakes and finishing off his important goal. And Extra really just reading Queso excellently as well. Queso, you know, they've still got threats. Joyo putting in a great assist to tie the game. But both of those equalizers were immediately responded to by BDS. BDS not bothered by the fact that they've just lost their lead. They just get right back to it and put themselves back in front.
Yeah, for BDS, they definitely look like the stronger team heading into the latter moments of that game. But for the most part, it was a good plan there from Team Queso. Obviously, a long, long way to go in this series. Remember, best of 7. Both teams have got plenty of chances to make adjustments. And I've still got my eyes, Johnny, over on those cams. Want to see the raw when these goals go in, and almost got one there from Joyo.
Yeah, and the other thing we're waiting for is for Vatira to, you know, show us, is he going to go tournament MVP twice in a row? Because I think for most of us watching last event, it had to be Vatira, the MVP of the entire thing. Here he is, 1v1 with Extra. Ball control is his. Extra staying low enough in the challenge to deflect the ball into the back corner.
Yeah, I think Vatira's now got the respect from a team like BDS, where they're not going to try and outright beat him. On the majority of these plays, they're just trying to guide the ball away and see who's going to be first to the follow-up. Here he is yet again. Opportunity against Monkey Moon. Rise drops the ball back down. There's Vatira one more time. Not much support available on the rotation. Almost didn't need it. That's the constant threat and danger that you've got from Vatira. You get the outplay at any moment. Here's Joyo, reset of his own. It's becoming a bit of a reset show-off over here. Doesn't drop down for Rise. And now tables have turned from the end of last game. It's now become Team Queso that are putting the pressure on.
Yeah, BDS are just trying to survive. They're trying to save whatever boost they can here. Queso are all over them, and they are going to work this into a goal. Queso don't overextend. They don't give any big 50-50 wins to BDS. Don't allow them to clear the ball. And Rise places the eventual goal into the bottom right corner. Great stuff from Team Queso.
Even better from them not to waste it on a shot. The moment you just try and power that towards a goalkeeper, it makes it much easier for them to redirect that power away from goal. Then BDS never got given that chance. Slowly got chipped away at until Team Queso could find their shot. Here is Extra. Good challenge. That's off the backboard. Monkey Moon, yet again, is the man for the moment.
BDS completely unbothered by Queso's excellence as Extra dunks on Rise. Vatira really not in a good position there as he struggles to get himself off the post and into a saving angle. Monkey Moon with a quick follow-up on Extra's pass. puts it past Vatira before he could recover.
Here we go yet again. Joyo ends up leaving it off the backboard. Rise wouldn't have got there anyway. Got punted away, but there's a good shot, and Rise sticks around. Marked by 8, 15 boost. He'll consider that 14 enough. Vatira takes back over. Vatira definitely does not seem to have been lacking confidence in this series, Johnny. Maybe not quite finding the same results as we got from the last tournament, but that's a very high bar to try and clear.
Yeah, he's, and the whole Team Queso lineup just very, very solid these days. Oh my goodness, Vatira just walks it down the middle. Vatira parts the Orange Sea. I don't know where the second challenge was. Oh, Mark's
gone
boost
hunting.
it. Yeah, he didn't even get it, but I mean, clearly Extra's challenging Vatira early there so that someone else can come in behind him and take the free ball before Vatira gets back to it. Nobody following up. Mark going for boost. Monkey Moon still rotating back. That is a gap in the BDS rotation that Queso have completely exposed. Vatira just going all the way himself.
Well, definitely not something that BDS wanted to see. Maybe every single ranked player out there very happy to see it. Not just you. Everybody does it. Joyo. Good first block. Here is marked by 8, and a lead will not stay intact.
Well, BDS just get right back to doing their thing, and that's a 3-man offensive play. Extra pressuring Vatira, who wasn't able to completely settle himself into position in the net because Extra is right there. Vatira had to stop moving to not get demoed, and that's killed his momentum. Mark slots the bottom left. BDS are right back in this. It's clear to see that BDS are just coming in today with the game plan of let's challenge every single Queso play as fast as we can. That makes it easier on our last man. That makes it easier for the goalkeepers. That's what you have to do against these kind of players. But they need to follow up on those early challenges, because if an early challenge comes in and there's no follow-up, it's just a giveaway. As Vatira almost gets another goal, Mark able to save it. And Joya's follow-up really just more of a pass to Monkey Moon than a shot.
Yeah, it's definitely a great way of trying to keep a player like Vatira quieter, just meeting him earlier on in the play. But Team Queso proving themselves to have a good level of follow-up to these sort of plays. They're very, very quick. They're very deadly, and through the smoke screen, it's Rise looking for the setup off the backboard. Vatira drops it down Extra, forced to just clear away. Never any real danger for him. But again, we're back into this spot where Team Queso have proven themselves to be so deadly. They're willing to wait for their chances. Extra 0 boost, and Joyo can take back over.
This is, honestly, really good forcing of mistakes from both teams. We're seeing lots of players getting outplayed on both sides of the field, but that's actually normal when you have early challenges coming in. These early challenges from BDS, they're not expecting to win the ball. They're expecting to get outplayed. They know that Queso are going to get outplays on one player when you go. But the point is that they're following up really well. BDS are actually playing Queso brilliantly here, and they look like the team in control, in my opinion. However, Queso has still stayed calm, and this really just shows that what we heard from Joyo in the interview pregame is absolutely proven to be true. They are, really just staying consistent with that full win mentality. You have to get this win here, though, you'd think, because this is where it would start to be, a moment where doubt sets in.
Only so in 40 seconds to make that reality. Vatira just cannot get the time he needs, but even without it, 2 players from BDS required to get the ball away from him. A bit wasteful, actually, from Extra. Yes, he was on 0 boost, but you don't want to just be handing this one back over to Team Queso. Mark at least gets the 100 boost, and still actually be a nuisance, expecting to be trying to bump in the backfield. Actually, he's still around, and Vatira! How crucial was that touch?
That was a crazy save by Vatira. He's going all the way, denied by Monkey Moon. Tracks him all the way back. Staying active in the play. That's the name of the game here. Rise almost able to get to the ball before it bounces. Overtime game 2 as well. BDS trying to get revenge on Team Queso.
How ridiculous is it that Vatira can not only get such a crucial hit, but he's setting himself up to go and attack the other side of the field immediately. Just never safe around any of these players, Vatira especially. Rise right down the side of the field, the one side of the field that was not covered by BDS. Vatira keeps that pressure on, marked by 8, up, nobody challenging. Something that we alluded to actually earlier on about just when you know you're beat, don't go. Leave the players around. And it's good decision making that we're seeing from both teams. Both teams seem to know when they are beat.
Yeah, honestly, very impressed by both teams. We're seeing such composure from Team Queso, who are still a very inexperienced team at this top level. They've only had that one great finish in an event. BDS have been doing this for well over a year now with RLCS Season X success. But even BDS, they're picking their battles very wisely, much more wisely than the last event's matchup against Queso. They're not just lunging in on everything and hoping for the best. They're really choosing when to go and reacting brilliantly to Queso's moves. It's just going to be a big brain battle here as BDS are trying to wear down Queso, trying to wait for an opportunity to strike and get a big hard read on one of their plays. Meanwhile, Queso trying to get those mind games, not just mechanical outplays today.
Ooh, crucial that Joyo avoids getting demoed as Rise does escape. Right back over into the path of Marked by 8, but it's now Team Queso's opportunity. Ceiling reset from Joyo, couldn't line it back up. A couple of adaptations from both sides. And it has become a very, very impressive chess match between both these teams. Who's going to get the first shot at this? Joyo passes it straight over to Rise, already weighing on the firewall. He's got Vatira a little bit further away. But the ball just always getting further and further away. Would have needed exceptional power and speed to even get there before the defender turned up.
Yeah, BDS again, just completely reading what Queso are trying to do. Queso just waiting. They're not panicking. You know, they're struggling to make their plays work, but that is not forcing them to overextend. They're just playing patiently here, waiting for a better chance. And there it is! Rise takes it. All it took was one mistake. Extra had to jump early because he knows if he doesn't, then someone from Queso will. And that constant pressure, that knowledge that if you don't go fast, you're going to get beaten, has caused a mistake. Extra misses his read on the corner wall, and Queso tie the series.
That's big brain there from Queso. They know that BDS have always got the answer back goals, so go and get it in overtime. Can't do anything about it there, but there we are. One each now in this series. And what a series this is shaping up to be, Johnny. I am loving what I'm seeing from both sides. I think what's important to me right now is that we have got players here that we have lauded for the last few months as ridiculously impressive mechanical players. But a lot of the times when we get these players, it becomes a reliance on it. And both these teams, every single one of these players, is doing the right thing at the right time and allowing those mechanics to create space. But if it can't create a goal, that's not a problem.
Yeah, they're actually just showing another type of gameplay. I mean, Queso just stormed through the entire bracket last event by clipping on everybody. That's something that they can still do. But after seeing in game one that actually BDS are reading us pretty well here, they're actually getting up much earlier to challenge us. They're managing their boost a lot better in defense, so they've got boost to defend with. Let's just slow it down. Let's just wait patiently for the opportunities to come to us instead of forcing the issue. And that really shows a lot of knowledge about how to play the game from Queso. They're not just a mechanical team. These guys, just big braining that second game there. And it's still pretty impressed with BDS, but it just goes to show when the pressure is constantly on, like it is against Team Queso, eventually even the best players in the world will make a mistake. And the extra there, just not getting the touch that he wanted. Oh, he's gone for a very bold controlling touch there. That's very easy to mess up, but he gets it right this time.
Yeah, Extra definitely the player with eyes on him. Expect to see the incredible mental fortitude that we have expected to see from him for the longest time. You always need a bit of a win after something like that happens. As everybody's in, and actually, this is now chance for Extra to move forward. He takes the shot. Can he get the keeper? Oh, what a play! Off the wall, Extra gets it on the second chance.
Yeah, bit of an overcommitment there by Queso. And Rise panicking, just assuming that Extra's hit the net from this distance. As we can see, Extra's hit the post. So it may be a mistake from Extra there. Don't know if he intentionally hit the post. In fact, I'm pretty sure he didn't, but it's worked in their favor. And Queso will be kicking himself.
Getting the demo. Very rude of him, really.
I know, right? He's really got to have more faith in his teammates, if you ask me. But yeah, Queso overextending for the first time in this series. They had kind of a freestyler montage clip where Vatira went for the second play on the ball as Rise passed it back down, which is extremely, extremely hard to connect with. Something I wouldn't expect to see hit consistently by any team at this level.
Oh, well, Vatira's got his flip reset. I don't expect to hear me saying that too often. That's kind of a redundant statement when it comes to Vatira. Everything he does in the air is a flip reset. It's actually going to drop down. Marked by 8, not willing to find out if there was a rebound coming on its way. Gonna drop. Who's there first? Joyo's on his way. He's gonna need to try and go for a setup. Instead, Monkey Moon just guides the ball away from the net. He's gonna be on low boost, but the rest of the team figured it out a little bit too late. Gave Monkey Moon a chance to just jump on in. Now Monkey Moon back over. Drops it. Marked by 8. Can't find the challenge. It does go straight back over to Extra. Zero finally clears. And it's time to reset here for BDS, but they're the team with a 1-goal lead. They're a team that are very difficult to get that 1-goal lead away from.
Yeah, BDS overall, I think, have had the more control of the series. There's just a couple of moments where Team Queso have tricked them and forced mistakes. And that's what BDS are going to try and avoid for the rest of the series. In terms of Queso, I mean, they're still waiting for those chances to really make those big plays happen. BDS are consistently shutting them down. Every time that they try and make an air dribble play happen, a flip reset play happen, there's a challenge coming in. And they've got to just find a bit more space to get the setup started. See Seiko do that on endpoint all the time, just dropping all the way back, waiting for the ball to come to him, and then going for the full pitch air dribble. So we're kind of starting at the halfway line, and that gives BDS a much closer distance that they have to cover to get the challenge in. Extra. Not hard shot. He's actually gone for accuracy there. Lacking power. Monkey Moon on a 2v1, and he's not going to get there. Rise sticks into the top corner. Great placement. As it's now BDS starting to slightly overextend.
All right, Monkey Moon, there was no way he was figuring out where this was going. He's got to look at this and he's thinking, am I going to get demoed? They were still in a position where they could reliably team pinch if they wanted to. For Monkey Moon, there was 4 options and he had to figure out which one it was going to be.
Yeah, Monkey Moon's just left at the back there. Nothing he can do. You know, Extra has to simply do better with the shot. He's passed it to the goalkeeper because he's hit it way too slowly. Didn't really force anyone to commit out the game as well. That's the danger of kind of overplacing your shots instead of just sending it quickly at the goalkeeper and waiting for them to make a bad touch.
Oh, Rise gets the ball away and it's another clear. Both the goals that we've seen have been on the counter-attack. Oh, that's going to be dangerous, and those challenges can always go up against you. Vatira looks to try and capitalize. It's not the best follow-up from him, but here comes Rise.
Oh,
Moon actually will regret that. He actually hit his teammate as well. Joyo's shot, and it's in!
Oh! Well, it didn't look like the fastest shot, but it's worked. Because Monkey Moon's touch had absolutely no follow-up plan. I don't know why Monkey Moon's decided to chip that into the back corner. He could have dodged into the ball, kept it near the wall, prevented all danger, especially when he doesn't have any way to get back to the ball. I mean, that's just simply a misplay. Does BDS make another mistake in this game? It's kind of all falling apart here for them as Queso getting the goals a lot more easily than they would have expected. Now Monkey Moon, can he redeem himself? No, denied by Vatira.
It's a statement that you made earlier on, Johnny, about how they've been tricked on occasion. These are not tricks, however. These are just mistakes, and BDS cannot afford mistakes. Not against a team at the level and the form that Team Queso have found themselves in. Now 50 seconds. Is it going to be Team Queso to take the advantage in this series, or have BDS got an answer? Not the best play out, but Vatira in the right spot at the right time. Gets an extra block. And this is crucial seconds now away from BDS. You need to get control. Extra can't do it. Marked by 8, 34 boost, and he needs an outplay. Joyo stares him down, dares him to come at him. And that's even more time off the clock, but finally BDS with a little bit of space to their name. Mark Bay up off the wall. Nobody in the midfield. Extra too far back. He actually might be caught out here. That's off the backboard. And BDS needs something big. Maybe a mistake like that from Joyo as Mark Bay off the backboard to Monkey Moon. He's almost got it. Huge save. But Extra's got it. 2 each. We might need another overtime.
Well, that was just a monster clear by Monkey Moon. Queso stepped forward. They didn't expect him to hit the ball as hard as he did. And the shot from Monkey Moon also exactly what BDS needed. Forces a bad save, and Extra is there. BDS send everybody in the final seconds.
Well, let's see. Are we going to get the overtime, or has Rise got something special for us? Monkey Moon, the hero and the villain, as we've seen in this game. Gets the promising clear when his team needed it. Looks like everyone's happy to play for overtime here. Oh. Which team's going to go 2-1 up, Johnny? We're about to find out.
Well, if it's not BDS, they're going to be furious at themselves. The second game, you know, at least we had to wait for the overtime before the mistakes came in. But this one, they have made mistakes in regulation time. And, you know, Extra Monkey Moon, they've started off this series so well and now started to be a little bit inconsistent. Queso also, you know, this is definitely the messiest game. They overextended in this one. Let's see who's going to play overtime. Better out of the two teams. Reset for Rise. And the slow shot on target actually forces a double commit. Joyo's there, but his shot's quite slow as well. Vatira's going to pounce on it. Extra gets goal side.
BDS have got away with one there. Rise keeps the pressure up, but as you mentioned earlier as well, those midfield attempts to try and grab hold of the ball means that you've just got no forward pressure on the ball the first time you make contact. Pretty much just kills the play dead as soon as you hit the ball. There's BDS now finally with their opportunity. Extra. Get it past Vatira. Monkey Moon. Past one. Sets up. Extra's on his way. And a crucial touch. Gets it away from him. But it's still BDS on the hunt.
Yeah, BDS are just circling at the moment, but Queso have found a way out of defense. Joyo looking for the bump on Extra, who actually saw him coming in for that one. That was much better from BDS. Consistent pressure, following up on each other's touches, forcing an incredible save out of Vatira to keep the game going.
Now Rise tries to find his one way out, but Monkey Moon holding onto that midfield. Well, the best landing from him, couldn't follow up for a challenge. Rise to Vatira. Not wrong for Extra either, despite the fact that it was a very awkward-looking play. Monkey Moon on the challenge, and Joyo can't quite muscle the ball past him.
That's a really good save by Monkey Moon to stand strong in the way of the ball with no momentum to work with. Extra quickly to follow up on him as well. BDS will feel like they should have won this. I mean, both the goals that Queso scored came off big misplays from BDS, and they've worked hard to come back into this one. Queso calmly continuing onwards. That full win mentality, unwavering at the moment.
Marked by 8. It's immediately shut down by Vatira. I think we're going to get a very high amount of overall overtime in a series if it keeps going this way. But it is just two teams that are making small adaptations to one another, trying to keep it as consistent as possible. Yeah, it's only something you do when you've got the utmost respect for the team across the field. You see Monkey Moon. Far side, that's going to invite Mark to just try and turn around and take on Rise. And Rise is winning an awful lot of these challenges, especially when his team needs them. Joyo cuts rotation, won't have an option to pass to, but Rise turns himself around. It was asking an awful lot, but he has caused a mistake now by Mark by 8. Rise moves back in. Two players needed to just try and get a 50 against him. And actually, that's just going to move straight in. We were waiting to see where the consistency would break, and there it is right in front of you.
Joyo first to make a mistake. He didn't have boost, but he tried to dive for this one anyway, and he misses his touch. He thought he could get a very, very precise touch on that ball to deflect it off the sidewall and into the middle. And when you're going for those exact touches, any miss in your approach, any timing that is wrong can just cause a complete whiff. And unfortunately for Queso, that's given BDS the winner. Extremely, extremely messy game compared to the other two that we've seen. As you know, most of the mistakes we saw in the previous games, you could see how they were being forced. You could see how the defenders were just rushing because they're worried about somebody attacking them quickly. But in this one, double commits coming in. Overextensions from both teams at times. They've got to try and just calm down a little bit here. And I think that's what Queso did so well in game 2. They just didn't panic. They didn't force the issue. They're just waiting for their chances. They're playing for the finesse. BDS, definitely a lot more direct with their plays, and it's resulting in more shots on net. But a lot of them aren't really that dangerous. Queso more than capable of surviving against BDS, it would seem.
Yeah, this entire series is just turning into, can you create a small pocket of chaos to cause these double commits, these whiffed touches? And it's little mistakes. Maybe not the first goal that we saw. Sending goal free and having nobody back tends not to be a little mistake. But then we're seeing things like what happened to Extra, where his shot, not strong enough, instantly set up the counterattack. You would not think not shooting strong enough would be enough to put your team in dire straits, but that's the level we're talking about here.
Yeah, against these kind of players, if you shoot badly, you're just giving possession to the other team's goalkeeper. And a team like Queso, if they end up in a 2v1, they showed us in the previous regional event, they know how to time their demos, they know how to follow up quickly on an empty net to get those goals. Vatira sticking around here. Mark had respect for him, though. That's really well done by Mark to just wait for that play to come to him, understanding that Queso are going to break rotation for these awkward little touches. I mean, if anyone's going to know that, it would be Mark. He's made a career out of that in the past year. As Vatira now pre-jumps Monkey Moon's shot. Gets it out into the corner. Double reset from Joyo at speed as well. I mean, try reading that one. Don't think anyone's going to have a good time trying to predict this guy. Showing that even after the mistake that led to the game loss, he's still really in this one for the win.
Yeah, this has been really, really solid from both teams. Just the coaching behind them both, keeping them on task, aware that any mistake is not the end of it. And as we can see, it's felt like we've been going for a while. We've only played through 3 games. Vatira just scoops the ball and almost found his way past BDS. The one thing that has been missing, and it's not been Vatira's fault. BDS have done such a good job of keeping him quieter. Joyo off the backboard, who's going to be first to this, ends up getting the reset. And Joyo now starting to show off those mechanics a little bit more.
Yeah, he's in the Fennec here. Didn't think that the Octane was working well for him today, clearly. And, I mean, resets don't look like they were any harder for him to land despite changing car. Was really trying to surprise BDS in this game 4. BDS, just like early on in the series, getting those early challenges in on every single aerial play that's coming towards their net. If they're not going to make contact on the ball, they better be making contact on the player, as happens right there. And Extra again, responding to Rise as he ascends to strike on their net. Every single Queso move being countered by BDS.
BDS have shown almost a reluctance to just positioning towards the backboard. They are getting there should the play require it, but they're not setting up over there. And this is the reason why these air dribble plays, it's just easier to run onto them if you're already on the floor. Joyo again off the reset. Takes the shot off the post. Nobody on BDS took the bait. And it is Extra that finally gets to show us what the blue side of the field looks like.
Yeah, I think Extra had a good position to know that that was going wide. He called it for his teammates to not panic and jump for it. Well, that's a good demo there by Rise. Joyo's got a bit of space to work with. Not a lot of boost to get back to the ball though. And Monkey Moon immediately dives in. Here comes Vatira. He's got a reset uncontested. Leaves it for Rise. But the save comes in for Mark by 8. As PDS, they're getting battered right now, but they're still holding on. They've been on the back foot for a long, long time, but Queso can't find a way through.
Queso just will not leave this side of the field unless they absolutely have to. Like, it has to be something really dire to convince them that one person back isn't good enough, no matter what the situation. And here's why Vatira gets the ball past 2. He's actually with 0 boost. Got the entire way across the field. He's still taking on challenges. Vatira showing off why he's so important, gets the transition play, and then continues to get some work going for his team. Here's Extra off the demo.
Oh, hang on.
Not somebody crucial enough. No breakaway. Vatira still on 0. I don't think he's picked any up since we last looked at him.
Yeah, he's been trying. He gets the back corner on respawn. So Rise causing problems. This whole Joyo Vatira talks when we think about who's mechanical in this team. Now Rise showing that they're a triple threat. But Extra switches it to the other end. Vatira keeping control. Mark actually smartly goes over him, and Monkey Moon's there for the finish. So good by Mark to go up and over the defender. Vatira wants the 50-50. Mark doesn't give it to him. And Rise couldn't get there as fast as Monkey Moon. BDS clinical in game 4.
And unfortunately, I've got to look towards Joyo on that one. Just positioned too aggressively. Expected his team to be able to get it, but you've just got to loiter behind the goal line just for a little bit. Make sure that the danger is gone and then finally move forward. And instead, got caught out being overly optimistic. Mark is overly fantastic. He's made it 2-0. And BDS looking to put themselves on triple match point.
Oh, what a pre-flip placement from Mark. On point. Flies on fair distance to get the reset on that one. And after creating the first goal of the game, he scores the second one. And he's even got a compliment from Rise there in the quick chat in game. And here's Joyo. Great pass by Rise. Extras all over it. And what a great job BDS have done in defense in this 4th game. They've had to respond to passing plays. They've had to respond to solo plays. They've answered every single thing that Queso have done. They only need to survive another 15 seconds to go ahead. And Joyo's redirect is not going to help Queso's cause.
Yeah, Rise can't outplay Monkey Moon from that position. And it is going to be BDS on that triple match point. They grab another one. Mark deserves it. He has been outstanding in this game. And after a game, Johnny, that was as scrappy as the third one, this was a champion's response here from BDS. So calm, barely any mistakes on their part, and Extra especially just looked so cool whenever he was called into question.
Yeah, maybe Queso lacking a bit of that team play right at the end of those offensive plays. You know, once they get into these extended periods of pressure, it looks like they're all just taking turns attacking. And they're so used to their solo plays causing massive problems for the defense that they're up against that there's, you know, usually an open net eventually. If they just keep throwing solo plays at their opponents, there's going to be a double commit and then they can score. But not this time. Queso haven't actually managed to break down BDS. Maybe they need to switch it up a little bit here, use a little bit of the passing that we have seen from them in other matchups. And even earlier in the series, kind of only starting off their attacks with passes. You know, it's about finding that key moment, just like BDS did in this game. And yeah, Queso actually just taking a very literal timeout here.
Taking a walk.
Yeah, they're just going to separate themselves.
Lost the coach.
I believe the coach is still there. Oh, no, Kale from BDS.
Coach has returned.
Okay. Good to see Mark with the full team. It's usually just Extra and Monkey Moon at the boot camp, and Mark's there as well this time.
I think that was what was throwing me off more than anything else. Just seeing all three of them at the venue, but the BDS venue is honestly just gorgeous. And it's something that we've been seeing more and more. Although a lot of the boot camp teams this tournament not doing overly well. Some of them have also already managed to make it home, quite literally from the boot camp back to their own place. But for BDS, this is the response that they want. As of course, they're very happy being the full split champions, but they want this online victory that has somehow eluded them. As for Team Queso, I agree with you. I think that it's now time to switch this up a little bit. I like what they were doing initially, where it was team plays to just get the space in the midfield and then find a bit of magic, take the challenges, maybe put the ball off the backboard, and then see if you could cause the chaos from BDS. But BDS weren't giving it away in that last game. And when you start seeing BDS lock down their defense like that, you start to get worried and start thinking to yourself, all right, is this not going to work anymore? Because there are no more double commits and mistakes from BDS.
It's very impressive. We've not seen a lot of BDS on defense pretty much ever, because this team is so dominant and always have been. But that game was brilliant from them. Hardly a double commit, lots of, you know, boost being saved on every single Queso attack, so that every time Queso come at BDS, there's always someone ready to jump and counter what's happening, whether it's, you know, getting a goal side play on a ball, just getting a bump onto an air dribbling opponent. Every time Queso did something, BDS were seemingly ready for it. So it's whether Queso can surprise BDS like they did earlier on in the series, whether it's with mind games or, you know, pouncing on any late approach to a ball that BDS can sometimes have. That's what we're looking out for here, because it's actually a BDS looking solid. I think Vatira has changed car as well. So Queso clearly not feeling all in this one mechanically. It's usually why we get car changes from Octane to Fennec. Vatira Joyo want to be popping off more, and with their mechanical ability, I don't blame them. It must be pretty addictive.
Just imagine that you like a lot of us just imagine we could do double flip resets. These people are doing double flip resets on the best defenses in the world.
Shogun, I just imagine I could hit the ball, to be honest. Like, that would be nice. Forget about
every
flip
time I
resets.
team with you, mate.
I don't blame you. I mean, it would just be a nice bonus, you know, to get contact occasionally, but BDS have really done that
your
in this
ball
game.
misses and my PC just dying on me after that. It's not the best of all experiences, but here's a pretty bad experience for you, being up against BDS when you're stuck in defense. It's something that Queso have dealt with reasonably well throughout the series. Vatira with some of that space. Is the Octane going to give him the mechanics? Instead, he just fails on it pretty early, and it gives Extra a chance to run onto his own opportunity. And he goes for the outplay, hits the crossbar. Oh! Saved! And Mark by 8 is actually quite far forward for the first time. Mark by 8 got greedy and gets punished.
Wow, what a diving save by Rise. He pinches it off his own post as well. That completely caught Mark off guard. He was expecting that to be a soft clear into the corner that he would be first to pounce on. But Rise is actually deflected it out into the middle, and the counter-attack comes in for Queso. A pretty tough one to read, to be honest, for Mark. It's a very difficult position to predict, especially with the angle Rise was coming at the save from. But nonetheless, BDS have overcommitted.
That seemed like a surefire goal from where I was. Instead, it's the opposite way around. Team Queso up by 1 in a must-win game. Vatira still can't find that outplay. He's been desperate for it this entire series. Still hasn't got one yet. Mark by 8 takes all of his time. How frustrating is that?
Oh, man. I mean, that's just brilliant by Mark. He doesn't have any boost. There's no way that he can make an outplay with the ball in that position. So just why not go for the mind game? Then 50-50. You've just taken 2 opponents out of the game. And all you've done is drive beside the ball and then flip into it. I mean, you don't need to worry about the mechanics in that play. It's just brilliant decision-making by Mark. That, however, not the best decision-making, as he gives away the ball. He's chased Royal down on the recovery, so he hasn't left Monkey Moon alone in defense. So that's, definitely ideal for BDS.
Here is Mark again, and there goes Mark again. Taking out the play as Vatira with Rise gets it over to him. One of the easiest saves that Mark is going to get off the demo. Joyo, there's just demos all over the place. Joyo's realized that he's got to take this by himself. Gave it a good go. Really liking these demos on the potential passing option for Team Queso. BDS just wiping it out and practically daring a team that loves an outplay to try an outplay.
Lovely offload by Joyo. Vatira tries to catch it. Extra's right there with him the entire way, just staring him down. That gives Monkey Man a free touch on the ball. Tight angle double by Rise. Defended well by Extra, but Joyo's coming in with the follow-up and he scores it. There was no third player there to follow up on Extra's touch. Looks like Mark just ended up in the net. Actually jumped at the same ball Extra did. That's the only mistake that Queso need. They just need one moment where BDS panic and they're there to score it. I guess it just shows how well BDS defended last game, that they didn't panic for pretty much 5 minutes of pressure. Queso get their better rhythm again. This time, no counter-attack needed. That was just pressure.
Yeah, that one I'm just going to fawn over how good Joy's positioning was. That is just outright game IQ to realize where that initial ball is going and make sure that your car is just planted there. Brilliant, brilliant positioning from Joyo. And that is what is required for that 2-goal lead, but leads don't tend to last long in this series. And Monkey Moon has cut this one in half.
That's just great stuff by Mark. He knows that there's really no point in shooting from this distance. Joyo will probably save anything that he puts on target. So he sends it close enough to the net for Joyo to just immediately think, is that in? And then realize, no, it's not. And I've just put myself out of position for Monkey Moon's shot as well. Great stuff by Mark. Again, opening the scoring with a great assist for his teammate.
Here's Vatira. Actually doing to Mark what Mark did to him earlier on. Forcing him to come forward, and this has actually opened up so much space. Joyo over the top of the keeper. Rise not there. Joyo really has been enjoying himself when he's had opportunities to play the ball. Been so active throughout the series. And yet again, off the backboard, nobody there. Everybody just crowding around on the goal line, and it has worked out this time for BDS. But they still need another goal with 45 seconds left.
And they're trying to just lob the ball middle as many times as they can. Maybe get a follow-up from a third man moving in, but Queso have been too quick. Their boost management's on point. Oh, Monkey Man actually lands underneath the ball here. Gets it on target, but slowly. Less than 30 seconds to go as Queso continue to just apply the squeeze to BDS, but have they gone a bit too far now? Rise demoed. Vatira's still recovering. Joyo's got to do it all by himself at the moment. And in fact, he just drives right in and takes the ball. BDS, after the smoke screen, couldn't react in time, and now they're completely out of that time as they still trail in game number 5.
Yeah, out of time and nearly out of boost as well. Extra tasked with trying to keep the ball alive. So much work needed to be done here by Mark by 8. Monkey Moon on the follow.
Whoa!
Rise took himself into the best position possible, and Team Queso have begun their great escape. They need 2 more to get this win.
Well, that was a lot closer at the end of the game than it looked like it was going to be. As BDS pull a shot out of nowhere. Well done by Monkey Man to get that on target at all. But of course, you would expect Queso to have somebody defending the net on a 0-second play, and they do save it, although it was extremely close
I've made
to the
that
net.
assumption so many times throughout this season. I've given up on that assumptions now. I'm just happy when someone's there.
Yeah, first goal of the game, Mark just not expecting a post-pinch save, so tough one to read. And Joyo with great control putting Queso 2 goals in front. We saw one overextension there by BDS, although pretty tough to expect what happened. And then Mark kind of panicking on the second goal as well. Those are the things that Queso are looking for, just trying to find space to make their plays work, and then trying to immediately be there to capitalize on any gaps in the BDS defense, because they've been few and far between today. In fact, BDS kind of just put them all in game 3, which is pretty smart to do in a best of 7. Just chuck all your misplays in one game. They're still on double match point here, and they got plenty of chances in the last game, so they'll, I think, still feel pretty confident here. Oh, they'll feel very confident now.
It's gonna go. I would not feel confident anymore when Extra is pulling out clips like this one. That confidence goes out the window.
Wow, Extra. The clutch reset. He was up quickly for that one, and just as quickly set the ball on target after landing on it. You know, we've seen that from Mark today. We've seen it from Extra. Monkeyman, of course, known for his ability to flip reset. So if you thought Queso were going to be the team to watch in that regard, clearly BDS have got another thing coming for you. Huge goal by Extra to put them in front on the Tokyo.
Oh, good pass as well for Tira. Got the bump, but the shot was not on target. All but one of these games have been within a single goal. We've already needed 3 overtimes that have been over 5 minutes long combined. We might need another because Joyo is pulling out another amazing play. What a tournament he's having.
Joyo, I mean, how does he control this? This is absurd. Truly unreal from Team Queso. Who even thinks to try and air dribble the ball as it's coming at you at that speed? Apparently Joyo does.
That's double tap range. Like, you just hit it off the backboard and go. That shouldn't even enter your mind to try and do that. Joyo, you're right, it's unreal.
I watched that, and then I watched the replay in-game, then I looked at the stream to watch another time, because I'm thinking, how does he come up with this?
Why does he come up with this? That's my big problem here. Why? There was another play there, and he decided, nah, this one's better. And you know what? He was right.
It's unbelievably difficult to control the ball when it's coming at you at that speed. Never mind doing it mid-air, getting back to the ball, and hitting it with power. There really is no way to defend against Queso when they're making plays like this. BDS have done a phenomenal job reading them today, but some plays are beyond predicting.
Yeah, there's no such thing as arriving at that one early enough for a challenge. You end up getting there, we're starting to maybe inspect how on earth you even know this. Some sort of clairvoyance going on as Vatira gets the ball away from an oncoming attack from Extra. Here again, off the backboard. And whether I think BDS would have preferred that last play to have gone to, rather than the way it was played by Joyo. Back out again for Tira. There's no challenger in the midfield. BDS respecting that they've pretty much lost that if they end up going. They need all 3 players back. Has been the right decision, but it's just so weird to see, because how many teams do you think can do that to a team like BDS?
Well, you know, if Queso can come back and get a win here, that'll already be impressive. BDS up by 3. So up by 3 games to 1. So many times we've seen that over the past year. And even the teams playing against them can't believe that they have any chance of coming back. But Queso digging deep here. They're down really badly in this series. 3-1 down. 2 players changing cars because they don't feel like they're playing well. They have managed to step it up. Oh, BDS are coming at them though. Vatira deflects the ball into his own post to save it brilliantly. That was a position where Mark is ready to pounce. Vatira manages to keep control. Extra shot. Had a lot of venom on it. Nothing Vatira can't deal with.
So if I'm Mark, I'm starting to really dislike those posts. Got him caught out on Wasteland. Took the ball away from his oncoming rebound in this one. Would not be a fan if I was him, as Extra back into his own path. 21 boost, and he's faked out Vatira. Goodbye, Vatira. Extra charges down the rest of the field. BDS's turn, but when you're playing against this, offloads mid-air, Rise, sets up. Who's there? Nobody, unfortunately, for Team Queso. How exquisite was that, though? Mid-air, just gifting the ball to continue the air dribble.
And Extra still panicking here. He manages to get goal side of Rise's shot. It's gone wide. Joyo doesn't have a double. Rise on this turn. He's going to try and just control this. And he does well. Chance following up for Vatira now. Now that was fortunate for BDS that no one was there. Extra panicked. Knew that somebody could be there quickly. Missed twice. And now Vatira He's not almost scored, but it's off the post again. We are still tied in game 6.
Yeah, Mark this time was the one that was happy to see the post getting hit. He was the one that was able to take the ball back over and get rid of it. Monkey Moon, power shot down the other side of the field, and Rice still keeps it. How much boost was that? How important is it to keep that territory for Team Queso? I think you just got to show by how much boost was used just to get to that ball. Here is Rice yet again, marked by 8. Does well, takes 2 players out with the challenge, but passed over to Rise. Couldn't find the ball.
That's the right idea by Queso. Those passes into players who are in open space have been missing in the latter end of this series. This time they passed a bit too far ahead of Rise for him to catch up to. Not a lot of time left. Monkey Moon manages to read the clear pretty well. Joyo leaves it for Vatira, but he's dunked by Extra. It's into the middle. Joyo's there again. And still, Rise lingering downfield this entire time, waiting for that pass.
The big story has now become how good can you get the save, not only to get it out of your own net, but to keep it away from the oncoming player, because both teams happy to send people off the backboard. Extra, he's there, but he's missed it. Ran out of boost, couldn't get across the ball enough. We have our 4th overtime.
BDS have just got a way to put those 0-second shots on target. Extra this time, like you said, unable to get around it and send it in off that far post. Monkey Moon keeping the ball alive next to the Queso net. Once again, it's off the post and into the middle for Monkey Moon! And he collects his own pass, finishes the series, sending Queso to the lower bracket. Revenge is sweet for BDS.
And a war was required to do it. BDS had to change an awful lot about what we know about them, but proving that they are capable of adapting to go and get the win. What a series that was, Johnny. And I think a statement as well. We know what to expect from BDS. A statement, I feel, from Queso in this one, where we saw things go wrong, and it wasn't whole spread changes that would have taken away the identity of what they were trying for. They just tweaked things. And I just think that showed great coaching, a great identity, and a great bit of knowledge about what they are trying to achieve under their playstyle. So very impressed with them, but they are going to have to play again in that lower bracket. And Johnny, it's a bit of a dream match down there as well, because it's Team Queso against Dignitas.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one to watch. Another rematch from regional number 1, but what a performance by BDS, showing different style than we're used to seeing from them. They didn't just, batter the ball and try and smash their heads into the wall and hope for the best. They usually just brute force their way through everybody. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But today they showed that they've got the control, they've got the composure, and they've got the early challenges to shut down those big solo plays coming out of Queso. Queso not able to switch gear enough, not able to change the pace and surprise BDS enough to come out with a win today.
Right, well, we're going to have an opportunity as well after this break to find out who is going to book their spot in our top 4, as we have got Misfits taking on Guild.
Seen the time to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the Premier Cup here on the second European Regional. I'm Lee. Alongside me, we have Greg and Jorby and Dazarin. We got some Rocket League to break down and some Rocket League to analyze going forward. So let's get into breaking some stuff down. Dazarin, we first saw in the upper bracket here that Evil Geniuses and Misfits matchup. Tell me how that went.
I mean, when you look at it, it looks like it's a short series. I mean, Jorby, this one ended like a lot faster than we thought.
Did it? Because there was like, I think 11 minutes of overtime between two games alone. And yeah, Misfits, they couldn't get anything going on offense. Evil Geniuses outboxed them on the pitch, a lot of bumps and a lot of demos. And even when Misfits were on offense, we didn't see that more often. Cash sinking balls in the back of the net. He tweeted afterwards, he's like, does anyone got any shooting tips? We play Guild later. That's exactly the vibe of Misfits right now.
Easy tip, don't double jump. They were just throwing themselves at the ball and running out of options, and that's why Evil Geniuses were able to save it, is because it was predictable shooting. If they just hold that dodge, wait for the last moment, they can direct it in any part of the net, and that way they'll be more in control and potentially be able to score. I think a little bit of tilt meant that their control in the air and on the ground was just not as good as we expect from those guys.
Yeah, I think that, looking at that matchup, definitely Misfits are going to have some work to do. But, I want to talk about the match we just saw with Team Queso. Team Queso and BDS. Like, I believe we got some tape for that. I want to see just exactly what went down, because looking at that particular matchup, it just seemed like there was a bit of a miscommunication here at first. Obviously, Team Queso, a very good team. You saw them kind of linking up together. I was all aboard the cheese train after their first regional event, but this time, it seems like BDS started to kind of download them. There was a little bit of frustration. You kind of saw it on the cams with Monkey Moon, especially in his game 3, but BDS figured it out, and they ended up taking this one in 6.
And I have to say, Monkey Moon was not having a good time in this match. Every time his cam was on, it just looked like he just was not happy, and they still ended up winning. Apparently, Monkey Moon has to be tilted for them to play well. I don't think that's actually true, but they ended up getting out the victory. But I was a little worried for them midway through that series, but I'm happy Monkey Moon and company were able to pull through.
Perhaps that's the key to Monkey Moon's success. Sort of like the Bruce Banner saying, the key is I'm always angry, and that's why he does so well. Because there was a few times where he looked tilted and he came off and just pulled out an amazing mechanic shortly afterwards. He is one of those few players who gets frustrated at himself way more than anyone else. And I think it can be a healthy mindset at times because it encourages self-development. But at other times, it can lead you to frustration, and that's when you underperform and so on. But Monkey Moon has found that healthy balance, hopefully, which allowed him to play as well as he did, which has earned them a spot in that upper bracket final versus EG.
And there it is, your top 6 now sitting in this bracket here on day 2 of the Premier Cup. As we start to hit some longer matches. These matches have already been going the distance, only getting 1-4-0 in the upper here. And now teams fighting for their lives down in the lower part of the bracket. We have Queso Dignitas coming up later. But first up, we got to talk about this match coming right at our faces here soon. It's Misfit Gaming versus Guild Esports. This is going to be a fun one because we're talking behind the scenes here, Greg. And I feel like if we saw any route for Guild to make it into a top 4, this might be the route as they go up against Misfits, who come off a devastating loss from the upper bracket.
Yeah, and they earned that route. They played so well in the group stages, earned that 2-1, so that put them on the right side of the lower bracket to have what you could potentially say is easier opponents. And they're now up against Misfits, who I can tell just from the way they looked in their cameras against Evil Geniuses, are probably feeling a bit frustrated, but they've had time to reset. If they can come back in, reset with their mental, then I think they are the favorites here. But I think Guild are going to be feeling it. This is the best performance they've had since CRR. They're going to be in a very strong honeymoon phase of the team, feeling confident going into this, where Misfits are the opposite, feeling they've been fallen short in the upper bracket and are now going to have to regain.
Yeah, I feel like Misfits, like you were saying, getting the break, I actually do think that's really big for them because they do play tilted a lot when they end. Like they're a team that thinks they should beat Evil Geniuses. And based on what we've seen from Misfits before, they should be able to have a more competitive series against them. So having a bit of a break and also boot camping, I think, are two things that are really going to help them. Talking to their coach/manager, Dreesen, he was telling me that, just being in a boot camp setting has helped so much just to keep the guys on a mental level. So hopefully this break has helped them out a little bit, and, it can be competitive for them.
Well, chat, I'm wondering what you're thinking. It's time for the fan vote. Hashtag MSF or hashtag GLD in the chat. Start spamming away. We're going to start tallying while we get the analyst thoughts on how we think this one's going to go. I expect potentially a close one on the fan vote as well. I'm curious if we'll see the death split again like we've seen previously here today on day 2. Let's start on the far end again. Daz, you're in the hot seat. Let me know how you're feeling about this one. Misfits or Guild?
This is kind of tough because I wasn't really a fan of either shooting today. We saw CRR in that game 4. He wasn't looking good. And again, he was like the leading scorer of the tournament going into today. I'll still back him, though. I'll still go Guild. I think Guild got, I feel like they could still edge it out. It's kind of close. But yeah, I'll go Guild here.
All right. Guild for Daz. Jorvie.
We can't have Johnny be right. We can't have Johnny predict top 4 placement for Guild and have this happen 2 weeks in a row or 2 regionals in a row. Absolutely not. No, you know where I'm going. It's Misfits. Come on. Misfits are going to win it. Come on, baby. You know they're going to come out. Cash is class, Daz. Cash is class.
Let me get my legs out, baby. Here we go.
Oh, my God.
Let's go.
Sit down. No. Unbelievable. He's had those on all day. I just grabbed this flag.
I'm sorry, Jorby, but you're gonna have to live by your prediction. You'll be the misfit on the desk here. You're sitting alone. I'm going Guild on this one. I think it's happening. I think we're seeing Guild in a top 4 spot in the Premier Cup here.
Too. That's close.
They've edged it out as well. Fair play.
It was your thighs, Greg, and that's what it was. You got up there, were like, okay, wait, hold on, change the vote.
Go work on
the vote. I had a feeling this would be close, and we know it's going to be a good matchup, so why don't we jump into it? After a rough loss, Misfits look for redemption in Guild. Guild, though, eyeing that top 4 spot, will not go down without a fight.
Certainly not going to go down without a fight. Leaf and Subi alongside here with me in the booth. We'll see if CRR can have another excellent series like he did earlier today.
He certainly is looking great today. And for the Misfits, I came out hot on them when they were up earlier today, but definitely looking a little worse than they were playing yesterday. They need to find that magic that they seem to have bottled up and just uncap it right now.
Well, we'll start it off with indeed CRR, seeing if he can get anything going. A little help from Devo as Guild pressuring the first opportunity over on the Warren side. Nice dish out to CRR. Cash in an awkward position here above his net. Handled nicely. And Matane, Arju, and Cash, definitely a frustrating series earlier for them. The biggest thing that they clearly felt was lacking was their shooting accuracy. Cash even put out a tweet about it. See if the time off in between series has dialed them in a little bit more. As
that's
again,
one of
still Guild pushing.
The most important things about making it to the playoff weekend, got to be able to make the most out of those opportunities, and that's where the accuracy problems rears its ugly head. Beautiful dish, top of the box, but turned away by Cash. And once you start hitting those small little windows, that's when you can start putting yourself into the bracket finals, lower bracket or upper bracket. But when those accuracy issues are plaguing you, it's going to be hard to win. But Nolly not having accuracy issues here as he slots it right under the crossbar.
Gotta like the follow through from Nolly. He was playing so tight to CRR. He was pretty much right under him all the way up the pitch, which is very dangerous. If you end up losing that challenge, you're going to have 2 people out of position, but his aggression pays off. He's able to beat the defense, and Guild on the board first. As kickoff, tough stretch for Nolly. Help from CRR, big overcommit here. Thankfully, it's going to go harmlessly into the blue corner as Cash is trying to get up the pitch as fast as possible and see if Misfits can get something going here. They're going to have to, not take it back with them. Matane not cleanly able to keep possession. I don't really think they have the boost to stay on offense here.
Awkward rotations. The third man rotated all the way through the backside of Guild's defense, looking for a boost steal, but no one was there. No one was going to rotate anyway, so didn't do much as kind of neutral play here in midfield, going back into the Misfits half as Cash is up. Cash is down, but can't find that dunk on the defense. And again, Misfits seem to be scrambling in their offense and yet to get anything set.
Oh, and that demo going to make it even harder. I was just thinking that they really just started to settle down a little bit. And of course, that's right when the demo comes out. Now they got to fight for possession again. 3 minutes left, game one. Slowly but surely, Cash trying to work his way down into the blue end. They got to wait patiently for the clear from Nolly and see what Matane can do with it. No options, however. Only Devo waiting for it. Nolly comes up empty, and Arju actually able to pick it up cleanly. CRR was floating past the ball, dished off to Cash. No problem for Devo on the goal line. And Misfits starting to string a couple of shots together. That demo going to give him another chance at possession, but still waiting to really see some creativity on offense that'll break down that Guild defense.
Yeah, we did see a great transition there as an infield pass came out, but the problem is that was only their second shot on target. This is a big opportunity, and Arju going to capitalize, and you called it, Achieves. You see the double commit going up, and the net wide open.
Tough break. Devo, I honestly think Devo's got the much better line there. I think just a breakdown in communication there for Guild. CRR kind of just thinking I need to hit this one and I want to hit it off the backboard. And Devo just saying, get out of my way. This is no problem. And with their powers combined, they're going to concede a goal as Cash trying to slot one into the lower left-hand side. No problem for CRR. And Misfits find themselves potentially conceding again.
Oh!
What a dish from CRR. Cash going to recover off the backboard. Huge save.
Massive save on the back end as Arju gets the flip reset, puts it on target, and Devo says, not happening now. Try again, young buck, as Devo again on defense trying to hold things together for Guild as they are just scrambling to get this ball out. And Misfits doing the best ability to keep this ball in the blue half as Devo comes off the ceiling and gets that ball towards midfield, relieving a lot of that pressure Misfits had just built up.
Yeah, Guild actually doing a really nice job there as well, making sure to take care of their corner boosts as that one's deflected by Devo. And Matane comes up empty as well. Chance for Guild to get their feet set on offense and see if they can push Misfits out of their own half, but got to continue to take care and not allow Misfits to steal those corner boosts because Misfits really are sharking towards those and want to take them away and make it as difficult as possible for them to outlast them on defense. Nolly, little fake, actually ends up getting it back to CR. Cash just stonewalls Nolly, doesn't budge an inch, able to make the save.
Oh, man. So close right there as CRR going to put this up towards the side wall. You see Nolly going up early for this is just go under 1 minute to play here. Matane pokes it back towards midfield. A little bit of miscommunication on Guild side. 2 players in one spot, but don't get punished just yet. 45 seconds to go, and still both teams now seem to be at a stalemate. The first 2 minutes, it was all Guild, but Misfits made some adjustments, not too aggressive on offense, and now we're starting to see some success.
Success in terms of possession, but I really don't think they're going to get too much mileage diving into the corner here. They got to find some way to get it out into the middle, across the box, just like this. Unfortunately, it's a little too far for Matane. And Devo with a wise catch there. CRR quick to follow up. Matane cleanly off his backboard. Nolly up nice and early, though, to not allow Misfits out for free. Cash with some help from his teammates. Dump back down. Nolly too quick. Cash not able to get the muscles through him onto the goal line, and Devo's taking his time, and everyone will just reset here. We'll go to OT.
Turned into pandemonium in that corner. Just seemed like everyone was launching themselves at the ball as Devo gets a little bit of space, but can't quite find that flip reset. And CRR, looking for the double. But interestingly enough, you know, we were talking about the shot discrepancy between Guild and Misfits early on, and right away, Misfits have brought it back up, tied the shot totals at 8 apiece.
Certainly equalizing itself. Matane with a chance to put the game on ice. Devo not going to let him even have a look at the net with a double tap. And CRR not able to get a hold of the ball, but he will punch a Misfits player away from it, and that means they have a little extra time to get reset. Dush to Nolly. Arju stretching, going to make the save, and thankfully just enough space between him and that shot to have the time to react to it. Cash with an uncontested ball here, and transition for Misfits over the top of Nolly. Can he get this one? He's not able to squeeze it into the corner. Oh, so close.
Oh my goodness, he almost had that double tap coming off of the ceiling, mind you. Here comes Devo, does get a touch to put it towards center, but Matane easily turns that one away, and I've been so impressed with Nolly's ability to pre-jump a lot of these balls in midair and meet them at the point of contact, creating a neutral 50-50 and just stifling Misfits Gaming attempt at pushing forward.
You're definitely right about Nolly. Definitely aggressive. It's working out nicely, and CRR finding himself in a lot of great spots on the pitch to hamper Misfits' push. But as was the case from earlier, that's a nice pass, but nobody
one
there
there
for it. You like the idea, though. And they're trying the same thing, but too high and too far for Nolly, having to fight for possession in the corners. CRR stalemates Cash with the demo. That's a big stretch, and CRR almost lights up Misfits on defense. That would have been a stunner.
Oh, that would have been filthy. That was so creative. Nobody expected him to be going for a shot from there as Cash puts a hard one on target, and Nolly coming off that side wall saves the day for Guild, and still all knotted up. 2 minutes have passed by here in overtime, and Cash plenty of space in air. There's Arju, puts the shot on, and on target it is. Misfits stealing game number 1.
Did they run into each other in the net? You gotta know. CRR right down the center line. Devo's there, and no, okay, Nolly just not in a good position for it. I thought initially maybe they hit each other, but unfortunately for them, Misfits just put one that was too strong, and what a game 1.
Oh, man.
So some real opportunities to make the top plays list going into tomorrow, that's for sure. But overall, excellently played game from Guild and Misfits. But you have to think Guild really only find themselves in the loss column here because of one mistake during regulation. They double commit right here.
Right.
And that allows Misfits back into it, and they eventually win the overtime. So tough game 1 to lose, but Misfits were definitely playing solid offense all the way throughout.
Yeah, it took them a little while, but eventually they found their way to roll downhill. And there were definitely some moments in this first game of Chiefs where it puts you on the edge of your seat and it gets you excited for the games coming up because like, oh, they're going to start doing stuff like this. Eventually, one of them are going to fall, but the mechanics are just starting to show themselves for Misfits. And the more space that Guild gives them, the more goals we're going to be seeing from Misfits. But like I was pointing out, and like you agreed, Nolly is doing a great job of trying to disrupt those plays in midair.
Yeah, really liking Guild's approach. It is tough because Misfits are playing incredibly aggressively. They aren't trying to take as much space as possible. And Nolly, CRR both are doing a nice job. That one's going to ping pong around and off the corner of the Misfits net. Arju with some extra space here. Misses the flick, though, and lets Devo connect the demo back on the opposite side. Huge miss from Nolly, though. He had Devo circling back around in the middle of the pitch. If he'd connected, you thought maybe there would have been a shooting lane, but unfortunately, they'll have to find another opportunity here at the start of game 2.
Again, Nolly midair kills that ball immediately in the orange half, allowing Devo to come in. Misplay on the corner, but Matane able to scoop it up, get a flick, and Arju creates some space. Cash gonna put a shot on target, and Nolly gets the save for Guild.
And again, that's just a spacing problem for Misfits. It's kind of the no way through here, but it's the best shot you have, and nobody ready for Guild on the goal line to try and get a quick redirect to take it away from that Misfits defense. So physical here at the start of game 2, and Arju's actually going to weave his way up the pitch, beat one defender, and he's got an open net.
Beautiful demo. I love that one on the backside. And then how does he get this over Devo? He just gets to the ball quicker. Simple Rocket League right there for Misfits Gaming and Arju. All 3 goals so far for the orange side.
And great recognition from him as well. Devo kind of chickened out of that challenge. He didn't have a lot of boost, so he was thinking maybe I'll just drop back into shadow, and Arju picked up on it instantly, got behind the outside of the ball, and hit the hard flick to the back post. It's just what the doctor ordered, so Misfits starting out with an advantage here in game 2 instead of having to come from behind. And we'll see now if Guild has an answer. Rips one at Cash from half the pitch away. And Misfits trying to get grounded here, and CRR just a little too close to the play to put a strong shot on target.
And I love that poke there from Matane, just keeping the defense honest, but it might come back to haunt him. But Cash comes across the goal line, gets the save on the ball as Cash again looking for a pass and looking for the dish himself, but Devo covering up the goal line. I think he realized, I'm not going to get faked out here.
Nice aggression from Cash as well. Not letting Guild build any pressure off what could have been a dangerous counterattack.
Oh, yeah.
To Arju, doesn't really have any good place to put it. Kind of drops it, gives it right back to Guild. Tough break for him. Had a few options on the other side, but just tough to handle. Couldn't execute.
I love the idea, though. I love that little bit of a back pass. trying to open up a shot. But I think they needed one more touch to make just one defender bite, get one defender to come out of net and get them just slightly out of position because it was easily read. They saw, okay, this is a pass coming. He's going to shoot the ball and turn away easily. But here comes Cash going off the back wall. CRR, not the greatest touch, but does slow it down. And Arju gets baited out. And here comes the offense from Guild. Hold on.
Oh, they
Flick
got
on
through.
target. And Cash covering up the back line in time.
Kind of stuck with no boost back there. Had to be Matane in the corner. It's the only reason why he would have been so slow to that one. And again, Guild doing an excellent job finding people quickly on their own half. Easy enough for them to break out. Misfits, while they do have a very aggressive position on the pitch, it does kind of cut down on their ability to cut off passing lines. And Nolly actually comes up with the CRR. Yeah, Matane's toast. Matane's thinking about, how am I supposed to stop this? The answer is you don't.
Yeah, what do you do there? You just got to guess. And CRR puts it in the best spot possible, right behind the defender. Can't create any momentum to get back to it. And just like that, little bit of a mistake on the back line, and Guild right back in game number 2.
Really needed some help from his teammate there on the wall, but he couldn't get a touch on it. And easy shot opportunity for CRR, and Devo, quick pot shot at net, no problem for Cash. And Misfits, unfortunately not able to hold on to their lead. Guild now the ones who are putting the pressure on. This is kind of the inverse of how game 1 looked. Early on in game 1, it was all Guild, and then it became Misfits, and now you have the exact opposite here in game 2. CRR putting the pressure on Misfits defense now.
A few missed touches so far from Misfits to where the ball just slightly gets away from them, and Guild are right there to eat it up as Devo beats out Matane in midair. And I'd like to see a little more consistency from the touches from Misfits Gaming, because they seem to just be, at times, just hitting the ball to hit it, just trying to get, okay, we need this ball out of our zone, and not really reading the defense. They've had a few opportunities to slow the ball down and dribble it out of their own half, but instead they just give it right back over to Guild.
See if that makes a difference. Easy clear for Arju. The punt, definitely the right choice. Gave everyone an opportunity there to have some extra space to get some boost. And now it's Misfits maybe going to think about pushing here in the final 30 seconds. Depends if they can come up with the ball cleanly. And Cash, definitely the right person to do that. Arju, considering this bounce corner, lets it roll and pokes one towards the top right corner. No problem for Devo, and he's going to cut off an opportunity of Guild looking to clear the ball, as this one's just going to get stuck here. Overtime, very likely. Corner is excellent at wasting time. No problem for Nolly all the way from the side, just missing the double tap, and Arju actually came away with that one pretty clean, and Devo might have caught Matane in a bad spot. Can he convert this one? He's trying to go right through Cash, and took a great line to it and got it out to the safety of the corner.
Yeah, Devo still looking for his first scratch here in the series, yet to get any type of participation on offense, but definitely doing his part on defense, as you see there. Great back wall defense, puts it right over to CRR to get the offense started for Guild, but misreads the ball there. And CRL, all alone on an island back there, does a great job of just killing time, allowing his teammates to rotate back.
Devo definitely looking for CRR. So tough to execute that pass properly. His teammates able to go up and get it. Arju kind of thinking, what's he going to do with this one after he gets on the wall? The answer is not much. It's going to be Matane's job to come through and try and see if Misfits can get some boost steals and limit Guild's ability to transition. In fact, that's exactly what happened. CRR dodges a demo, gets pushed out. Matane's got a lot to pick from, and Devo can't quite stretch to cover the outside corner. And that is going to be a Misfits game 2.
All comes down to the annoyance created by Arju on the back end, just being a pest to Guild and getting in their ear, and just causing enough disruption to allow that shot to go in, as Misfits Gaming putting Guild on notice here that, okay, first game of the day didn't look so good, but we can wear 2 masks, and the second one has been pulled over their face.
A very nice job as well to outlast Guild in regulation there. A lot of saves required. Not so much in terms of the, oh my gosh, how are they even going for this on offense shots this game, but definitely a couple tough ones to handle for them. And boost steals gets it done in overtime. Matane with a nice quality opportunity on target. I knew they were dissatisfied with their shooting from the first series of the day, and that's one you absolutely have to put away when you've got no lives left. So Well done, Misfits. Now they give themselves a pretty solid edge in the series. Guild going to have to figure out something. I really don't think Guild are playing too bad. It's just a matter of, okay, can we get that one extra touch? See if we can take the ball out of Cash or Metane's hands on defense and stop them from, bringing that ball down. Because, there's a lot of give it right back to Guild, but at the same time, Guild never really had the opportunity to set up a strong play on offense. So it's kind of this very delicate give and take that you have to enter into at times. And while the offense favored Guild, they still weren't able to convert anything. And CRR is going to be too slow here at the start of game 3. Cash says, thank you very much.
Look at this nasty dunk from Arju. 2 players from Guild end up going. A little bit of a double commit. Ends up biting them on that play. And you said it. Cash puts in the goal for Misfits Gaming. And not a great position to be put in if you're Guild. You're already down in the series. You don't want to be chasing goals.
Ooh, huge punt from Cash, aimed at Metane on the side wall, and very aggressive follow-through as well. If CRR can get this into the middle of the pitch. Devo playing a little bit too tight, though. Has to have Nolly jump over the top of him to try and keep this one in the orange half. Guild, don't like the 2 people in the corner look. Rarely is that a good idea, but it's still going to find its way out into the middle. Nolly needs the help of Devo, but hasn't had the time to grab the boost yet. Thankfully, Misfits kind enough to give him the ball right back, and he's going to stick one in the orange corner as well. So Guild not necessarily positioned particularly well here, but still able to find a way to manipulate the touches in their favor. Minute 1, while it is a Misfits lead, finally the clear there, going to give them a chance to reset.
Yeah, and so far, this entire series, outside of the first 2 to 3 minutes of game number 1, it has just been exactly how Misfits Gaming has wanted to play. And Cash can't tuck that one in, but I really think Guild need to assert their dominance here. Right now, they're playing with some white gloves on, and I'd like to see them take the gloves off and just punch Misfits Gaming in the mouth. Go for some aggression. I've yet to see too many bumps, too many demos from their side, and Misfits Gaming not having to play with their head on a swivel too much.
Ooh, a chip there from Nolly takes away the opportunity from Tane. Devo with some extra space. I don't really know how I feel about the straight air dribble. Cash definitely up early, not wanting to let it develop. CRR, how do you dig this one off the wall? That's the question. He elects to let it roll, and Cash again, such a solid line to the ball. He's so tough to just muscle the ball through. Nolly, hard shot offline though, and Devo with a nice boost steal, but they missed the challenge. That means Misfits is out for free.
Oh, that's a dangerous ball, but nobody there for Misfits to catch that wraparound pass. And CRR gonna have a little bit of space, but Metane bumps him off the ball, says not today, and Arju gonna clean things up for Misfits Gaming here. He looks for a flip reset, gets it, and goes right past CRR. Into the corner, their offense goes, and no shot to follow up, but you can't really blame Cash there. Wow. He goes forward, that's a triple commit, and that clear right there could have very easily be turned into a goal had he not been positioned so far back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great clear from Devo, and another pushed ball over to CRR, and they're trying to go for some crazy redirects. CRR just stretching, he was playing the block. Arju definitely had him beat. CRR definitely thinking the right way, but everyone comes up empty.
Ooh.
And it bounces right back to Cash, and he is going to let fly at the net. 2-0 Misfits.
I don't like this touch here from Devo. Just laterally going into the corner, and it just pops out directly at a horizontal. Just immediately back center for Misfits Gaming, and nobody home for Guild on the goal line. 2 minutes, 8 seconds remaining here in game number 3. And Guild have to get to work soon. You don't want to be chasing a 2-goal deficit with only a minute to go.
Oh, and Nolly definitely aggressive there, but no boost. They're trying to limit Misfits' opportunities by controlling the midfield boost to see if that will give them enough of an edge to get Misfits to kind of wait just an extra second or two at the midfield line. But they get those boost deals again in that blue corner. That's letting them out for free. You can't stop him. He's too good. Okay.
Oh.
don't throw anything Cash's way on defense. He's not getting through him right now.
For real. He's doing a great job at just reading where the ball, the trajectory that it's taking. I mean, just reading it off the sidewall, out of the corners, off of another player's car. Great job
Oh, they
of the
caught
perception,
Matane, but it's
and
wide.
it was wide open. Achieves. That's one you gotta have.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Matane, I think he thought Cash was already back, and he just started pushing forward, and they were both just in the same spot. That was absolutely a free goal.
Oh!
And Nolly, oh so close, would have been a wicked double tap. CRR just trying to poke that
Great
one into
pass.
the lines. Nolly just got to gently caress it into the net. They cut the lead in half. They got 52 seconds to work with. Well done, Gil.
They lucked out here. I mean, that opportunity for the double, but yeah, that pass by Devo, so brilliant to just pop it up, little change up, slow down the pace of the ball, and defenders, all of them get pulled out of net, and just like that, less than a minute to go, and Guild just need one.
Classic exercise, just play, keep away, and it works out. CRR, oh so close. Devo catches the ball a little heavy. Enough for him to regain command here. He actually almost got Arju to own goal off.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
Nolly was right on top of it, but he came in a little too hot. CRR considering an aggressive circle, and I guess it's what's needed with only 30 seconds left. Nolly forced all the way back into his own corner. CRR thinking about the bumps. Can he just beat one player? It's actually going to take two. Cash again out of the orange net. Huge clear, and time's ticking here for Guild.
How does Arju get credited with that save? But either way, had to combine powers to keep it out in Guild. 10 seconds remaining. Ball's on the correct half of the field. That pass goes up, and Cash turns it away, but Devo sharking midfield, and what a clear from Cash. And just going to put the exclamation point on Game 3 for Misfits Gaming.
Oh, gets the takeaway out of the net, gets the takeaway at the midfield, gets the takeaway one more time. That's an easy 3-touch goal from your own net. Well done, Cash.
And gives himself a nice little hattie to finish it off. Cash wasn't doing much in terms of offense for Misfits Gaming in the first two, and gets 3 in a row in game number 3, in a critical game number 3, to put Guild on notice and on match point.
And again, I mean, yeah, Guild are going to take a timeout here. And what do? It's really not like they're playing, super poorly. You could almost say, yeah, it was the shot accuracy for them this time. Because, I mean, there was, granted, only one opportunity, really. That one where they caught Matane out in the midfield and Cash wasn't back yet. That's your only wide open net that it's like, that probably should have been a goal. But other than that, I don't feel like Guild are doing anything wrong. It's just, I think Cash had a lights out defensive game in game 3 here.
I mean, yes, you're right on that. But I think Misfits Gaming is doing such a great job of almost lulling Guild into a sense of overconfidence. Like, oh, look how easily this offense is coming to us. Look how easy we're putting shots on target. And that third man just starts to push up a little too far. And it doesn't necessarily lead to an immediate goal, which we did see one from Cash to end it. But it's leading to the offense starting for Misfits Gaming and creating the control that they're having. So I think Guild just... this match, I think they just need to focus on their spacing, especially that third man, not allow those easy clears over their head, and they could keep themselves right back in this series. And hey, we saw 2 best-of-7 reverse sweeps last weekend. Europe, it's your turn.
Get your first one. Or I guess it wouldn't be the first one. I guess it's happened in Europe, I think. But either way, I mean, yeah, certainly not this season, but either way, I think you make a great point about the spacing there, because Misfits have played incredibly tight, and if there's just a little extra space for them to get a read on how a ball is going to bounce or how a challenge is going to play out, they may be in a slightly better position and may be able to turn in some of those redirects. Like CRR was really stretching to try and turn some crazy redirects where the ball's coming across his body. He's jumping all the way to the opposite of the pitch. And yeah, you can hit those, but the chances that you hit it square enough and on target that it's going to beat a defender is just so tough. And you think maybe, I hate to say it because it's Europe, a more conservative approach may be warranted, but can you really afford to be conservative is the question at this point. And I guess every new game is different. So Guild, I mean, you definitely got the tools. It's just a matter of, can you take him.
There you go.
Get him sharpened. And indeed, this is just going to take a sick sharp hop off the top corner right into CRR.
Yeah, that's a nasty pinch, and Cash helping that one out, but Nolly gets credited with the assist. But what a start for Guild. You come out 9 seconds later, get your first goal. You're making a statement. We're not going down easily.
You're never going to see that bounce again today. I guarantee it. That was a wild hop off that top corner. But you will take it if you are Guild. Couldn't ask for a better opening to a must-win game at all times now.
Well, and that's what we were talking about before the series started, right? Or as the series was starting, was taking advantage of those very small opportunities. And that's exactly what that was. That ball, you're not going to see that again, but it was open for a brief second. And just like that, a goal scored. So that's what Guild has to do.
Ooh. See Devo getting a demo there. Of course, that could be another avenue to success. Guild, one of the least physical teams, at least as far as demos goes. 10th in this tournament in demos per game. So that starts to turn themselves around. Obviously, you can open up a lot more holes that way. CRR really stretching. And again, Cash off the backboard, going to take it away. Devo's too far forward, and this is an awkward situation to be in. Arju trying to jam it home. Either way, though, everybody just getting stuck on the inside post there for Guild. Quick pinch across. Unfortunately, everybody cycled out. And Misfits not able to capitalize.
Yeah, that was dangerous. And again, it was the third man spacing. As Devo gets the double, but it doesn't go. And CRR was trying to go low on that shot. But Guild starting up some offense here, but elect to rotate out and somehow keep this ball alive as Cash has to scramble on the goal line. And great read there to meet Devo midair and create almost a neutral 50-50. Look at the ball.
Floater in front. It's going to be Nolly who comes through to collect. Everybody absent from the Misfits defense here. Cash caught needing boost somewhere. Arju gets beat all the way back around. Matane on his way through. And no one able to get a touch on that ball from Guild as they take a 2-0 lead in game 4.
Yeah, brilliant bump there from Devo. And again, that's something we said could lead to some success, up the aggression. And that bump immediately and directly turns right into a goal. And Guild, now they have a little buffer here in game number 4. But as you know, Achieves, don't get too comfortable, especially against Misfits Gaming.
2 evaporates very quickly. All you need is to be within 1 at any point, and you've got a shot in Rocket League. As currently Arju and Cash, not really in a great spot. Matane, he's just fortunate enough to realize that nobody was in a good position to handle that ball. A little clip on Cash takes it away, but Arju playing tight support there at the midfield line. Nolly again so aggressive along with CRR, and that's been a theme of Guild a lot. So many double commits throughout the course of this series. That one doesn't really hurt him too much, but it is a problem that you feel needs to be ironed out. As it's over, Matane, you have got to be joking. He was right there.
Great read here from Nolly, seeing
it's over his
Matane was slightly pushed up and just, hey, this is an honesty check. We're just going to see if the defense is being honest. And guess what? They were caught lying.
It's true. That, like, rewatching it from Matane's perspective, absolutely an honesty check. Took the midfield boost, circled back into the play towards the midfield line, and indeed, the hard pinch right over his back shoulder was actually no way for him to reach it. So trying to maintain some aggression, get themselves back into the game. Unfortunately, Misfits allow the lead to extend. 3 goals, 2 minutes. You don't really want to say it's iced yet, but considering how hard it's been in general for both teams to score goals in this series, I feel pretty comfortable with 3 here.
Unless Cash finds a goal. Get himself another Hattie, but yeah, it's going to be tough work. And Misfits Gaming, you got to get to work now if you want a realistic opportunity at bringing this back down to a tie ball game. But this ball's sitting in midfield as Matane, well, errant touch there, and that's a beautiful pass from CRR. Gets the ball underneath, or hits the underneath side of his car.
Double tap.
Blow that one up, and no way. How did you? No. Oh no, he stole it away.
You know, the idea from Nolly there is actually not too bad. There was a defender in the net. He's thinking, all right, hard to redirect into the corner, give him no chance to get it and pull it out of the line. But I guess, you know, when you're up by 3, it's not the biggest deal if you if you say that. But still.
But still, we want some highlight goals. That's what we love.
That was a good one. Like, come on. So what do you do if your Misfits game? Well, I guess this one's really actually not too hard to think about. I mean, you did kind of give up 2 goals quite early on, and at that point, it's not like Guild has to stretch particularly hard, and they really haven't had to here. So well played. You get out in front nice and early. Didn't have to manage Cash and his frustrating defensive prowess throughout this series. If you're Misfits, you can kind of write that one off, and I think, and be like, okay, fine, you can have one. You're allowed to. That's all right.
Nolly got a little jealous of Cash in game number 3, decides to get himself a hat trick here in game number 4. But I'm with you, Chiefs. If you're Misfits Gaming, I don't think you need to worry too much. I don't think you need to focus on changing anything in terms of play style, because you can just kind of look at Guild and go, all right, well, a broken clock's right twice a day, so we don't have to worry too much just yet.
Well, that brings game 4 to a conclusion. Guild take the first step into keeping themselves alive in this tournament. Lower bracket, so brutal. Misfits found their way here off the back of a tough series against Evil Genius where they just weren't shooting the ball well. And this series has been kind of tough for both teams to really get quality shots on target. Every now and again when they've arrived, they've definitely converted, but it's really been the problem of how do we create quality opportunities. Both teams playing some pretty solid defense. Guild definitely having some issues with some double commits, and that's put them in some awkward positions, and some mistakes here and there as well have let Misfits take a commanding lead in this series. And so I'm kind of just thinking, what's the problem if you don't have anyone that really creates a lot of chances? Because you've got 2 players here in Nolly and CRR, right? They're both very, get up, get aggressive. Devo's very, I'm gonna sit back here and play defense. And then you got Misfits where it's like, okay, Mitane also likes to generally sit kind of back. He's a great put away 3rd-man player. And then you got a player like Cash who's so aggressive and very mechanically adept, along with Arju, and it's just like, I don't know if anyone's really gonna you don't have a lot of outplay potential here for both teams. I think there's a lot of good tools to stop a lot of potential setup chances. So, you go through the rest of this series and it's like, how do you manage to find enough openings if you're Guild to bring this back?
Well, that's going to be tough because 3 out of those 4 goals were transition goals for Guild. And, I don't think Misfits are going to make the same exact mistake. And I love that call off. Cash calling Arju, saying I've got a direct line on the shot. But yeah, it's going to be tough. Guild's going to have to create more on offense if they're going to want to take this series, because I don't see Misfits Gaming making the same mistakes 3 more games in a row.
Decision making important. Cash. Ooh, great recovery there off of an awkward spot. You feel like this had to be a goal. They missed the ball. Mitane and Devo overcooks it. Oh my God.
Did he overcook it or did he forget to put it in the pan? Because that wasn't even close to net.
That's true. Oh, tough play for Guild. You thought for sure. I mean, that was the setup. CRR is going to try and show him how it's done, and Nolly a little too close. Can't quite have an opportunity on target. Dished up field for Arju. He's definitely beaten that ball, and everyone, I think, realizing, okay, we need a second here too.
Oh, what a pinch.
Oh my God, no, it's denied.
Denied, but I love just, again, that's an honesty check. Hey, I've got this in my arsenal, so just make sure you respect it. And Guild doing a great job to get back in time as a minute and a half has gone by here in game number 5. Still all knotted up, and it seems like yet another feeling out process. It feels like a game 1 all over again.
You did bring up a good point, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with an honesty check. If most of your goals have kind of been caught on transition where somebody in the rotation isn't quite slowing down that transition, I mean, who knows? Maybe that long pinch out of your own corner is definitely the play.
Oh.
As Cash, nice double tap. No problem for Nolly there. Arju wasn't even thinking about trying to score it because he knew he was so beat to the ball.
Oh, I love that slowdown there from Arju. Getting it over CRR, recognizing Devo's all the way back in his own half. So, hey, I'm going to try and just slow it down. Here comes Nolly. Great pass, but cut from Mitane, disrupting that play from even coming to fruition for Guild.
So aggressive, though. If he was late to that challenge, they were going to be in for a world of hurt. Cash so fast. CRR just able to get a piece. Devo decides open space is preferable to another challenge, and he's got a 50-50 timed out perfectly to get Guild. Reset on defense. Cash one-on-one against Devo, and Nolly dangerously close to just jamming that challenge back into his own net.
Great positioning from Matane there. Doesn't lead to much, but it keeps the possession alive, and it also takes precious boost out of Guild's tank to stay on the defensive path, as Arju just going to pop this one up and gets beat out. Arju can't put that one on target. Didn't have the appropriate angle, but still. Guild trying to get some offense started, and Misfits Gaming doing a great job of keeping that ball in the blue half.
Good takeaway from Devo. Nolly there to help right at Arju, as CRR going to have to give a little extra ground here. Arju definitely needs help if this one wants to be scoreable. Nolly over to Devo. Probably going to think about dishing this one down to CRR, but fortunately Cash again up so early for it. Second run through for CRR, and such a strong touch from Cash on a tight line from the backboard. Over Arju's head. Matane's in a tight spot, and he's done a nice job to get this one away, but CRR again going for that redirect. Can't quite line it up.
Oh, Matane got that boost. Gonna get the pinch. Devo controls it very well, gets it over midfield, and feathers his boost perfectly to start the offense for Guild, as CRR puts it up for Nolly and denied at the top of the box, but still, Guild had possession for a short time, and immediately Misfits say, nope, this is our ball, this is our game. Less than a minute to go, still looking to end this tie.
Nice bump there from Matane. Definitely throws off the timing of that defense for Guild. Unfortunately, nobody over on Misfits had enough boost to really be aggressive and try and capitalize on what would have been a scant chance to begin with. There's another double commit from Guild. CRR, though, positioned well. Huge punt down to the opposite end of the pitch. Ash handling it nicely. Twice off of the wall now. Right back to him, courtesy of Nolly. And CRR, way to take that one with you all the way to the backboard. Find the double tap as well. Jeez, people are making some massive plays off the wall.
I always hold my breath when there's less than 5 seconds to go here. Nolly puts that one up. CRR can't get it up, and the ball hits the ground. Definitely a great opportunity for Guild, but nonetheless, overtime we go.
Started releasing your breath, and then the opportunity came. You weren't done. There's Cash. Huge bomb up the field. Gentle touch. Arju playing the middle of the pitch, not the side, and pops one straight out for Devo. Devo looking for Nolly. A little physical bump from Arju, not really letting him get an easy, controlled touch. Matane over CRR. Nolly down to Arju. He committed. Push down to CRR. It's free. Huge rush from Misfits trying to put the series down right there, and it's going to backfire.
Oh, they panicked on offense. There was no need to go forward for that challenge, but great recognition from CRR to just go downfield, play the outlet position, and Devo hits him on a dime, and Guild back-to-back games to send themselves into game number 6.
Tough decision to make there for Arju. He's definitely too far forward to really feel confident, probably, in thinking that he had time to get back. Somewhere there's a huge breakdown in rotation, probably expecting someone to be back when, in fact, that it just wasn't ready yet. And Misfits wisely going to take a timeout here, giving up 2 now on the way to closing out a series. And again, you got 9 shots, 7 of them from Cash, and only 3 from Guild, and you're losing games. I think it's a great time to take a timeout.
That is insane. Guild almost 0 offense that entire game, and still back-to-back games for Misfits where they have been shut out completely. Not one single goal in the last, it's been over 10 minutes because of that overtime. So 10 minutes, 30 seconds since the last goal, because yes, Cash did score 1 second in game number 3, but I think this is the right call.
Garbage time.
It was, but still, it was 10 minutes, 30 seconds ago.
You're right. You can have it.
100%, because there was a 29-second overtime. So that's good math, Achieves, okay? I just did all that on the fly.
I'm actually impressed. I was kind of thinking about it, and I was like, is it 10? It's like, yeah, you're dead on the money, actually. Well done.
But no, I think this is the perfect time for Misfits to call a timeout is, okay, Now a little bit of panic. Sure, we still have that 1 game buffer, but the way they have been playing has not been looking pretty. So time to change things up is right now.
All bets are off if you go to game 7, that's for sure. Neo Tokyo. Yeah. And you got to feel good if you're Guild, thinking, okay, we definitely are in a decent enough position to feel better going forward, but you can't allow, 9 shots coming at you again. Granted, tough to remember if any of those chances were really high quality. I mean, Cash, I guess, one-on-one with Devo right there, but overall, some big saves and some aggressive defense required for both teams there in game 5, and it's going to be Misfits who slip up. So going into game 6.
It's just incredible.
Who do you have, Subi? Who do you have in game 6? Who do you think wins?
I mean, who do I want or who do I have? I want Guild. I mean, I want game 7s all the time, but I don't know. I think it's going to be tough, especially given the fact that Misfits had 9 shots last game to Guild's 3. Is it a little bit of luck for Guild winning that? Yes and no. I mean, they did the right things, and yeah, huge mistake in overtime by Misfits. So short answer, Misfits. Long answer, we're not going to get into it.
Well, game 6 underway, and Matane has got a lot of space in front of him. That CRR going to close the gap out of the midfield, and Misfits considering how they want to handle this push. CRR channeling all of the chaos energy, seeing if he can get someone to bite as he just jumps off of every which way possible to see if Noban sees him coming for once.
Energy, this is Europe, but I got confused. It's Neo Tokyo. This is their map. I figured. My apologies.
Easy mistake to make.
Arju and CRR very respectful in the corner, but get bumped off. Not going to see that one play out for too long. No locking of the horns here as CRR gets turned away by Arju, and that's a nasty hop out of a side wall, but Nolly reads it well, and going to launch that one on target. Is a little bit of back and forth badminton going on here in game number 6, and not a lot of shots to be had. 1 apiece. And so far, it's a battle for midfield.
Misfits trying to shove real hard as well every time they come into that blue half looking for the demos. And indeed, Arju and Cash both going to find a bump. And Nolly actually got bumped into the perfect spot where that ball was headed. And that is thankfully not going to allow any pressure to develop for Misfits. But yeah, you're right. It's really been a stalemate there, this midfield line.
I mean, it's just side wall game. That's all it is right now. There's been almost no midfield action. It's just, okay, push the ball up the side wall into the corner. Nope. All right, now it's your turn. Go to the corner. But here we go. Devo looking for a double. Leaves it for Nolly, and Nolly can't tuck it under the crossbar. Great save from Arju as CRR put it right on top of his hood.
And he actually was trying for the second chance opportunity. Devo's going to get a boost steal here. Not able to win the challenge, though. Nolly just going to stand Arju up right at the side wall. All floating. Midfield line, actually not a super big fan of that touch from Devo. Would like to see the trap and take it back to your own half there to fully reset. But either way, they win possession back, so it's not going to make a difference. Devo in command one more time. Slow air dribble, going for the bump. Unfortunately, he's got backup and Arju on the line. Nolly to Devo. There was a demo, and he's going to make sure to line it up. No way! Fake it! Actually, it's going to let Nolly come through and muscle it one over the top. But oh boy, you started to really question what the idea was.
For real, it was just chaos on that back line, and Devo inserting himself into the offense. 5 assists on Guild's goals so far. Still yet to found one of his own, though, interestingly enough.
Well, that should have been it right there, to be honest.
Yeah, you're right.
Either way, though, tally another assist for him and a lead. Only 2 minutes remaining as well. Not too many shots to speak of. You could feel good about a 1-goal lead here, especially knowing that now Misfits has to be the one to try and get aggressive, make a big play. Gotta feel confident if you're Guild going forward. Great pop from Devo. CRR, such a gentle line towards the net. Granted, he couldn't really get anything harder on it. Just a big takeaway there from Misfits. Cash, got him! CRR can't reach it. What a shot from Cash.
Yeah, great play here from Cash to just follow forward. Devo thinks he's going to block that pass, and CRR stuck between a rock and a hard place there, but the shot placement from Cash, nothing but money.
What I don't get is why. I mean, like, who are Misfits going to pass that to? Like, I understand Devo thinking, okay, I'll block the shot right here. But he's also got a teammate behind him. I don't know. It probably looks a lot worse than it actually was in my head, but one way or the other, Misfits find the equalizer. What are they going to do now? Minute 30 on the clock. Both teams able to pick apart just one tiny mistake. Huge bomb from Devo. And we'll let Arju take that one.
And have we even seen any offense in this game?
Not really.
I don't think we have, right? I mean, that was a goal just straight out of transition. But other than that, it has been all Guild backing up Misfits over and over and over and putting shots on target that are threatening.
Ooh, back corner,
like that.
Yes! Well-placed ball here from Devo. You say it's been Guild pushing him, and Matane not able to square one up. Floater for Devo. Cash, try as you might. Not fast enough to make the save, and back to the same situation you were in about 30 seconds prior.
Misfits' control in this game on the defensive half has been abysmal. I mean, they have just let the ball get away from them. The reads have not quite been there, and they paid for it directly right there. 40 seconds remaining. Beautiful passing play, but
stretch.
Can't quite find an angle on that as Arju keeping things alive. Cash getting a demo on CRR, and 30 seconds remaining. Misfits doing a great job of controlling the ball, but now it's time to get the offense rolling.
Ooh, Cash gonna stole one out. Matane off the wall. Here comes Arju. Nolly's got a great bit of timing to go for that challenge. Huge clear from him. Cash looking for the long dump. That's a great demo
catch
from Matane to give Arju space. He's gonna hit him with the flick. Top of the net. They're gonna tie it up with 13 seconds.
Arju kidding me. Catches the ball, gets the ball on his hood, and nasty flick over Devo. Puts it right under the crossbar, and Misfits Gaming refused to be turned away.
Give Matane the credit there. Found the demo at the midfield as well to give Arju the space. Huge lift for Cash. They've got CRR. He was beat, but he was still able to find his way to the ball. Devo floater for Nolly. Arju was up early in case that transition was going to happen. He wanted to stall it out as fast as possible. Launched from CRR out of the corner. Matane to the safety of his own side. Down for Cash. CRR is going to make sure it hits the floor. Overtime in game 6. Misfits have brought this one back out of nowhere.
Man. Oh no, not a spot you want to be in, but CRR, he fumbled the bag and oh boy, had a shot at a 1v1. Devo, nobody went! Nobody went for Misfits, and Devo gets an open goal.
Cash is stuck here. Oh my gosh, that timing. He drove up the back of the net, jumped off the wall, saw no shot was coming, floated down into the middle, and he just realized that as he was landing, Devo was going up for the shot, and Cash is thinking, why, oh why didn't I jump out of the net?
All right, Europe, it is time to sound the alarms. Anyone you know, make sure they're in here because Game 7 is on its way. And the last best of 7 reverse sweep in the European region in RLCS also came from Guild. So, not a good sign if you're a fan of Misfits Gaming.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I don't know, Achieves. Misfits looked so dominant, and then...
So,
I don't know.
Question: Do you think Misfits just tilted out with that loss? Because I think they were still locked in all the way up to that point.
It is a very good possibility because we do know Cash is definitely an emotional player, and that can be a very good thing. And I love seeing players with emotion, but it is also a double-edged sword.
Earlier, giving up 3 when you feel like you should have probably closed this one out at some point or another. Especially, you kind of look at how that last game ended in. Not necessarily his fault. Nope. That goal alone stops the tilt. You hit a banger like that, you're right back in the zone. Let's play game 7. What a shot from Cash. Oh my goodness.
Ew-wee. Gets the nasty angle, gets it under the crossbar, and gets himself another goal in this series. Cash doing all he can, but the demo on the back line not going to help things out, and he gets back in time to pinch that one forward to Arju.
What do we do now if we're Guild? Huge goal to open up the scoring. Cash putting the pressure on. Matane forcing Guild to go to the opposite end of the pitch there. Tough bit of control required for Arju, and it's going to be CRR. Cash well timed off the wall. Pinch.
Nice. CRR just happened to be sitting there. Unfortunate positioning. But that's a great demo on the back line, and Devo, yet another open goal for Guild.
The perfect storm here. Nolly just cruising towards the middle of the box, and the challenge happens to go right to Devo. So well played from all three players right there. They give him a nice open look. Can't afford to miss it. Doesn't disappoint. Back and forth here in Game 7. Guild and Misfits, two teams that really need a good result in the regional. Giving it everything they've got here at the end.
A minute has gone by, and it looks like Nolly and Matane trying to battle for a low score. 14 and 28 respectively, but here comes Nolly. Pass behind CRR, got a little too aggressive there, but sometimes it's just hard to kind of throw yourself into the rotations and find the true meaning of where you're supposed to be. But minute and a half has gone by. Both teams knotted up. Game 7. Best of 7 reverse sweep on the line. Doesn't get any better than this.
Ooh, well handled from Nolly there. Awkward ball to handle. Devo, nice and aggressive. CRR thinking maybe there's a chance. It's Devo right to Cash. Can he make a second save? Nolly not in time to beat Cash's recovery. Arju wisely on a dribble. He's through one. Almost gets the block on Devo. Cash trying to poke this one out in front for somebody. Some boost deals. Gonna keep Misfits in the rotation here offensively. A nice demo from Nolly, going to blunt their effectiveness here on this push, however.
What
nice
a pass!
Cut down into the middle. Nolly right with Cash the whole way. Saw it coming, got up early, took it away.
Oh, Arju again slowing things down. Can't get the pinch, and CRR relieving a lot of pressure there as Devo almost got bumped off that ball. Great pass towards the top of the box, and Matane boots it all the way down. That's in.
What?
That's just in. No, okay. Nolly back in time. Okay, I was going to say. Somebody needs to be there.
That cannot be allowed for anyone at this point. Would be a devastating goal to let in. Tane over the top of Nolly. CRR, actually not too bad of a touch. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a teammate ready for it, but Arju, to be honest, wasn't fully ready for it either. Didn't have a good line towards the ball. CRR going to collect the midfield boost, as well as looking for options. He's going to force Matane to jump out for the ball early. Nolly, how do you get this one around? He gets bumped off. Devo, gentle float. CRR, tight this time. He had the extra space to actually put one on target, but Matane strong in the net. Gonna keep everything away. There's a demo. CRR just does not have the timing this time around on the second opportunity to put one on target. Matane is through everyone. It's gonna bounce just wide of his net. Arju to the back corner, saved by Devo. Cash is waiting for it. He's gonna turn it in. Misfits lead.
This all rewinds back to that save from Matane. The half flip to barely get the touch. And they march downfield, take advantage of the mispositioning from Guild, and put themselves up by 1.
Devastating sequence of events for Guild. I mean, you had a look there. CRR so close, but not able to fully get around that Misfit defense. And this time for Nolly, oh, just missed the pop towards the back wall of Misfits. Floater out in front, Devo. Nice job managing that challenge, not wanting it to get away. Nolly went to win it, though, and he's ended up losing it big time. Cash is denied by CRR. Huge takeaway from the backboard. Arju entering keep away mode. Unfortunately for him, Matane as well, going to pinch that the wrong direction.
Not a bad touch. Not a bad touch for Misfits. I mean, all like you said, it's just playing keep away, and more importantly, just kill time off of the clock. And that pass really just put it right back to a teammate and forced Guild to go forward, use boost, but more importantly, time is dwindling away.
Ooh. Yo! So fast, just missing the ground pinch outside the lines. Arju gonna try and replicate it. Not quite through Matane this time. Nolly thinking about the best way to push this one upfield. Kind of flubs it, but that's okay. He had CRR waiting for him, but it does cost him precious moments to get themselves on offense. Cash.
Oh,
hard ball towards the wall. CRR, why did you take it away? Nolly was right there.
Well, look at the initial play here. Arju pulled off, which allowed Cash the hard shot, and Nolly was not expecting that. Had to jump up, and at that point, you're in scramble mode on defense. You're under 30 seconds. You're only down 1. You just got to try and hold on, but like you said, unfortunately made the wrong touch.
We'll never know if Nolly would have had enough time to recover. They did hit that ball with some force. It's entirely possible he was not going to recover in time, but they give themselves an opportunity. Devo, this needs to be in, and it goes so far. At least it could have went back down to Nolly. That was definitely what he was going for, but he just didn't quite have the touch necessary. That is going to close it out. Misfits. It takes them all 7 to get it after winning 3 straight to start the series off. But Guild gonna collapse and breathe a sigh of relief. Cash got the engine roaring back to life with a banger opening goal, and they never looked back.
Well, Europe, you're just gonna have to sit around and keep on waiting for that best of 7 reverse sweep. It almost happened, but Misfits Gaming, less than 30 seconds to go, put the final nail in the coffin here, and it was great team play in Game 7 from Misfits. Mitane didn't have a lot to speak of when it comes to offense. He had 1 goal in the series, 2 assists, but he really held down that back line.
Indeed, definitely the role that Mitane tended to play back on Galaxy Racer as well. He's always been a strong, solid, consistent, and dependable third man for any team he's played on, but Cash showing you know, we may have lost Ixo, but that's okay. We still score the bangers out here, and tough break for Guild. The 4th failed reverse sweep setup in EU RLCS, and it could have been something truly special, Sui, but that's okay. We don't get everything we want, and unfortunately for Guild, they have a great group stage, solid start to the lower bracket with wins over K-Corp and 00 Nation. And then you run into Misfits, who's also been having a rough go, and that's
and then if you're Misfits, oh, good, we get to feel good, right? No, because up next, you're either going to face Dignitas or Team Queso. So good luck to them moving forward. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they can pull it off. But as for me and Subi, we're going to go catch our breath for a moment. When we come back, we're going to continue with the European RLCS. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
She holds, it's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before.
And Corelli, that was a wild match, almost a reverse sweep, but in the end, Misfits holding on quite the series. Cannot wait to hear the desk break that one down. But let's turn our attention to this next matchup that we have coming. Two superpower teams. It's kind of surprising to see them fighting this early in the tournament. I mean, this easily could have been a final.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, James, before we came on. It's shocking to see Dignitas and Queso have to fight here in the lower quarterfinals. And the offenses between these two teams are off the charts here in this, at least, winter regional. A lot of shooting power coming out from these teams. You can see it in the stats as well. 9 shots for both sides, 9.5 for Queso. And for Queso, you got to be, I think, feeling a little bit more confident with the way Dignitas was playing against Luminosity. It was not the prettiest series. Yes, they got through it. But I don't think it was the best coming out from Dignitas, and Queso having to lose a close series against BDS, surely coming in a bit more confident here.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas has had those moments. I mean, even in the group stage, you expect them to finish at the top of groups. We've seen them struggle at times, but also when they're on, they just seem unstoppable. But you can say the same about Team Queso. So this series is going to be very interesting because it's that point where your back is against the wall. No more lives left. It's, win or you're out at this point. So two super powered teams. I think we're really expecting an offensive showcase. Yeah. And with that being the case, Corelli, who are you really looking at to be that one player that might step up in a lobby with so much talent?
For me, it's got to be the way Joris has been playing on Dignitas. Like, that's the guy I'm looking for Dignitas to really ignite the offense, to put them in a good spot on both sides of the field. Realistically, he did a great job on Luminosity to be kind of a shining star for Dignitas when they were struggling to put things together, especially offensively, but even getting back on defense as well. They're going to feel pressure here, this Dignitas squad against Queso. Remember, this is a run back from the last regional final. These two played against each other just 2 weeks ago for the crown. So, there's a lot of maybe payback that Dignitas want here today. And I think it's going to be on Joris to really show that off.
And honestly, we've even seen apparently Jack do some insane things as well. Really, anyone from this team can pop off. But I agree with you, Joris, really that special player, really a player that competes for the title of best player when you watch him play. So spectacular. But one of the things I'm going to be looking for, Corelli, is that third man play from Scrubkilla. We saw it in multiple series in some really high pressure situations where he cheats up a little bit too much, gets out of position, and that gave up some big goals, not only in the Team Queso series last regional, but even thinking back to the major. And so Scrubkilla, keep your eyes on him defensively. If he's on point, that's going to be necessary to keep this Team Queso team at bay.
Absolutely. Like we said, Dignitas gonna feel some pressure here. Dignitas also going to be able to put on some pressure to this Queso side. We'll see which offense comes out on top as we jump in here to game number 1. And remember, Queso beat Dignitas 4-1 in the grand final just 2 weeks ago in the regional final. So see if Dignitas can get some payback here today.
And there we go. Game 1 underway. Dignitas, Team Queso, a matchup where you really don't know what to expect already. I guess we can expect Dignitas to pick up where they left off last regional. A huge goal to start things out for them.
Wow, what a touch from apparently Jack. And that was a shot, obviously. Rise made the save. Joris there to crash the net. And that's what's so important for a lot of these teams. When you have the offense and the skill to read the defense, even on a quality save coming up from Rise, because that was a good shot from apparently Jack. When Rise has to stretch out, he'll make the play happen now as Joyo tries to return the favor. And again, Queso showing them crashing the net. It's just Vatira now in the back, make the save on the goal lines. Apparently Jack trying to follow up for Dignitas, not going to happen.
Scrub trying to drop that down. Joris. Oh, that pinch back will go out to Scrubkilla. Scrub trying to dribble it, but shut down. Rise. Now Joris finding apparently Jack, who is hanging on the wall, but apparently Jack couldn't get over. Joyo, the 50 down. Vatira clearing things up, and it's a tie ball game, Corelli.
Yeah, and you're kind of wondering, where was Dignitas here? On the challenge from Scrubkilla was there, but Joris just couldn't read the ball fast enough coming off the ceiling. Vatira there, nobody else in net from Dignitas to make a save. We're tied up here as Queso able to put their first away.
And Team Queso really shocking everybody with their regional win last event. I mean, you hear so many people, so many of the talking heads in Rocket League talk about the depth of EU. And I think Team Queso really materialized that conversation with their performance last regional.
And I think a lot of Queso fans are sitting here saying, I told you so, with the way they've performed in Swiss in the previous split. They're always knocked out by some of the top teams, or the top team in Europe. They could never put it together to take down those big dogs, and it always stopped their run short. This time, though, coming into this winter split, they have proved that they can finally take down these top teams. And it has certainly paid off and really just propelled them into the upper echelon of the European perspective, right? I mean, all of a sudden now, everyone's saying, oh yeah, easily, Queso, top 4, top 3 in Europe, and for good reason. They have put on a show.
And it has not been an easy journey so far, having to match up against BDS and now Dignitas. Another chance to add to their story. It would be a big win again for Queso. They would be playing Misfits down in the lower semis. They get through. Rebound out in front of net. Vatira clearing that out. You can see the pressure from Dignitas, and now some space for Rise. We'll take it to a dribble. The flick over Scrub. Apparently Jack trying to control it. It got tipped from Joyo and sent it up the bump. And that will clear the path. Jorius, he saw the way it would play out. He was like, all I need to do is get this bump. We'll be good.
And you don't need the ball. You just need the player. And he bumps Vatira out of the way. And you're right. That's so smart from Jorius. And, you know, that's not going to show up in the stat line. But, I mean, he earned that goal. He got the goal there for Dignitas to punch Vatira out of the way. High IQ play coming out from Jorius.
Yeah, it literally doesn't. You get nothing for that. No stats at all. But we saw it there. Critical play. And also, it was a crazy touch from Joyo. That was an awkward play all around. But Dignitas going to be the beneficiaries of that one.
And that's what, hold on, Scrub might have a shot here. Joyo make a save on the goal line, but that's what makes Dignitas so special, right? Is that they can really read the game in a different way that I think a lot of other teams don't. And a lot of it is positioning. Earlier, I heard Johnny Boy talking about Dignitas. He's absolutely right. Is that the challenge game coming out for them is because of the way they position themselves, and a lot of people credit that to their ones prowess, of course. But I think when they bring that into threes, they do a great job of putting themselves in the best possible position to make the best possible play, whether that's offense or defense.
Certainly right. Their vision seems to be so good. The fact that they can stay upfield, stay in position, receive the passes, play such a quick rotating game without double committing and giving up. And now we're seeing so many demos. That's a wide open net. And we've been seeing a lot of explosions this game, Corelli, and apparently Jack, I think he's been getting most of the demos.
Yeah, Rise and Joyo going for the same ball there. Rise touch gets away from him, and Joyo wanted to bail him out, but he was nowhere near to getting the touch. And the last man being demoed for Queso means open net for Dignitas. 3 goals, one apiece for each player on the Dignitas side. So they got to play a little bit of defense now. Queso got a minute to make a difference here in game 1.
Joyo, and apparently Jack with even more demos. Perhaps taking a look at the film from the last time they played Queso, making some adjustments.
I think Dignitas really have made adjustments from their last series too. When you talk about how they've played against Luminosity, defensively, they weren't very strong. This time around, you can see they're really prioritizing that position and get back on defense. And it's been tough now for Queso to break through.
And it seems also prioritizing that physical game. So many demos, whether defensively or offensively, and it has been working out so far. Final 30 seconds. Now a chance. Wow. Jorius will block it off to the side. Rise had a look on net. Dignitas, they're on their back tires, but time is ticking away. They have to get one here, Team Queso. They hope to get it back. A bump attempt, but still the touch came through, the clear as well. And that will melt off the final moments. Dignitas, a physical game. We saw bumps, we saw demos, and we saw many goals here for Dignitas. A 3-1 win. They had some space, and they closed this one out.
And I think Dignitas could be pretty happy about the way game 1 went. Looking at Twitter when They beat Luminosity. Apparently, Jack was saying, my teammates are great. And, I don't think he felt like he performed at his best here, but I think this was a great full team effort here in game 1 to get yourself started on the right foot and to get a best of 7 against the team that beat you pretty handedly 2 weeks ago. So for Dignitas, I think everything's looking up for them right now. I think really we got to shift our focus over to Queso. And you mentioned it multiple times, James, and you're absolutely right. That physical game is ripping apart their defense right now.
Yeah, and you wonder what kind of adjustments will come out. Typically, if you do see one team rely heavily on demos, it doesn't seem to be able to last the whole series, unless, you think about old school Virtuoso being able to control a series with his demos. But we'll see how Team Queso reacts to this. They did have a few moments, a few opportunities that were shut down quite nicely. You even think about that Jorius block in the final moments, the bounce off the backboard. Rise had a look. Jorius shut down the angle. Really quick decision-making from Dignitas to get out there, clog those lanes. And they're looking pretty good against Team Queso. That first game, certainly controlling the tempo, controlling the momentum, and we didn't see that many opportunities for Team Queso.
Yeah, the control of the game, I think, is really important. When you talk about Queso putting up 9 shots per game, 9.5 shots per game, I think they were held to 5, maybe 6. They got one more at the end there, but holding them under their average, I think, is really important for a team that I think really rides the momentum of their offense. They did not really get to show off any of that offense here. Queso did.
Joy, a nice second effort. Scrub, the pinch out. Vatira going low. Jorius are there to help out. Joy to Vatira and Scrub. Blocking that angle out, and the bump on Rise. Rise trying to keep the attack going, and it still does, but you saw that bump attempt. Now the flick from Jorius. Quickly getting rid of that ball. 50 from Vatira, but he's out of boost.
Still looking for possession. Queso. It's been tough for them to hold on to the ball, and again, positioning. It's credit to the positioning of Dignitas. There's a good touch from Scrub to keep it awkward.
And you saw apparently Jack. He'll turn around and slot this one upper 90. And I said his name earlier, Curly, because you saw him harassing Rise. Comes out of Team Queso's net, turns around, and is able to punch that in.
And I really like what Jorius did there. Went up after the ball, didn't really get a huge touch on it. Or touch at all, and froze the defense. He was the first man to the ball. Nobody on the defensive side of Queso could really get to it. And by him just jumping at the ball, not making contact, made Queso not jump after it and just opened up that space for the ball to drop down for Dignitas.
I was going to say, he was making content. All of Dignitas making content there with that goal. But that is another situation where it was excellent vision by Dignitas when he recognized that both defenders were grounded. Oh, and a save on the goal line from Scrub Killa. Now on the counterattack, the dribble, pop up, Scrub lets it go. The fake, the shot will be blocked. 2 go for Team Queso. Jory is looking for the solo play, but the angle blocked out by Joyo. And that's another fake. Dignitas so bold on these plays, but it's the right decision to make. If you can freeze the defense and you know you have the space, let that player who has a better angle take the shot.
Demos are left and right here for Dignitas right now, as they have been all over the Queso players. Just literally on top of the players, bumping and demoing them around. We mentioned it multiple times, but Dignitas there at 2-3 in a row of just taking away Queso players, and they're just constantly playing numbers down.
Now it's back in Team Queso's half. Team Queso spending a lot of time on defense so far in this matchup. Apparently Jack going for the pinch, didn't have enough boost to get there. That'll give space to Joyo. The air dribble across, trying to get the pinch pass out. Now off the corner, Vatira's shot, that will be blocked by Scrub Killa.
Good work though defensively for Dignitas. You do not want Queso to ramp up shot after shot. Here's a dunk attempt. Scrub. Apparently Jack will put it away on the follow-up, but what a dunk coming out from Scrub Killa.
You see Scrub getting that light touch, getting some separation, making his car big, trying to get the 50, and I thought it was not enough of a window for apparently Jack. You see Joyo streaking in, you saw Vatira had to get by 2 of them, and they both went too far to the near post, and apparently Jack on a tough angle, able to clear it out, but so much of that, Corelli, that was due to the brilliant 50 setup from Scrubkilla.
Yeah. Great work to turn himself around and just use the full width of that Octane, getting behind that ball, the full body, to make sure that one was, at the very worst, going out to the corner, if not just dying on the goal line there. And he knows his teammates, like we've been talking about, will crash that net. That's certainly what apparently Jack was there to do. Now, Queso fighting themselves down 2 goals and not a lot of possession, not a lot of chances downfield. They put up 4 shots, but none of them very memorable. This one's going to skate downfield for Vatira, but easily saved away by Scrub.
Dignitas trying to work their way out. Vatira, airborne, flip, reset. Pass out to Rise. Rise going to the backboard.
Oh,
Gets the double. Rise! A lovely goal to bring Team Queso within 1.
And boy, did they need that, James. Something to ignite this offense. They've been shut down, shot after shot. Dignitas have been in their faces, but Rise is able to get up and get that second touch, and Queso back into it.
You see him even tornadoes spinning to get that perfect touch off his hood, to get it off the backboard, while allowing him to boost and slow down his momentum to get that read. Now, a rebound out. Apparently, Jack streaks in front of Vatira and denies that chance.
Rise gets bumped here. Joyous is going to take the shot, Joyo, to turn it away. Again, physical play coming out and making it slow, or slowing down Queso so that they can't make anything happen. Now, Vatira, he snipes the top right side. It still goes in. Joyous couldn't get a touch, and we're tied up.
And you saw Joyous wanted to pinch this out, goes off the ceiling.
Oh my
goodness. And you see misreading it by a few inches. The chance to save it was there, but it certainly was an awkward ball. Ended up hitting it into his own net. In a tie game, Team Queso, it looked like they were down and out, but they battled back in these final moments.
Like I said earlier, it feels like Queso really do ride their own momentum. And right now, definitely in their favor. 13 seconds left. Dignitas, though, could steal this one away. Here's apparently Jack going for back post. Didn't get enough power. And now Vatira, he might have the last laugh. Looking for a second touch. He'll put it down away. It's Rise to take the lead with 3 seconds left.
And you saw the awkward positioning. Jorius turning in instead of getting back to net. Realized the mistake too late. And Rise punishes Team Queso 3 goals after going down to climb back in the final seconds to take the lead.
The offense coming alive here for Queso, and that one might just drop. Jorius has opportunities to make amends. This one going towards net. Scrubkilla's there. He keeps it up, but it's turned away by Rise. The last second heroics still maybe alive here for Dignitas. Hold on a second. Apparently Jack, he can't get under it, and Queso will steal away the game.
And I was going to say, on that kickoff, they didn't even need to play that ball. Team Queso could have just let it roll up the wall and then pushed it down to the ground. It was so risky to play that ball. A chance for Dignitas that came close, but in the end, Team Queso able to close it down. What a game from Team Queso. Some big moments as we take a look at the highlights from this game, and certainly we will see the double tap. Surely we would see it. You saw that pinch attempt by Jorius. That final play, I guess we won't see it. Unfortunate, but that play, Corelli, the flip reset into the double tap, that was a spark for the Team Queso squad.
Yes, absolutely. Again, I've mentioned it multiple times now. They need those types of plays to really get them going. The second that they did it, bang, 2 more goals go in for them, and they looked incredibly good. And they caught Dignitas on the counterattack, on the transition multiple times. And that's just that go, go, go mentality that Queso has that pays off for them, especially against top teams. The speed at which they can conduct these plays is what makes them special. It's why they're able to put on so many shots and have such a powerful offense.
And that offense on display. Team Queso riding that momentum. Like you said, Corelli, they conjured it out of nowhere. Final moments, they were able to make the plays. Team Queso showing that they are the real deal. They are legit, and they're a contender here in Europe.
Yeah, especially in a game. Look at this fake from Joris. Oh my gosh, he got everyone too. Here comes apparently Jack, and he put it away. Joyo makes the save. My goodness. Joris, that's a few times. The mind games behind the ball. whether he touches it or not, he gets a lot of respect. And the defense is, they got to be on their toes because you never know what Joris is going to do.
We've seen a lot of that now from Dignitas, the fakes. Bold fakes as well, that one included.
Yeah. That one was the biggest bluff we've seen. And now apparently Jack, he's got some space free here. Vatira's got to make a save off the backboard. Here comes Joris and Scrub Killa, both going, and nobody having a quality shot. It was turned away by Joyo. Still Dignitas getting back. Scrub, that's a big mistouch. All of Queso were not there to challenge, and now they've somehow made it downfield as Dignitas, struggling to stay with the play, finally are able to get into their own corner and slow things down.
That almost looked like the flick was from both the cars.
Yeah.
From Team Queso. And that play from Scrub, I don't think that was a fake because there was no one behind him. A straight up miss. I think it's safe to say. The miss from Scrub again. That will bounce out. Rise. Looking for a teammate. Vatira looking for help. Finds it with Rise. Jorius, 50 ball. Apparently Jack, first touch control. Into a dribble. Went for the bump on Rise, but Rise was savvy, able to defend, or able to drive his way around it.
Whew. What a shot. Apparently Jack. Yeah, Jorius down there to bump the last man. Here comes Scrub now, looking for space above the box. Is shut down by Rise. Good challenge here for Queso. Still trying to find some offensive control here for Queso, as it's been all Dignitas in the midfield. Queso really hasn't been able to hold on to the ball. Maybe opportunities here. This is a good touch here from Joyo to at least keep possession and make it threatening, as Scrub will shut him down again in the midfield.
And smart from Scrub, getting up high, shutting down that air dribble. Now apparently Jack with the demo will save it off his own backboard, but it's a rebound. Double chance from Joyo and a save from apparently Jack, who jumped early and read where that shot would be coming in. Well defended. Rise up, Joyo bailing out. Saw Scrub Killa already up for it. Apparently Jack with Jorius in the middle will go for him. Long shot. Vatira had the angle covered anyway, and will side flip around Scrub. Ball pinching back to Jorius. Jorius booming it down the middle. Rise with the stop back in Dignitas territory, and a shot. Dangerous demo from Vatira on Scrub. Vatira looking for another bump on his way out.
Joyo wanted more on that one as well, and that's a great touch from Scrub, but it came right back out to Rise. You can see the quick challenges coming up from Dignitas on the defensive side, just making sure that Queso doesn't get the setup that they want. That's a big miss. Joyous there to clear it up, and clear it out for Dignitas. Still scoreless here with a minute 20 left to play.
It's getting tense. The matchup, tough for both teams. Such speed from Dignitas. We saw aggression early, and now we're seeing Dignitas being kept in theirs half. It seems like they've been struggling for possession despite the 0-0 scoreline. There's a demo from apparently Jack, who has been physical for Dig. Nice extra touch there from Joyo. Apparently Jack on the catch. Pushing it downfield. Rise. Beat by Scrub. Scrub going for the read. He fakes it. Jorius is denied by Vatira. Another fake from Dignitas. I thought it was going to be enough, Corelli, but that save, that keeps this scoreline even.
Oh, here they come again. Jorius looking for the back wall to go from Queso. A lot of misdirection coming out from Dignitas in this series, and I think Queso giving them a lot of respect. Apparently Jack only wanted a teammate downfield. Scrub has to make it on the challenge. Apparently Jack went for bumps in the net and almost came out with a player. Here's Joris. He's got boost to get back to this as it's cleared away by Vatira. That's really all Queso have been able to put up right now. It's just long clears downfield because it's been all Dignitas. In the last minute here, Vatira won't be able to keep that up. A 0-0 overtime in game 3.
And what a save from Vatira. Being able to get in front of that fake opportunity, the hard shot from Jorius, saving it out to the side. Now Jorius going for the read. Does he have it? Yes, he does. Jorius, 14 seconds into overtime, will end it. And a tight game will end quickly into overtime, Corelli.
Man, this guy is something special. You saw what he did at the major. You're seeing what he's doing today. He has kept Dignitas in a lot of tough games, I should say, the past 2 series that we've seen today. And another clutch come up for him here for Dignitas to win out this game that has just been back and forth.
It certainly has. I mean, I was gearing up for another 8-minute overtime, personally.
Me too. With all the overtimes we've seen today, I've been prepped and ready for 8-9 minutes of overtime.
And so that was a massive win from Dignitas. And this series, pretty interesting from a few different standpoints. One, I don't think I've seen this many fakes by a team in a series in quite some time. And we are only 3 games in, Corelli.
Yeah, and a lot of it is coming from Joreuz. It's really, really smart from him to use his positioning behind the ball as a threat, whether he hits it or not, right? Apparently, Jack did it as well. Scrubkilla did it. I mean, all of them did it as well. So it's really throwing off the Queso defense where they're kind of freezing. We've talked about that a few times, right? Where players on the back wall don't know if he's going to use that flip reset. And so he and the ball just float down to the ground, and Dignitas are there to crash the net. It's worked so well for them multiple times here.
And we're seeing, apparently, Jack operating that bruiser role. We've seen him multiple times getting demos, getting bumps. We saw the one play where he was harassing Rise and Net, ended up pulling a Yui and scoring that goal top corner. And this Dignitas team, learning from their losses, it seems, from Team Queso, who's had their number recently. Now another demo, the pass over, the shot. Scrubkilla was trying to bully that final player back, couldn't do it, but you're seeing the confidence from Dig to work as a unit, to incorporate that physical play. It's being, it's making it tough for Team Queso.
Yeah, Dignitas are really making Queso think, right? It's the misdirection, the fakes that Dignitas are putting out, but also the demos and the bullying that you're seeing. So you have to pay attention to the guy on the ball who might fake you, but also the guy that you can't see that might chase you down and blow you up.
Rise. Challenged by Joreuz. Second touch will set things down for apparently Jack. Joyo quick to the ball. Now the tip off the backboard. Apparently Jack doesn't want to take any chances. And now Joreuz downfield bounces to Joyo. Joyo around 1. Scrub with the 50. Rise racing apparently Jack, and it looks like might have skipped off Rise off to the corner. Double commit from Dig. Joyo wants to get this ball downfield quickly if possible. Low on boost, though. That's going to make things difficult. Taking it airborne. Vatira against Appjack. Pinched out to the side. Space for Queso to work with. Backboard attempt. Joreuz getting bumped, but still able to get that ball out to the corner. Panicky play coming from Dignitas as they try to get their feet under them.
It's good work, though, from Vatira here. Play this one back to Joyo. Let this man cook. He's been working against this Dignitas defense as he tried to take that one to the back wall. Vatira, who normally gets a lot of touches on the ball here for Queso today, has been very, very quiet. A couple of good plays. Don't get me wrong. He's not playing poor, but definitely not getting the same amount of touches that he normally does. Joyo has really been that player, it feels like, for Queso today, at least against Dignitas. Oh no, that's a huge miss. Hold on a second. Joreuz has an open net basically to shoot on. Rise was there, but the positioning, he was not expecting his teammate to make this whip.
Yeah.
Tira not connecting.
And that's brutal. And the shot, it was above Rise's head, perfectly crossbar down. Joreuz, that is what you expect him to do in that situation. But like you said, Krill, you're not really expecting a miss like that.
No.
Team Queso's woes, they continue. And even in the one game they won, it was tight. It took a final second comeback or final minute comeback.
Right.
And it was some spectacular offensive plays, but since then it's been quiet for Team Queso.
I think it does come down to possession, especially when you talk about on the final third for Queso. Here's a good opportunity, though. They just have not been able to get out clean. The setup is there. The touches are fine, but Dignitas, it's the challenge game from them that's really spoiling the chances for Queso. They're having to start these air dribbles from well behind the halfway point because, Dignitas are there so fast, and it's going to work out here for Joyo as he's able to tie it up.
And that was a nice play on the air dribble. You see apparently Jack wanting to get it out to the corner. The bounce down leads to a rebound. And good pressure from Team Queso trying to stabilize. They lost that last game in overtime quickly. It's been low scoring. They were shut out last game, finally getting on the board. The drought is over. Now they're trying to make it rain even more. Dorius back up off the ceiling. Apparently Jack jumping in on the play. Seen a few double commits from Dignitas.
That was a good idea there from Queso. Joyo couldn't get after it, but he's still on it. Flip reset, inbound, still gets over to Vatira. This is going to be something special if they can put it away. And they can't, and now the counterattack's on. Dignitas, and they got it.
Wow.
And they take the lead.
And you were holding your breath for a moment because you thought Joyo, after getting bumped on the wall, was going to do something spectacular, and then Dig with the quick counterattack. Too much of a commitment. It was tunnel vision a bit, perhaps. You saw the unorthodox play, Joyo trying to make something out of nothing, and then it was good. The overextension. It was a good play.
Yeah.
And the shot opportunity was there, but a bit of an all-in moment there for Team Queso that didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, it was panning out for Queso. Like you said, when Joyo got bumped and he still made it work, came out to the right player and everything, but Dignitas really turned that one on its head and immediately countered. And within seconds, Queso go from a scoring opportunity to being scored on.
Joyo with a massive 50 win. Jory is trying to catch it on the dribble. Low boost. And he gets the demo on Joyo. That's huge to slow down this attack. Vatira will sail it. Appjack picking up small boost. And it's enough, but he's out. Rise to the middle. Jory is popping it up.
Joyo's getting bumped around as that third man. Another miss coming out from Vatira. Luckily, Joyo's there to clean it up, and he's got boost to work with. Off the ceiling, he'll go. Looking for a chance downfield, but Jory has to shut that down. 10 seconds left now. Another pass over to Vatira. Back to Rise. Rise with the fake. He'll put it away. 5 seconds left, and Queso tie it up.
Oh, the play was beautiful. Vatira back to Rise, and that little hesitation had apparently Jack hook, line, and sinker.
Wow. Well, we've been talking about the fakes from Dignitas. We should have been talking about them from Team Queso. Rise, that's a great way to buy space on that near post and have an easier shot on target. And now Rise, can he do it himself? Why not? Flip reset. Vatira's there. Can he get the flick on? It was hard to keep it up. Oh, it almost went in for Vatira as we go to overtime.
Oh, that 0-second rule. That will put you on the edge of your seat now while rebounding out in front of net. Another overtime. Last one ended 14 seconds in. We break that mark. Joyo, the shot and the side flip. What? We didn't break that mark by many seconds. 17 is all it took. The flip reset pass.
Wow.
You see, even apparently Jack the sparks. He was trying to demo Joyo.
Yeah. How did he not get that demo? Joyo scraping out with that one, and then a great play. Man, Joyo has been a joy to watch here for Queso and has been dangerous almost every single time he's been on the ball. You get that man on the ball downfield, and he makes something work. Whether he's getting bumped in midair, he'll still get the flip reset and drop it off to his teammate. That time he's got players right behind him chasing and a man to beat in the net. He'll get the job done in the overtime win.
Wow, that was a wild game. And this game, the fact that Team Queso won it is something else. We saw some pretty uncharacteristic misses from Vatira. He had the one in the corner that led to the goal, even one when they were trying to press up field. He was on the sidewall and missed there, which slowed down the Team Queso counterattack. And for them to win it, and especially for that last play for Vatira to be a part of that give and go, and then the fake from Rise, that was so important, I think, for keeping Vatira in this mentally. Not because if Team Queso lose that game, Vatira probably going to take that one pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there was a lot of challenges that Team Queso had here in this game, whether it was poor touches or just not really generating a lot of offense. Halfway through this game, though, I think they really got the momentum back in their favor where they were able to finally, push something downfield. And again, I do think it's because of Joyo. He did a great job offensively to really, again, ignite that offense that Queso so desperately needs.
But you have to put some respect on Rise as well.
Oh,
the
absolutely.
fake and even the flip reset to set up the chance. Now he's going for a demo on Jorius. Flip reset from Vatira, who's starting to heat up a beauty.
Love the communication on this one as well. Rise leaves the ball, chases after Jorius, trusts Vatira in his mechanical skill to put this one on target. And boy, did he with a flip reset off the crossbar. Queso on the board first.
To read that off the crossbar, you even saw boosting backwards a bit, making that slight adjustment, showing that intention to get the perfect read. Team Queso. The 2 games that they've won have been come from behind victories.
Gonna come again. Back post. Oh, he stuck it by. Hit it in, boys. There you go. Queso are able to put it away. I thought maybe it was going in right off the rip. But again, they set up the bump. Look at this from Rise.
Yeah, lead blocker Rise. And you see Jorius having to try to calculate, trying to fake out where he's going. And Vatira putting it as far over towards the post as you can. See it bouncing almost out, but ultimately going in. Now Scrub trying to get one back, and he does quickly off kickoff.
Wow, Scrub with a lot of space to work with. Boost, of course, gets the fake on Joyo. He gets a piece of it. Look at the challenge from Scrub to keep it going, and then slots it top left with 0 boost to the take. That's how you get your team back into this game.
And from Scrub to play the 50, he was just expecting the hit, trying to read where the challenge would come in. Did so wonderfully. Scrub keeping hopes alive for Dignitas. Just a minute into this one, we have 3 goals. It was low scoring for a short stint there. Now the offense is starting to pick up some pace. The shot will be blocked. Apparently, Jack getting a block. And now Jorius against Vatira wins the 50. Pass over. The shot will be saved. Rebound up to Scrub. Bounce shot saved as well. Apparently, Jack weaving his way around the defense. Rebound will be put in by Jorius.
Wow, look at this effort from Dignitas. Everybody keeping possession. That's what's so important about this. Keeping the attack on, even if it's not an immediate shot. Passing to yourself off the back wall like apparently Jack did keeps the play alive and allows for another chance for your teammates to crash the net, as Jorius did there to put that one away. Great work from Dignitas to just keep it awkward for Queso.
100% right, Corelli. That keep away, just trying to keep it just out of reach, wait for your opportunity, have patience. We've seen Dignitas willing to make the patient play in this game. Low boost for Vatira. Jorius taps, playing more keep away. Will catch it against Vatira, and a save from Vatira. And a clear out.
That was one heck of a save coming out from Vatira. Now he has a chance to put one on target. He'll go high. Scrub's there to clear it. It's Queso trying to mount an attack here. Joyo, who's a bit dangerous, can't hold on to this one. And Dignitas, their challenge game, keeping them in this one right now, as another quality challenge comes out from Jack. Buys himself some space to the Queso side. Now Scrub looking for help. Prize will have to field it from his own corner.
Joyo against Jorius. It pinches back to the Queso corner. Rise down the gut. Vatira racing and will get this block right off Jorius's hood. Oh, and a miss. Rise leaving Joyo last back. Chance here for Dignitas. Apparently, Jack, light hit towards net. Vatira will dribble that confidently out.
That is the definition of awareness there. And this one might actually pinch in, but oh, he can flick it on in, and they take the lead with the pinch downfield.
Oh my, the pinch all the way out to Vatira. Vatira says, oh, it's coming right at me. I'll take a shot at this one. Oh my, it was a perfectly placed shot as well. The power, 127 kilometers per hour.
Wow. And it takes a lot of skill to put that one away for Vatira. That one was coming at him quick. And that one's very easy to hit over the net. Now Rise with a flip reset, almost gets by the defense, as apparently Jack sweeps across the Dignitas net. Well, you know, I was talking about Vatira not getting time on the ball. Well, he has certainly done that here. 3 goals, 3 saves, 4 shots Almost 700 score in this game. We still got a minute and a half left.
And the stylish flip reset, reading it off the crossbar to pound it in that play as well. Quality goals from Vatira, who we had highlighted for making a few missed touches, but now Dignitas with the passing play.
Look at him work in the trenches here. Apparently, Jack, look at this pass over to Joris, and it's so tough for a defense to read that because once you get that close to the net, everyone thinks you're going to rip one on target, especially with the way that was set up. He could have really hit a rocket on net there, and instead drops it off to his teammates. Again, so smart from Dignitas to keep the defense on their toes.
And I mean, even from Team Queso's perspective, you're not expecting the extra pass to a player who's deep in the corner. That was a tight angle, but ultimately was the best call. Nice passing play from Dignitas. Now all tied up, under a minute left to go. Apparently Jack, and now the double commit. Jack all alone will bounce this downfield. The 50 pinched out to Joyo. Joyo will control it, taking it to the air. You saw the backflip flick, getting around it.
He's really feeling himself here in this series, and for good reason. Now another opportunity. Vatira can't get by the defense again. Dignitas scrambling to get this one out. Scrub gets faked by Rise. Joyo with 0 boost, can't get to the challenge. Jorius trying to find a way out. Only as far as Vatira. He's got Joyo over to his right. That's not enough power to get there. Scrub will push it downfield, and I'm surely Dignitas will let this one drop. A Game 5 overtime.
Multiple overtimes. They haven't lasted long, though, Corelli. Will this one be any different?
Only time will tell. Both teams have been incredibly deadly here in this game. 3 goals apiece. Vatira looking for space on the sideline. Can't get through, apparently, Jack and Joris. Got 2 to go, but here comes Rise. Still looking for more space. Vatira, boost to work with. Off the ceiling, receives his own pass. Touch to the far side. He'll put it down. Queso with their 3rd win in the series.
Vatira making quick work of Dignitas in overtime. And I said he was heating up before. Now he is on fire. Vatira. That goal, so good. Going off the ceiling. He saw the defense giving him space, and we've seen that from Dignitas a few times now, where they're giving Team Queso so much space to work with in the midfield.
Yeah, you know, we credit Dignitas on their positioning, and I also credit them on the quick challenges, but there are a lot of times now where Queso are finding very creative solo plays that are just crushing that Dignitas defense, and that last goal was a perfect example of that. Vatira passing to himself off the ceiling and putting this game away. Look at that at the replay again. Dignitas knew it was coming. They saw it, but there's just nothing he could do. It was perfectly executed by Vatira there.
And 4 goals for Vatira. A hat trick wasn't enough. Had to get an overtime winner to put a cherry on top of that game. And now Team Queso, starting out, it looked like Dignitas might have had the edge, especially after game 1. Dignitas, so offensive, so aggressive with the demos, dictating the tempo, keeping a lot of the possession. But Team Queso, they've had that comeback potential. It seems like no matter how bad the front half of the game is going, or even a majority of the game is going, if you give them even an inch, they will take a mile.
It's certainly the case. And now Queso putting Dignitas on that match point, trying to beat them once again. They did it 2 weeks ago. They're in that position here against Dignitas today. And it has not been easy. Dignitas, they've been formidable, and Queso, they've really gone through it against this Dignitas squad. They've been bullied, they've been demoed, they've been faked, but they have stuck out this game and now in a winning position.
Vatira, a few defensive mistakes and a few fantastic defensive plays. I mean, you even think about some of the shots that came through that Vatira was able to block out, and then heating up offensively. Joyo has been brilliant all series long. Rise with that fake, the flip reset pass. Everyone from Team Queso contributing. There is not a weak link in this squad. And now Dignitas find themselves on the verge of elimination.
And what's fun about this series is I think both teams are playing really well here. Dignitas also having a lot of great plays downfield, those passing plays inside the box, throwing off that Queso defense. That's what makes the team so special, and it's certainly paid off. As we're a minute and a half in, still scoreless. Rise going to take this one away from the Dignitas offense, but maybe not for long. Vatira with a quality challenge. Can he get back to it? Put it on target. It's wide open, and Queso will take the lead.
Wide open indeed. Jorius getting 50'd by Vatira. Vatira quickly recovering and making the most of that opportunity. The player that dismantled Dignitas last game, proving to be a recurring nightmare for Dignitas in Game 6.
Dignitas' turn to answer. Their offense has not been there as of late. Oh, quick reset here from Rise. This one coming out to Joyo. This ball got poked away. Now Joris and Appjack just got Vatira to beat. Now Scrub. Also looking for space high above the Queso net. Nobody able to get a touch on this. Here's Appjack to the back wall, looking for a second touch. Joyo to shut it down. Dignitas fishing, and the pass is there, but now here comes Queso back the other way. Apparently Jack gonna get by Vatira and does so. Great save by Jack to get this one out.
And you see how dangerous it is to send the house, no matter which team you are. We've seen the counterattack potential out of Queso and Dignitas.
It moves quick. That transition's quick on both sides.
Half the game has come and gone. Team Queso in the lead. Dignitas, despite a strong start, have been waning. Team Queso, their momentum gaining game after game. Apparently Jack, another touch. Jorius pinches it around. Joyo, awkward ball, gets some help from Rise. Jorius to apparently Jack, tipping it off the backboard. Did he get the flip? He did, trying to pass it out. It's still loose. Scrub, not the best double off the corner, and will lose possession.
Ooh, Rise, that first touch a little heavy, but he's still making it work. Here comes Vatira to keep this one in the Dignitas corner, but Jorius doing a great job of getting to midfield. Now Scrub shut down by Joyo. Here comes Queso. Rise was called off by Vatira and forces a save out of Appjack. Here comes Rise now. Another touch looking for the back wall. Gets there. Follow up from Vatira, trying to pop it over Jorius. And still able to make the challenge is Dignitas and salvage this defensive play to get out.
Jorius, weak hit. Joyo had to dodge the bump that Jorius was trying to make on him. Vatira, first touch control, flip reset off the backboard. Jorius with patience gets demoed from behind, and now Joyo in the race. Scrub Killer bumps him out of the way. It is a bloodbath out there as players are getting bumped and demoed left and right.
Every single player on Queso all got bumped or demoed all at the same time, it feels like. And now 40 seconds left. Queso looking to hold on. Feeling some pressure here from Dig, and it looks like they're getting a little bit desperate, throwing some players up into the air. Queso just got to turn them away for 30 more seconds.
Vatira, 50. It's going to pop up. Counter shut down by Joyo. Scrub with the catch. Pass over to Jorius, and that lane is blocked by Rise. It bounces back to the middle. Two go for Team Queso. Neither one gets a clean hit. Scrub, the double. It's loose. Still a chance for Dignitas. Apparently Jack the shot. Save from Rise. Vatira has nothing in net, but it's enough. He makes something of it. And a big boom. Vatira's got him. Putting it towards net. Zero boost stop. Leading to that final chance. They didn't even need it. Unbelievable ending. Team Queso showing their resilience, Corelli, in this series.
Especially right at the end there. It was just Joyo in net, and he had no boost. He was running up the sidewall to get a better angle at the ball because that's how scared he was of the Dignitas offense. But Queso really hung on to this game in the final moments and put on some great offense earlier. And like I said, this team, they just need that spark. They just need that play. And they sprint downhill to the win. And they surely did here against Dignitas.
Dignitas, a team that you always expect to be near the finals. But their journey towards it has ended. Team Queso, they are the ones to put an end to it. They secure top 4 for themselves. They'll be playing Misfits. But Corelli, just this series, starting out, if you would have just paused things after game 1, I would have thought, Dignitas had a good shot. Game 2, I'm thinking still Dignitas is going to have this series, but the amount of determination that we saw from Team Queso in those final seconds to bring it back, that is a special trait that a team can have, especially when you're doing it against a team that is as talented as Dignitas.
And with the struggles that they felt, I think early on too, like you said, I would have agreed if you said after game 1, I'd been like, you know what, I think Dignitas is going to pull this one back. They look good. But I think Queso did a really good job of really showing off their individual play with Joyo. Vatira really came online. I feel like once he started to get touches on the ball, it was just so much better from Queso. That's not to take away from what Rise and Joyo were doing, but Vatira really does feel like the heart of that team at times. And once he got on the ball, Queso looked a lot better. I can't believe that this was a lower quarterfinal. I mean, this is like we just saw this in the final, in the grand finals 2 weeks ago. Insane stuff. Dignitas going home today as Queso moves on, as you said, to play Misfits.
The quality undeniable from these rosters. And I mean, even just with Dignitas's play, we were seeing the next level fake gameplay. It seemed like they were overflowing with confidence and the aggressions, the bump plays from apparently Jack. But you saw the adjustments come out from Team Queso. They were taking it to the air, getting flip resets, getting bumps themselves. You saw the lead blocker play from Rise, but also the clutch factor. Dignitas having those moments where they could have closed it out, but that Rise fake off the pass from Vatira to score in the final seconds. Team Queso, they had the X factor today. They were clutch, and that was enough to put them through into the top 4. And to break down all the action that happened today, we're going to go back to the desk.
The last time they faced off again was in those finals, as they mentioned, and Dignitas, they're doing better. They only won 1 game last time. Now they won 2, so it's progress. Improvement, right? I was wondering though, Jorby, if that would be another Dignitas run here. But we had 2 matches, so let's cover the other one first, and then we'll break this one down a little bit more here. But Misfits and Guild too. We didn't get to talk about this.
My goodness,
Jorby, and I'm giving it to you because you were the only one that sided with them. So you get the space right now.
And, look, I picked Misfits, and I still thought there might have been a chance that Guild could come back in and make things happen. Misfits go up 3-0, and you're thinking, okay, Misfits, they got this one in the bag. And then Johnny in the green room is like, no, watch. Guild's going to win the next game, and then it's going to go to game 7. And I'm telling you, that's exactly what happened. He literally predicted the future there, and everyone was going crazy in the green room during this match. But Guild, they had so many different chances in game 7 to close it out, to get that second goal, to be ahead of Misfits. But it was, I believe, Devo several times who was tasked with that shot, and they just could not score.
Man, yeah, Devo had a lot of looks there. Obviously, was really kind of like rooting for Guild in that particular matchup. But even though Devo wasn't hitting his shots, you do got to talk about Cash, because Cash stepped up. And if Cash shoots like that tomorrow, Misfits might be on a verge of making a run here in the tournament.
Yeah, these new teams that we're starting to see make it to the top 6 regularly, a lot of them are just getting used to performing under pressure. And we saw in that game, it was a very scrappy game. Losing in the upper is going to affect Misfits. Starting to be reverse swept is going to affect Misfits. Guild having to close out a series. All of these things are affecting their mental game in those pressure moments. And that's when we start seeing mistakes, which is different to teams like Queso, who, like we said, it's really exciting to see for them. They were going down and then they came back from it and started to really shine at the end of the series. So that's the difference between these top teams in Europe and those who are in the middle of the pack.
And speaking of the top team, a team that's been to the top and is trying to climb their way again, Team Queso on that journey right now as they take down Dignitas. We talk about this, Greg, and Dignitas looks like one of the fastest teams out there, but Queso's keeping up with them.
Yeah, I mean, Queso's mechanics are unbelievable. The stuff they're producing, they're combining mechanics, not just with the person taking the shot, but the person setting them up. And there's one goal, and hopefully we'll see it in the highlight package, that I absolutely adored, was a flip preset pass into a crazy angled double tap. And the things they string together are just so impressive. But obviously Dignitas equally as impressive in their mechanics, but they rely a little bit more on solo plays and individual moments, which I think Queso are much more capable of dealing with, and therefore I'll be getting way more counterattacks against Dignitas than any other team do, because they have that experience playing against higher level mechanics. So it's a really interesting matchup there. I think Dignitas just need a bit of time to adapt, and also just a little bit behind the scenes. These two teams scrim a lot. You know, Dignitas was saying that Queso's their scrim partner on days when, there's not many options available. They always scrim every week. So these guys play each other a lot. And at the moment, Queso have just got the upper hand in competition.
To me, it's really great that Queso have done this. They've beaten Dignitas again, because I think for a lot of fans out there, they haven't seen a lot of Queso. They haven't seen them make deep runs like this in regionals. And so while they did go and win a regional last time, we've seen other teams make it to a grand finals and then never make it back. The fact that Queso's not just doing it once, but now they placed at least top 4 twice in a row, I think speaks volumes about the longevity of this team.
Well, it's bracket time, Daz. Take a look at our top 4 teams. We were wondering if Guild would make it there, and they didn't do it. Misfits do pull through here, and we have BDS, EG, Queso, and Misfits, Daz, as our representatives going into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, it's been a crazy week. I mean, I think I still have 2 of my top 5 teams in EU still in the tournament now at this point. Queso and BDS there. Evil Geniuses looking phenomenal. I don't think they've dropped a game yet. And looking at the rest of the bracket, Simper heartbreaking, Carmine heartbreaking, Endpoint heartbreaking, Luminosity. I could go on. EU's so stacked as a region. We've had a bunch of close matches today. I can't wait to see where we end up. This is awesome.
It's crazy that, we've been talking a lot about it, and I'm sure some people are starting to get sick of hearing about how much depth Europe has. But then they go and they make this bracket happen. So how could we not say it? And a lot of these teams that beat those teams that are above them looked good doing it. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go to the 3rd regional and we get a completely different makeup with BDS and 3 other teams. Who knows?
Yeah, we look at the first regional. Queso came from the closed qualifiers, went on to win it. We've now got Misfits and EG, who both made it to this event through the closed qualifier in that top 4. There is only one constant in Europe. Even though they get so much flack for not looking good or not winning games, BDS make top 4 once again. Is this going to be their first regional they finally win?
I want to point this out. While the games were happening, we were talking earlier, and I asked some of the guys, okay, if they're top 4, NA's got predictable. If there's top 4 in EU, what would they be? Although, just to prove the point here, Greg, and I don't see half of those teams that were mentioned earlier. I feel like it's just there's no way to throw a predictable bracket down, Greg, in EU.
Yeah, so we hear the debate, is it depth or is it inconsistency? And I think Rocket League is hard to be consistent in. You're always going to have inconsistencies. The difference here in Europe versus other regions is if you have an off game as a top 4 team versus a 8th to the 16th team in your region, they can beat you. Whereas we see these top teams like G2 have off days in North America and still make it through to top 8, top 6, that kind of thing. So that's the difference here in Europe, is you get called out if you have a bad game, if you have a bad day. And that's where we saw Dignitas, Endpoint, even looking at teams like Luminosity, K-Corp, Semper, finding themselves in the lower bracket when maybe they could have been winning their groups. And then Evil Geniuses and Misfits, they're putting in the hard work, going to boot camps, looking more solid, getting over their demons of not performing under pressure, and they're here now in that top 4.
Well, we do come to a conclusion of our day 2 here of the Premier Cup. So let's get some final thoughts before we get some rest and then head into our Championship Sunday tomorrow, day 3, where a champion will be crowned. Final thoughts, you know what we do. We go down the line, starting with Daz, then Jorbs, and then with Gregan.
Listen, this Premier Cup is stellar. We're seeing teams really shine and take a look at the spotlight and make it their own. I'm feeling cheesy. I might be feeling a little cheesy tomorrow. I can't wait to see where we end up.
Oh, it is a little cheesy in Europe. And, I'm wearing the pin because they beat Guild. Misfits, I'm happy that they were able to make a top 4. I do think that this team has the potential. I don't know if that series against Guild was that convincing for tomorrow against Queso, but hopefully Sunday's a new day for the team and maybe they can make a grand final.
Yeah, well, what Dazarin was saying is the Premier Cup is not stellar, it's scuffed right now. What you think is going to happen, what isn't going to happen, right? The teams that are coming out on top are not the teams you expect. And I think it's credit to the teams who are working hard, putting the effort in. Queso working incredibly hard, got themselves a regional win. Like I said, we're seeing teams at boot camps now flourishing in this moment. And I'm just going to say it's going to be Rizex who does well. Last time I ridiculed a player, they came back and popped off for the next event. I ridiculed Rizex the other day on stream, and he's playing really well. So that's all it takes. Get mocked by Gregan.
It's hard work to maintain the scuffed title as a region, but Europe somehow comes away with it every time. Truly incredible.
You're gonna have players coming to pay you to make fun of them so that they play better the next matchup. Good business plan, Greg, and I like it. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us, watching. We always welcome you here. We love celebrating Rocket League, so we better see you tomorrow. Wherever you're watching, hit the follow button, the subscribe buttons. Make sure to head over to the Twitter, of course, RL Esports, and make sure you're following for any news going forward. We do have a championship Sunday coming your way tomorrow where we will crown that champion for the Premier Cup. So keep the tab open. We'll see you tomorrow.